no! Oh my God! Who was right in the Pisco versus you debate? I don't know. It depends on what you think was ever even being argued about. Apparently, if the argument was over, did Trump have responsibility over, or did Trump fail in some duties as president over the January 6th thing? Then I guess Pisco was right the whole time. If the argument was, I haven't seen any compelling evidence that Trump was responsible, and I'd like to see it, and then I finally found it on the last day, then I was right. I guess it just depends on what you thought our original positions ever were, but you know. Could it be that Pisco knew he didn't have a good answer and so deliberately didn't answer your questions? I don't know. I'd have to go back and listen. Maybe I'm phrasing things poorly, or maybe I'm not. I'm not sure. You said Trump had failed in his duties because he didn't call off people via Twitter. No, I thought it was purely about whether it was a National Guard deployment. I thought in the beginning, I could be wrong, so I'm gonna go back and find the clip. I thought in the first day, I thought I tried to clarify, and I was asking, you're claiming that Trump deliberately delayed by 3 hours the response. I thought Pisco said yes to that, but maybe he never did. Maybe I thought he said yes to that, but I just asked him, but nobody actually said yes to that. I'm not sure. I have to go back and check. This is the timestamp to that. I've seen it. Yes, it seems like he did what was the general expectations of him.
Okay. Listen,
and you're laughing and you're saying, well, what they said under oath was wrong, but my conspiracy theory about him delaying it because I saw pictures of him being grumpy in his room is true. If you have any evidence of it, I'd love to see it, but like...
A conspiracy theory implies what? It implies that there was some...
premeditated action. There's some plan to over. Yeah, so you're making it sound like your initial claim was Donald Trump got the request. He's like, these guys, let them burn. That's what you're making it sound like happened. But you have no evidence. So, you admit that you have zero evidence of that?
Of what?
Do you have any evidence that Donald Trump delayed the deployment of the National Guard? Anything?
Yes.
What? Please don't just say it wasn't deployed for 3 hours. The fact that it was delayed. Please don't tell me that's the only thing you're going to say, right? Oh my God, that's the only thing you're going to say. Oh God.
What would be evidence of that for you, Stephen?
It could be if we are being incredibly charitable to Pisco's argument here, when Pisco says Trump delayed the deployment of the National Guard, maybe what Pisco means is he didn't act in a way that would have gotten them out there faster. That's not how that wasn't my original reading of what he was saying, though. And I feel like the rest of the conversation reinforced that, but I guess we could have been on like two different realities the whole time, but. Statement by Miller saying Donald Trump didn't respond in time. It could be a statement by somebody at the White House saying that people were requesting authorization to do this and he was either denying it or delaying a response. It could be a statement by anybody involved in the chain of command of the deployment of the National Guard. We're ready to go, and all we're— See, the funny thing is, okay, I should rewatch this. I feel like I got so hard for me. All three of these things that I just asked for are actually in that document that I actually read yesterday. Like, there were people making there were people making requests. There were people communicating with them. They were keeping them updated on things. Like, these things were there. Just apparently, yeah. We're waiting on the final okay from Donald Trump, and he's not doing it. Any of that would be, would be evidence.
If there was evidence in the record, that he had multiple aides telling him to please help.
What the fuck is an aide? I'm sorry, do aides deploy troops? No, I don't give a fuck what an aide is. It wasn't just random aides, it was senior officials. That would be good evidence, and it was, and we saw it yesterday, yeah. Says what an aide
I think the confusion is, and it's been so long, I can't even remember what my original claim was. I think we gave Stephen the impression that we're saying that Trump deliberately, like, gummed up the system to prevent the National Guard from being deployed.
That's what Pisco's saying, yes.
No.
Oh my God, gaslight me, yes. I'm ready for it, gaslight me, yes.
I am not saying that Donald Trump came to some corrupt bargain with the Secretary of Defense, the acting Secretary of Defense, and said, whatever they say, don't listen to them. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is he's responsible for the delay. You understand that?
How is he responsible for the delay? Can you explain that part?
Yes, because he was well aware of the need for DC National Guard to be mobilized. He was well aware that the Capitol was under attack, and he did not mobilize the DC National Guard.
Okay, but even Pisco's wording here, like, he was responsible for the delay. I don't really think I would even grant that. But like, there are definitely things he could have done, and there are definitely things he had information to do, but I don't know. Listen, if they would have just read that J6 document and eliminated that one part, we wouldn't even have this argument for like 10 hours. I probably could have read the whole document at the time we had that whole that argument.
Hey, Pisco. Sorry for misrepresenting you earlier. I thought you said something else, and I got that wrong.
Sorry, I just hopped in. I can't hear you. What'd you say?
Oh, I said, sorry, I got the thing wrong about your Jstlk.
Oh, don't worry about it, Rage.
Confused with someone, yeah.
Just a little friendly misrepresentation.
Damn.
How you guys doing?
Want to talk about the Trump court case?
Cool, we're just chilling.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good topic. It's in the news. I was curious what your guys' reactions are, I guess, to all the criminal cases, but especially to the disqualification case.
See what the Supreme Court says.
Yeah. I personally think that the disqualification bar should be at the level of a criminal conviction. Personally, I think he's well past a reasonable doubt that his actions definitely led to the actions on January 6th. But to disqualify him to be president, I think I would need to see some sort of direct communication between Trump and the organizers who got indicted for the seditious conspiracy, like a more tangible, I guess, thing, rather than just like, okay, well, he was definitely saying a lot of crazy shit and he was definitely routing people up. But if I had like the smoking gun, it would be like him emailing the Proud Boys or him telling an aide to email the Proud Boys or some direct connection between him and the seditious conspiracy participants. But that's just me.
I heard kind of two things there, Ragey. One was kind of like a legal requirement, and the other was like a factual requirement for you. So on the one hand, you were like, I would need...
I guess the legal requirement would be the criminal thing and the criminal standard as opposed to the civil standard. And then in order for me personally to get to that threshold, I would need some sort of factor, something that would prove that connection beyond the reasonable doubt. So I was trying to give that as like an example of like you had a direct communication of him talking to the conspiracy or conspirators and telling them to go do the thing. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I just want to, in my mind, they kind of seem distinct. One is like, what process is required? Mm-hmm. Is it a criminal process or some other kind of process? Must it be criminal? Can it be criminal? Or so that's kind of one kind of questions. And then the criminal with respect to what? Criminal with respect to insurrection, or is criminal trespass enough in the context of a criminal trespassing charge? Could we disqualify someone? So that's kind of like the procedure side to it. And the other one that I heard is like some kind of seriousness concern or factual concern that you're having that you think for whatever reason the facts, even if it were in a criminal procedure, wouldn't make out what you think is sufficient for disqualification.
Yeah, probably. I think on that first part, I think there's some like level of differentiation, seriousness of crimes. Like if Trump was just in the lobby and caught a trespass charge, I don't think that makes him guilty of like seditious conspiracy and the level of being barred. But like if the fact pattern was that he ordered the Proud Boys to be there and then he was in the lobby, that's way more than enough, I guess. Even if there's no seditious conspiracy thing committed against him, it's enough to show that he knew that there was going to be a thing and he was like involved in it, if that makes sense, even if there's not like the higher level charge being met.
I respect the fact that you're applying a lot of your intuitions and you're worried, because I was also worried when I first heard the arguments or they were brought to my attention. The first person to bring it to my attention was actually Jstlk from Pondering Politics, formerly known as Ruminate. And I was also concerned about, the one-way ratchet, what happens, did Republicans disqualify people for supporting BLM, all that stuff. And so I understand that you're kind of talking about your concerns, and I get the sense that you're worried about, well, what's the limiting principle? Is that sort of correct, approximating your concerns?
Yes, yeah. I know a lot of the Supreme Court tests or cases in the past have come out with like a test of like, all right, well, here's how we're going to do it. And so that would probably be sufficient in the future, I guess. But we don't have that now.
I think that as well-meaning as what you're saying is, and a lot of people on all sides of the aisle, I think a lot of them are well-meaning, even people who are like, I want to beat Trump one-on-one. I want to just, I want the voters to be the ones to take him out, so to speak. Yep. I understand that those concerns arise genuinely and have to do with like sincere beliefs about prudence and like what is good for the country in like a political sense. I think that is not the best way to look at this. I think we need to have a question about what the Constitution actually means and says, right? There are a lot of constitutional provisions that we know of that are super inconvenient and super annoying for us to deal with. Think about like the Second Amendment for a lot of states that want to pass gun regulations. That's inconvenient for them. The First Amendment, if you're a state that wants to limit all kinds of speech, if you like, that's inconvenient for you. If you want to have say that no Muslim extremists are allowed in your state, the First Amendment's going to be inconvenient for you. So there are a lot of major parts of the Constitution that are inconveniences or prudentially can be problematic. But we usually, in the main run of situations, we don't sit here and think like, well, should we apply the Constitution? Shouldn't we apply the Constitution? I think as like a starting matter, unless there's like some nuclear holocaust on the way, our basis should be, let's apply the Constitution. I think we can agree on that.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So
like,
just to
Wait, hold on, wait. I want Pisco to.
Can I ask a clarifying?
Oh, fuck. Yeah, go ahead.
Here, you can go after me. But I just want a clarifying question for you. So, let's say that I'm running as the communist presidential candidate right now for 2024, and I say, I think America sucks. I think America is a great evil. I think we've gone out throughout the entire world, throughout the Middle East, throughout South America, throughout Europe. We've done terrible things. We've killed lots of people. I think America itself, we need to change entirely. I think for me personally, I think that could be seen as significantly worse than what's come out of Trump, and significantly more against the intent and spirit of the Constitution. But I think that's protected, and I don't think you should be barred, even though those words are more direct and forceful. Even if I was out directing like BLM protesters, like, we need to burn down this, government building or something along those lines.
What I hear is you're talking about things in terms of threats and what you consider to be a bigger threat to democracy. Or
no, not about threats, but in terms of like the words and the actions. But I still think that would be defensible on that front.
Wait.
If you want to say that what he said is un-American. But
wait, real quick.
Go.
I'm sorry. Before we head down that road. Wait, I wanted Pisco to finish up that line of thought about the Constitution being inconvenient. Yeah, can we keep going?
Yeah, so there's tons of things that states or the federal government wants to do, but the Constitution has roadblocks, intentional roadblocks. One example could be the fact that legislation has to pass both houses of Congress in order to become law and be signed by the president. There are requirements in the Constitution that can be very inconvenient for different people. The fact that impeachment requires 2/3 majority. The amendment procedures, those also are incredibly burdensome. And there's obviously some qualification limits that, it's not helpful to Cenk Uygur that there's a natural citizenship qualification requirement in the Constitution to be president. And so there's a lot of parts of the Constitution that you can think of 1,000 examples where it would be really inconvenient or really non-prudential to have that at that point in time, And my position is that the structure of our Constitution means that unless there's some nuclear holocaust coming up, we can't be deciding when to and when not to follow the Constitution. It can't work that way. We have to think about what the Constitution means, and if the Constitution means what it means, or we come to some agreement about what reasonably it means, we should follow that, even if there's going to be some LARPers who are going to be angry and maybe even be a threat, right? Like, it was a threat to integrate a lot of schools during the Civil Rights era, but the Supreme Court decided that's what the Equal Protection Clause demanded. And we had to go in, with marshals. There was a nullification crisis. There was a lot of violence during that era. So it was really inconvenient to follow the Constitution in that context. But we did it anyway because that's what our system is. And so the kind of concerns that I hear a lot of people raising, isn't it better for our democracy if he's on the ballot? Isn't it like this or that? That to me doesn't really seem like at all the question. The question should be, what does this provision mean? And if it means that Trump's disqualified, we need to follow it, and we can't just decide because it's inconvenient not to.
I think that argument is legitimate, but I don't think that, or what you just said is legitimate, but I don't think the argument on the other side has ever been that maybe this time we shouldn't follow the Constitution. I think the argument is whether or not this is like a novel application or a first time of this thing where it's not very clear what the intention even is or how it ought to be carried out. I think that's the issue.
Well, Stephen, I respect that that's absolutely what people are saying, right? That this is
not just people, but other scholars as well, right? There is a response to Bodson and Paulson.
I'm sorry. Well, when I say people, I include scholars.
Okay, gotcha.
As well as anybody. That there are people who are saying, these are raising issues of first impression. It's not like there's a ton of settled law about what's required. There's no Supreme Court precedent on some key procedural issues about whether or not the president's included in the list of offices, whether or not the presidency is an office under the United States, whether or not there's a political question, whether or not it's self-executing, all that stuff, right? So there's a lot of unresolved questions. 100% agree with that for sure. But the way this is being discussed in a lot of articles and opinion pieces I'm talking about, there's not even an attempt to do a legal analysis about what the Constitution says. You'll say things like, well, it's never been tested, well, there's no conviction, and it's kind of conclusory, and it's left at that. But really, like, there needs to be a legal analysis. There needs to be an argument here, because if the things are just like, well, it's scary, well, it's never been tested before, well, something had to be tested at one point or another for the first time. Like, every time that something that novel has come up or a constitutional provision has just never been tested before. So I'll give you another example. There was no recognition of an individual right to gun ownership and possession as part of the Second Amendment from the Supreme Court until 2009 and 10 in Heller and McDonald. I mean, those were the first times that those rights were recognized as individual rights. We've never had a quartering case where like soldiers have been quartered and like we've had to apply that constitutional amendment. But if it happened, we'd have to test it. And we've never had a president do what Donald Trump has done in January 6th, and we have to test it. And so if what you're saying is it's too novel, so we shouldn't be doing it now, then it means it's worthless and we're not following it because we're never testing it and we're never.
Wait, that's true. I don't think anybody who's ever made that argument,
Yeah.
though, right? I think like it should go to the Supreme Court, obviously, and they should make a ruling on it. Right.
Right, but people are saying things like it's too novel, so we shouldn't do it, or people are saying like it's novel and therefore it's bad.
Sure, that's
right?
dumb. They should just go to the Supreme Court. And I guess our supreme legal scholars.
That's like the first thing you thought about, Stephen. With respect, and I understand like that.
Wait. What's the first thing I thought about? Wait, what?
So when you came back at me and like, I think it's, people are saying and agreeing that we should apply the Constitution, but what they're concerned about is there are a lot of unresolved questions, blah blah blah. Right?
No, I think that's what you said.
That's what I heard you say. I could be wrong, but like...
Wait, what are we referring to today or before?
Just
what?
now.
No, I don't think
I thought
so.
I just heard you now when I was saying that like we need to follow the Constitution, even if it's,
Yeah, I'm saying of course we need to.
prudential.
Yeah, I didn't think that was like the lead argument. Is that like sometimes we shouldn't follow the Constitution? I've never heard anybody make that argument before.
Given there's not a ton of really great legal arguments I've heard, at least from mainstream commentators, and I include like journalists and stuff who are like talking about the meat and potatoes of the legal analysis, and that, in my opinion, is the only thing that matters.
Sure, but I don't hear a lot of mainstream arguments that are like making mainstream good legal opinions either. No.
Well, you mean in general?
Yeah, most of the people just like, oh, he did insurrection, therefore he should whatever. But like the definition of what that even means, that's not usually discussed. Like I don't think.
The question, what's being dominated is like democracy versus whether this is good for the Democrats, whether or not this is going to help them in the polls.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I agree with you. That's probably what a lot of people are talking about. Sure. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. And like there's a back and forth about like whether it's so hypocritical. Democrats say they're here to protect democracy, but they're trying to disqualify Trump. And so like that's the nature of the conversation where we're talking about like the outcomes, the results, what's going to happen, and not like, well, what does this provision say? And it's a kind of echo of the same kind of, I think, ignoring of the Constitution in other topics like the Second Amendment, where people try to pretend that amendment doesn't exist in the context of those discussions. But part of the reason why, like, I think, Stephen, that you're going to be against some gun laws, or at least many of them, is because that provision exists. So you wouldn't be in favor of like a government trying to ignore the Second Amendment if there's settled case law saying that a proposed ban is unconstitutional, right?
Yeah, correct.
You're not going to be in favor of like intentionally, knowingly ignoring,
contravening like the Constitution. Of course not. You can't, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And on the actual merits, the legal merits of what the Colorado Supreme Court found, I think are absolutely unimpeachable and absolutely correct. And this is coming from someone who wasn't, my first response to Josiah, Ruminate, Pondering Politics, was not. I was skeptical. And it took me reading the actual opinions and the articles that came out to be convinced. But if you actually look at it,
can you run us through the argumentation that the Colorado court went through? Yeah,
sure. So, starting off in the aftermath of the Civil War, the Congress and leaders were sort of in charge of picking up the pieces after the conflagration that happened in the last 4 or 5 years. And part of that was passing some constitutional provisions, obviously the 13th Amendment banning slavery, the 14th Amendment instituting equal protection and due process for the states, 15th Amendment as well. So these are known as the Reconstruction Amendments that contain key provisions in response to structural things that had caused a civil war or were, part of the atmosphere of the Civil War. And one provision that the people in charge of the country at that time wanted to have in was the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which was essentially going to say is we don't want these traitors who betrayed the country to ever hold office again. Look at what they have brought our country to. We don't want Jefferson Davis to hold elected office. We don't want it. It would be perverse.
I don't think
right?
anything Trump did is directly comparable to running a government in a separatist country that was at war with America. Like, I don't think that analogizes quite correctly, because they were very clearly at war with America, and they were very clearly part of the entire state apparatus at war with America. I don't think
I respect that your mind goes right there in terms of like, is this comparable factually? What do I think one is better or worse? I respect that. And you know what? I actually agree with you. The Civil War was worse than January 6th. Let me say that one more time so everyone understands my opinion. The Civil War was much worse than January 6th. Civil War is one of the worst things that's ever happened in the history of this country. Hundreds of thousands of people dead, a country in ruins. Like, it was absolutely awful. So I agree with you that the actions of the traitors in the Civil War are worse than what Trump did. No doubt. But the question isn't what's better or what's worse. The question isn't like, factually, do these things,
I don't think it's better about being better or worse. I think it's very clearly that they were enemies of America. I don't think that there's anything that directly links Trump to being an enemy of America.
Couldn't facts change your analysis of whether or not you think it would apply here? Like, underlying facts can change, and it can change your perspective on some things in the Constitution, no?
Sure. Yeah, things can change. What do you mean, like, over time?
Okay, crucify me wrong on this, but like Brown v. Board of Education, right? Didn't that overturn Plessy?
It did and it didn't,
Sure. But I mean, like, it didn't change it because there was a new constitution. It did it based on the factual analysis, or I think part of it was had to do with like separate but equals failing miserably, right? Like that. So that.
Yeah. So one of the arguments in Plessy was, well, if everything is equal, the mere fact of separation isn't a burden on a racial class because they're being treated the same, right? And what we had learned in the intervening years was no, that's just wrong, and that the mere fact of separation itself, even assuming that the facilities are actually equal, and I think that's actually one of the stipulations in the brief and everything, was that it actually was equal facilities and that kind of thing, but that separation itself.
Sure. I was just saying that, like, it might be the case that, like, after the Civil War, something is so obviously treasonous that, like, maybe 100 plus years later, maybe we don't view it the same. That, like, a Supreme Court might look at it and go, like, well, this was clearly talking about people wearing different uniforms, betraying the United States as part of this, but, like, in today's climate,
I'd be careful about going too far with that, because one of the arguments from originalists and from conservative jurists has been, hey, you can't just turn these provisions into whatever you want them to be on any given day. If you feel tomorrow that, hey, political speech is not that important for the First Amendment, and the First Amendment's more about generally, you can talk in parks, but then it doesn't really mean anything. Like, the whole point of the Constitution is it's supposed to maintain some enduring values at some level of generality. And while there are cases where, like, there have been overruling of decisions and stuff in the past, that doesn't at all detract from the fact that these provisions are supposed to have enduring values.
Yeah, literally no one is doubting that, right?
Okay, right.
Yeah, so I guess for me, the specific threshold is, it's like fairly obvious that everybody was being traitors. It's not obvious to me without some other form of evidence that Trump was directly going against democracy beyond whatever reasonable doubt that we need, because literally, like, 3 days before, he was saying, hey, we need more National Guard here. It seems like he might have just been clueless and unaware, but it's not evident that he's a traitor, I guess, even if his actions were absolutely deplorable.
I really do want to like advise you, and as a friend, that the kind of unconnected analysis you're engaged in now, was he a traitor? Is he the same as a threat? Is it obviously apparent, as it was, very clearly apparent in the Civil War, in a way that it's not clearly apparent now? That is a kind of untethered analysis that has nothing to do with what we're supposed to do, right?
I thought the
You're
14th
inventing
Amendment
some
was cut and
factors.
dry that anybody who's a traitor to America is no longer allowed to hold office, right? And I think the same thing would apply to every single member of the Proud Boys who got convicted of seditious conspiracy. I don't see that.
Be careful with that.
You don't think that being convicted of seditious conspiracy should bar you from public office?
I'm saying what you're saying now, which is that the people who have been convicted for seditious conspiracy are assuming that there were previous oath takers. Yeah. I mean, that's something you didn't say, just to let you know.
Sorry. The implication is there. If they were previous oath takers and then they were now convicted of seditious conspiracy, I think that's very clearly cut and dry from me.
So if you saying that already assumes a bunch of things. It assumes that January 6th was an insurrection, right? That's actually an analysis that the court needs to undertake. But by just saying something very quickly like, I do believe that all seditious conspiracy.
I don't know how you could be involved in seditious conspiracy without it being an insurrection, but maybe that's beyond
really? Because don't you think an insurrection
it could be attempted, right?
Wait, don't you think an insurrection requires force?
I mean, it could involve force in the future, but you might not have got.
Don't you think all insurrections involve force?
Yeah, but you can be caught in your conspiracy before you get to the part of using force.
Hang on a second. If all insurrections involve force, and not all seditious conspiracies involve force, wouldn't you agree that not all seditious conspiracies are insurrections?
No, because just because you haven't got to the part where you blow the White House up doesn't mean that it's not an insurrection. Like if there's a plan of using force in the future, then you're at the point where there's an insurrection, even if it's only on paper.
Seditious conspiracy doesn't necessarily need to plan any force, right? You could have a seditious conspiracy that's not based on the planned use of. So I guess
how would you coup the government other than by force? I guess if you could provide me an example where you could do it without using any force or implied force, I guess I could follow it, but I don't think that's possible.
Yeah. So you're aware. When I say force in terms of insurrection is usually public force, right? It's a public use of force that's open in like.
No, I don't think so. I think you could blackmail
a bunch
of judges and a bunch of politicians.
But there you go, right? Like, if you could blackmail, let's say, the vice president or the Supreme Court to like use procedural mechanisms, but using some kind of nefarious fraud or some nefarious bribery or that kind of thing to
I guess I would
to do a soft coup. But you would categorize bribery as use of force?
Yeah, blackmail and bribery. Yes, yeah.
Well, I guess then we're just working off different definitions of force. But so what you're saying is that that seditious conspiracy is a synonym for insurrection.
Yes, you necessarily have to be playing an insurrection to commit seditious conspiracy.
But that all seditious conspiracies are also insurrections, correct?
Oh, they have to have an insurrection. Otherwise, it's just nothing.
Okay. Well, I don't agree that those are the definitions. And if you look at...
Be back 1 sec. There's a guy that's going to come in soon. Mike wants to fight with Pisco on this, okay?
Oh, he's in the tier 1 room.
I know. That's why I set up. Be back 1 sec.
Okay. There's uses of sedition and seditious conspiracy that make it clear there's not a perfect overlap here. And all I'm going to tell you is that be careful when you say... Okay, what?
But is that like a modern understanding and like modern definitions of what the seditious conspiracies were, or are these like both created at the same time? I don't know the history of these laws and
and that's why it's important for you to read the opinion, Rage, because this is a very important issue. That is, which dictionaries do we use? From where do we draw our definitions of these terms? Do we draw it from the opinions of Attorney General Stansbury? Do we draw them from Webster's dictionary that existed in the 1860? Do we draw it from or some combination of them? Lincoln's declarations of insurrection right after they attacked on Fort Sumter? I mean, there are a lot of sources for the definition of these terms.
So where does Colorado directly pull Trump into having done this, into this insurrection?
You're putting the cart before the horse. I can answer you that question. Okay. Colorado does not settle in terms of the actual definition of insurrection. Colorado does not give an all-encompassing definition of insurrection.
What did Trump do specifically? I guess what's Trump's direct tie?
Again, I mean, the fact that you're asking these questions, Rage, is problematic if you already have an opinion. The question of Trump's
I don't have an opinion about whether or not Trump should.
involvement. So you don't want to talk about insurrection anymore, right? Because now we're going a different term. Insurrection
So
is a different term from engagement and engaged in, which is the term. Another term that needs to be defined. It's part of the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, and we're now moving from the definition of insurrection to the definition of engaged in.
yes,
You understand that?
Yes, I understand that. But specifically, I'm not too worried about calling January 6th an insurrection or not. I'm specifically worried about
Not everyone agrees with you, right? Not everyone agrees with you. Not everyone would concede that January 6th is an insurrection. I'm glad that that for you it's not debatable. And that's my position too.
I mean, I think it's debatable. I just don't really care to have it. Like, I could be convinced either way, but I don't think it meaningfully changes the direct harm that was done.
You could be convinced that it wasn't an insurrection. How could that be true if you just said that anyone who
Pisco,
that
I gotta ask you a question before Destiny comes back. Just
hang on.
Because the reason why I was just about to ask.
You guys just both interrupt me. I was about to ask him a question. You just told us that all seditious conspiracies necessarily involve insurrection. You know that people.
Sure. So specifically, why I wouldn't consider all of January 6th an insurrection?
Wait, Rach. Let me finish the question, please. You just told us all that seditious conspiracies necessarily involve insurrections. Those are your words, and you know that there's absolutely people who've been convicted for seditious conspiracy. So when you tell me it's debatable whether or not there was an insurrection and that you don't know. Explain
the reason why that I don't know if I could be argued that all of January 6th wasn't an insurrection is because there was a lot of people there supporting that seems like they could just be there incidentally. There could be multiple different insurrections of the Proud Boys and the other crazy far right 3%ers or whatever else, where there could be multiple insurrections happening on the same day. But I wouldn't necessarily, I definitely could be argued that most people there on January 6th that weren't involved in the violence, that just happened to walk through, just happened to be there when there was an insurrection and not a part of it. And so to call the entire
people who may or may not have engaged in it, but there was
so what I'm saying is like even the rally at the field that Trump is, I could see that as being involved. There were insurrections there, but I don't know if the entire event in its entirety, everybody there is now encompassed by this event.
There was at least one insurrection, fair?
Yes. There's probably at least one insurrection.
The only question is going to be whether or not any particular person engaged in that at least one insurrection. Fair?
Yes. Yeah.
So there's no debate then about whether or not there's an insurrection overall. It's just whether or not
just
any person. Okay.
Yeah.
So
what part you would consider the insurrection?
Or the other. Yeah. You couldn't be debated whether or not there was an insurrection on January 6th. There was a January 6th insurrection.
It's just the scope of what you would consider it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, but then, don't say that it's one way or the other, or you could be convinced one way or the other.
Oh, sorry. That's what I meant. Because when we're talking about January 6th, we're talking about the events of everything that happened that day, from Trump having his speech on the lawn to the march to the Capitol to the people literally beating police officers with like sticks and pipes, and Ashley Babbitt getting shot. So I think there's like that's what I would consider the entire event, and I think there could be arguments to carve portions in or out of the insurrection. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Someone else had a question. I'm sorry, I don't know who.
Yeah, I had the question for you. Can you hear me now? I don't know if I might be really quiet.
Yep.
Okay. So I wanted to ask Pisco. So it sounds like you're setting up. You sort of think Stanberry's opinion from when the 14th Amendment was passed isn't relevant, right? Because he specifically defines engaged in as actively participating after it started.
I don't think that it's irrelevant. Why would I think that?
Well, I'm asking because obviously he would be like the preeminent American legal opinion at the time, right? Because he's the attorney general.
I don't think that his opinion is irrelevant. I agree that it's a relevant source of information. But to be clear, it's not constitutional law. And I've been taught by conservative jurists that what matters is the original public meaning of the.
Do you disagree that the Colorado State Supreme Court did disregard his opinion on that?
They did not disregard it. No.
Oh, how did they weigh it then? I actually don't know. I didn't read the documents. I've just read like articles on it. How did they weigh it in?
You should read it. You should read the opinion.
It's how can you 140 pages. I just haven't had time.
I'm sorry it's long. It's long. But
I'm just asking. So if you could just tell me how they weighed it, I would love to know.
They weighed it for the purposes of engage in. They cited specific language of overt acts. And voluntary acts. So for the elements for engage in, which require both voluntariness and overtness and actual actions as opposed to acquiescence, as opposed to just abiding, right? Something deliberate, intentional, and voluntary, not something that's forced. They use that opinion to inform the elements of engage.
Sure, but aren't there actually writings from Stanbury from that period where he says that he's actually kind of annoyed that they required active participation? Like he wanted less than active participation. So his interpretation of engaged in that case would obviously mean like actively participating.
Well, if you're saying that there's, so maybe I'm not understanding it correctly. If you're saying he was mad that they required active participation or active overt acts, it sounds like he would have wanted the standard to be lower.
Yeah, his problem was that he wanted the standard lower because he thought people.
Okay, that doesn't help Trump at all.
I know it doesn't. So I've just read an article, but sorry, it does help Trump in this case. He wanted it to be that you have to do less, but it wasn't. He's saying, but the actual amendment they passed is not that strong. It's requiring active engagement instead of just. So they wanted to go after. I think he wanted to go after people who had like sort of fomented the rebellion, and under. The 14th Amendment, Section 3, they couldn't do that. They could only go after people who had participated in the war.
The Colorado Supreme Court agreed that you need a voluntary, active, overt act to be engaging, and it's not enough to acquiesce. It's not enough to just voice support for in terms of like generally. You need to have an intentionality. You need to have an active, voluntary act.
Okay, so then I guess it's the tweets.
Well, okay, so now you're getting into the weeds about what Trump actually did and what they considered.
I am a little bit.
I also think that's the entire argument. It's
a little frustrating. It's a little frustrating. Like we're going all over the place, going back and forth on different things at different times. We're talking about insurrection. Now we're talking about like the definition of engage and Attorney Stanbury's opinion, and then we're talking about like the actual evidence in this case.
That's the strongest legal argument I've heard against it. So I just wanted to ask you about it explicitly.
Oh, so I actually wanted to.
But I'm going to peace out. I'll let Mike. Okay. You can answer me. I can hear you on the stream, but I'm going to leave the call. See ya.
Okay. Hey, so thanks for having me. And thanks for being willing to chat, Pisco. So I wanted to push back on earlier when you were talking about, we have to uphold the Constitution, and if the Constitution says X, then we should do it. And I mean, I completely agree with that, but I don't think that is support for the Colorado Supreme Court's decision here, because really it hinges on state law, right? It hinges on Colorado's Uniform Election Code, and the initial table setting question of whether the electors can even bring the case or not hinges on the election code.
Well, right? The question of whether it's a requirement that they need to have that. Yes, it's you need to have some kind of legal authority to enforce.
Yes,
and that
100%. And that legal authority comes from state law, not constitutional law, right? Because the Constitution doesn't actually prescribe any procedures or any rights to
it does come from state law, but you're suggesting, or I guess what you're implying, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that enforcing via state law is unconstitutional.
No, not that enforcing via state law is unconstitutional. That the state law doesn't actually enable this type of claim, right? The state law doesn't actually grant the electors.
As a matter of law, it does, because that question isn't even up for review. I mean, as a matter of state law, Colorado Supreme Court is the final arbiter on what Colorado law says, and four judges, count them, 4 justices, ruled that it does enable enforcement of Section 3.
Wait, hold on. Can I ask a question on that? Wait, I thought that was up for contention. I thought that's why this has been brought up before and shot down in front of other state Supreme Courts, because they said they didn't have standing or they didn't even have the ability to rule on it.
Right. So in Michigan, or either Michigan or Minnesota, it might have been Minnesota.
Okay.
In Minnesota, they decided, the court of the highest court of Minnesota, I think it's the Supreme Court of Minnesota, decided that their election challenge law does not allow Section 3 challenges for primary ballots. And you have to wait until the general.
But you just said that's not even a factor in considering it, but it seems like that was such an important factor that for some people they wouldn't even be able to rule on it, no? Or
maybe I'll try to make myself.
Yeah, the Supreme Court could reverse on this issue, but I think they
could not. They could not reverse on that issue. They could not reverse the issue of whether Colorado law allows for the enforcement of Section 3 claims.
Well, they could reverse on the due process argument.
But that's separate. That's a due process challenge.
and that is, I mean, that is Trump's challenge. So I just want to clarify before I go further. I'm a Democrat. I support the outcome of this opinion, right? I don't want Trump to be president, but I do think that there are reasonable legal arguments against this decision, and I think this is a hole that the Supreme Court can attack, right? Hole in the opinion, being that the election code doesn't offer sufficient due process because
Yeah, wait, I just want to. I'm sorry, I'm stopping you right there, but
Uh-huh.
it is not a question of Colorado state law, though. That would be a question of procedural due process with respect to the
that's right.
14th
No,
and
that's
Fifth Amendment.
that's a constitutional issue. No, you're right about that. I just wanted to clarify that the right arises under state law, not the Constitution.
Wait, the right arises, or the cause of action arises under state
The
law?
cause of action, the right to sue, the right to bring the claim.
Yep. And under Colorado law, it does.
Yeah, but on the due process issue, or the question of whether the Colorado law provides sufficient due process, like I don't think that is clear.
Well, we don't really have yeah, I understand that there was one justice who raised that as their main contention, and I don't think that the Supreme Court that it's impossible that they bite on that actual thing. Not because I think it has any merit, but because I think that it's a way out and a way for the court to rule that he's not disqualified because the
that's the narrow way out for the Supreme Court to basically rule in favor of Trump.
It's a BS position. I don't think it stands scrutiny, and I have some reason for that. But I just want to let you have your full say and your full question.
Yeah. So, like my argument, I suppose, for why the due process issue isn't sufficient is because, well, for one, the election code doesn't actually offer sufficient due process in and of itself, right? That the election code,
it's circular. It doesn't have due process.
Okay, well, what the election code actually says is you have 5 days, more or less, right? And the way the district court got around it was, well, you brought the hearing, the initial status conference happened within the first 5 days. And sure, the adjudication happened 2 months later, right? The entire trial was around 2 months, and they issued the order within 48 hours. So because the status conference happened 5 days after the candidates were, the inception, and then the court had 48 hours to issue the ruling that they met the election code requirements. However, like that's complete fiction, right? Like they're just saying that, the due process here is sufficient because we gave them 2 months, even though really we didn't actually follow the rule under the election code.
That's a matter of state law, right? If there's a problem that like procedurally they did, the state law said one thing, and you think that they didn't follow that state law. That's not what the Colorado Supreme Court said. The Colorado Supreme Court, which is the last word on issues of Colorado state law, they issued as a matter of law that there was substantial compliance with the election code in that proceeding.
As a matter of state law, yeah, but they can't say that was sufficient due process, right? That the election code offers.
You can't use that hook, or I don't think you can use that hook of not complying with Colorado law to be like, therefore not complying with procedural.
No, not that the failure to comply is failure to provide due process, but that the law itself, if complied with, doesn't offer sufficient due process. Right, like that the law as drafted.
What about as applied? Isn't that the only thing that matters here? I mean, here, if the court is able to at some point give and clearly sanction as lawful what happened here, then the law itself, as enforced in this particular proceeding, that's what needs to be viewed from a procedural due process lens. I don't know why you want to look at the law in its strictest construction when we can just analyze what happened here.
I mean, so we could do both, right? But I would say that even as applied, that there isn't sufficient due process, right? Because then why don't we
stick with that?
Okay, we could talk about that and not deal with the letter of the law for now.
Well, no, because the letter of the law includes what was done here, as the Supreme Court of Colorado has ruled. They've ruled that what happened here was according to Colorado state law, and so whatever the letter of the law includes what happened here. So you can't just be like, well, I disagree with what the Colorado Supreme Court said about whether it actually complied with the Colorado state law, and therefore we're going to think about the hypothetical case that didn't happen.
Hold on. So you're saying that if the Colorado Supreme Court, let's say that there's a state law that offers, that does not provide sufficient due process, and the Colorado Supreme Court says that this is this is what the state law says. Okay, that's fine. The Supreme Court can't overrule on that issue, but the Supreme Court can challenge the law itself as not offering sufficient due process.
To the extent that what the law means, right? The Supreme Court can't just disagree with the state court's interpretation of what state law says.
Yes.
So they have to accept the state law as given. And if the state law is interpreted to be this letter of the law plus our reasonable interpretation or reasonable accommodation such to comply with due process, then it's an as applied. Or like, imagine that there was something that was like, criminal process takes 1 day. But the Supreme Court of Colorado says 1 day or whatever is a reasonable amount of time to accommodate the Constitution, and they interpret that proviso in their law. Then if that came up to the Supreme Court of the United States, they would not strike down that law as written, but as you could say amended or interpreted by the state court.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's why I'm saying. So they can't strike down the interpretation, right? They can't say that your interpretation of your state law is wrong.
Yeah.
But they can say that, okay, if we accept your interpretation, the state law by itself, as interpreted by you, the Colorado Supreme Court, doesn't offer sufficient due process.
Yeah, that just grounds down into what actually happened. It doesn't. Okay. Do you see that?
Yeah. I agree with that, but that's why I was saying we could focus on what actually happened.
But you were kind of implying that there were two different things, that they could take a fresh look at the law itself as written, as opposed to as interpreted. What I'm saying is that no, I think that the Supreme Court is going to have to take the law as interpreted, which includes what happened here.
I see. I understand why you say that. I was talking about the difference of the legal analysis of a law from whether it's constitutional as applied versus whether it's constitutional as written.
Yeah, I mean,
but
they could strike it down, or strike it down to the extent that it conflicts with to the extent that it doesn't give certain procedures or whatever. I'm sure they could do that. I'm just saying that the actual meat and bones here of the analysis is going to be, was what was given to Trump enough process?
That's fair, and I still think it wasn't, right.
Okay.
I mean,
that's why I think that we should have gotten there.
Okay, and I mean, so you think it was, like, you think that the 2 months was?
Yeah, I do.
I'll start with why I don't think it was, and then I'll ask you why you think so. Because I mean, first of all, a typical case, right, that involves discovery, where you have witnesses that you need to subpoena, that you need to depose, right, where you have motions, discovery motions you have to go through, motions eliminate, trial motions, evidentiary motions, everything. Like, each of these things.
There were evidentiary motions here. There were pretrial motions.
There were pretrial motions, but they're like, I mean, I haven't gone through the docket of the case, but I am confident that the sheer quantity of motions and the evidentiary and the discovery disputes just are not anywhere near the amount of a case of similar complexity.
Yeah, but these election cases, they're in their very nature, they're done way faster than other cases. Look at Bush v. Gore, and how much of a factual record was it there? Most of the facts here aren't even at issue. It's just looking at statements made that aren't even argued. I think that the Trump lawyers, they rested their case early. Like, I'm not so sure that what additional discovery.
Just because they rested the case early, like, if they didn't have the opportunity to actually look for witnesses, right, to depose them, because if you can't depose a witness, you can't call them, right? Like, that's just not possible. So how do you, as the defense, right, without being given enough time to investigate, to look for people, to get testimony, and then to depose them, how could you possibly even prepare it? Like, they're forced to rest early. They're not going to call a witness without a deposition, right?
Let's think about it. So, like, what is the basis to think that what are the baseline assumptions that for a qualification case, you get access to some certain amount of procedural rights? Where does that derive from?
Well, that derives from from the substantive due process. Procedural due process. From the general like due process clauses in the Constitution, or the same way you have due process for really anything.
So in 2000, when the election was happening, Bush v. Gore, and that case was sort of getting funneled, and did Gore have the opportunity to depose everyone he wanted and to talk about the butterfly ballots and to get the email communications from the Florida administrative state? Did that violate Al Gore's procedural due process rights?
I mean, did he have more due process rights than Trump did here?
No. I'm asking, absent this, forget this ever happened, would you think that there's a procedural due process issue given Al Gore's lack of time to use discovery procedures and to do motions and all sorts of different interesting things?
Well, I don't know off the top of my head exactly how many procedural rights Gore had at the time. Like I'd have to again look at the docket and see the time frames of what he was allowed to do.
Well,
but I would say that it's at least more than what Trump had here, right?
No, I don't agree with that. No, of course not. The election happened in November. We didn't know who the president was, and when did the decision come down? In December. Here we had a whole. When was this filed? In September. The trial happened in November. It was a week-long trial with expert testimony. There was pretrial motioning.
Is your argument here that because if we're gonna, because I mean, candidly, I'm not that well read on Bush v. Gore, at least procedurally. Right? I mean, I could look it up, but off the top of my head, like I can't really argue whether comparatively there was or was not enough due process there. But is your position that basically there was enough due process in Bush v. Gore, therefore there is enough due process here?
No, my point in bringing up Bush v. Gore, and I'm also going to bring up the Trump election dispute cases where there were similar concerns about, we want to depose all the secretaries, is that election cases in their nature happen much, much, much faster, and they need to happen much faster.
I don't disagree that they can happen quickly, right? But even if they happen quickly, you can still offer the right to subpoena witnesses and depose witnesses on an expedited timeline, right? Like that.
You can still, right? You can still offer that opportunity.
I mean that you can prescribe, like you being the state or the government can prescribe additional rights for litigants to be able to subpoena and pull witnesses in the court.
What you need to be arguing is not that they
I'm saying they should. They should be able to.
If they don't, it violates the Constitution, is what you need to be saying. If you don't have the right to subpoena, it violates the Constitution.
Yeah, when I say you can, I mean that in order to make it constitutional, or in order to provide enough due process, right, the state is able to do this, right? Because you're saying election cases happen quickly, therefore, you have to expedite the process. And what I'm saying is, yes, they do need to happen quickly. But even though they have to happen quickly, you can still offer due process rights that weren't offered here, right? That you can still have an expedited trial.
Okay, so what you're saying is, if you don't have subpoena power, to the extent, whatever extent, undefined extent of subpoena power, it is unconstitutional for a qualification case.
Just as an example, like there are a lot of other things, but sure, subpoena power.
Okay, so if Cenk Uygur gets disqualified in a trial that lasts a week because he's not a natural-born citizen, do you think? And he says, "Well, I want subpoena power to do this and that," to question people who think that I was born in Turkey because I was actually born in Detroit. Mm-hmm. You think that would violate his due process rights if he did that? If he was disqualified without the opportunity to subpoena doctors in Detroit? He needs opportunity to subpoena enough witnesses to make his case, right? Like, I'm not saying that they have to have the right to subpoena literally everyone under the sun who might have one iota of knowledge. What if the court says, no, Mr. Uyghur, we're not going to let you use subpoena power here. It's a well-known public fact. You've stated it on your show before that you were born in Turkey. And so we're not going to play this game. This is an issue that is largely about the law. It's a largely illegal challenge, not really factual in nature. And so this case doesn't really turn on you subpoenaing random doctors in Detroit for them to say that they don't have access to.
Then that's fair. That's fine. He has enough due process, right? Because the issue of whether he was born in the U.S. or not is simpler. Yeah, but here the issue is not. The issue is more complex than whether Trump was born in the U.S. or not.
What additional factual information did Trump need for his defense that he didn't get access to?
Well, if he wanted to, I mean, the biggest factual issue for Trump to be worried about is engaged in, right? Whether he actually engaged in the insurrection.
Yeah, he's in control of all the witnesses. He has access to everyone. They all work for his administration. To the extent that there was any knowledge on his end, he would know because guess what? He is himself. And if there are records that exist that relate to his knowledge or non-knowledge, he would have access to them, wouldn't he?
I mean, there could easily be witnesses that he doesn't control that have relevant knowledge, right, to the issue. Some of them might be people who listened to his statements, right, and how they perceived it. Some of them might even be Democratic Party witnesses.
I think they put on witnesses to that effect that people who denied the fact that they were inspired by Trump. If they had put on that evidence, would your opinion change?
No, I'm just using that as an example of witnesses that he doesn't control. That by itself, no, right? But I'm just saying he didn't really have the opportunity to even try.
So he should have had how many years? Because a normal civil litigation takes
2 years right? I mean, it depends on the amount of controversy. No, but if you expedite an election trial, right, it could even happen in 2 months. But if you give increase elevated subpoena powers, right, or even unique procedures, right, that enable depositions or enable expedited motions. I mean, they probably did have expedited motions here, right?
I mean, were you crying about the procedural rights of the assembly person or whoever that was in New Mexico when they were disqualified? Are you crying whenever some individual who is not of age gets disqualified summarily? What about all the people during the Civil War, after the Civil War, who were summarily disqualified
So on the on the age and the birthplace disqualifications, right? If they had, let's say there's some factual issue about the time they were born, right? And it literally comes down to the minute they were born, whether they're 34 or 35.
Sure.
And they need to, bring in witnesses from the hospital, right? They have to track down the nurse and they need to find evidence of a clock or some shit, right? Mm-hmm. Then they should have enough opportunity to do that. However, if that's not even the case, if they're like 20 years old, right? And there's no possible witness that could change the issue here, then a summary disqualification is fine, right? That their due process rights aren't infringed. So it does depend on the complexity of the case here, right? What procedures they're allowed and what procedures they should have to have.
This doesn't strike me as a factually complicated decision. This is a mostly legal one. Everyone knows exactly the kind of facts that are on the record. There was an extensive investigation into this matter by, as you know, a House committee that made enormous amounts of findings of fact with staffers from both political parties. What else do we need to know? Well, they did not, rely on secret evidence that was unknown to Trump. They relied on what was open and notorious and available for everyone to see.
In order for the plaintiffs, sure, right? But I'm talking about. I mean, Trump can't rely on evidence or can't rely on witnesses that he never had the opportunity to track down or depose. Can't just say just because.
Anything. I mean, what would change? What witness even? I mean, you could say that there's some witness there that he has masterminded the whole thing somewhere, and so we should be able to spend 2 years.
On the defense, on the defense side, right?
So on
right.
the defense side, Trump could say, hey, there's some guy out there who did this whole thing and it wasn't me, and he actually made me say those things. And we're gonna get to the bottom of this, but we need a year and a half to really go through every single FBI agent who was there on the scene and depose each one of them.
I mean, it doesn't have to be a year and a half, right? It could be. I mean, okay, yeah, line drawing is always difficult, but just because it's difficult to draw the line doesn't mean.
Yeah, but you're drawing it in an absurd place, which is you should have. Who did you want him to subpoena? What factual dispute is there that is at issue in this case? Everything that is being argued about is really not up for debate except for the underlying legal questions. The most relevant evidence in this case is what did Section 3 mean back in 1860?
I mean, I would say that the fact that Trump's lawyers challenged the admissibility of the Jan 6 committee means that there were disputes.
Issue.
I'm saying that's evidence that there's a dispute about the factual record, right? If you only read the opinion, sure. Yeah, I'm using that as an example of a dispute about the admissible facts, right? If you only read the opinion, sure, you can say, well, all the facts are not in controversy, because we have, that's where we're at now. We have to accept the facts we have to accept the evidence that is admitted, right? And accept the factual findings that the district court.
Come on, dog. Are you serious? Like, imagine that my case against Destiny, let's say I'm suing Destiny for like misconduct of some kind. And my, facts in the record are that Destiny live streamed something where he admitted it, to whatever the thing is. And you're arguing about whether that's hearsay or an adoptive statement or a party admission or whatever. And then you're like, therefore, there's a huge factual dispute. When you resolve,
I'm saying that's evidence that there is some factual dispute that they didn't have an opportunity to fully resolve and investigate. Right?
What fact did they dispute? Did they dispute the fact that people were violent that day? Did they dispute the fact that any of the factual things that were brought forth by
they're
petitioners?
Like other people that may have orchestrated the event, right? That had far more.
There we go. Orchestrated the event, like it was a plot?
No. I mean, like individual. Like, again, I'm not a Jan 6 insurrectionist, right? Like, I need to reiterate, like, I do not support Trump. I am a Democrat, right? I'm just saying from a legal perspective, or if you want to offer sufficient due process, right? That Trump needed the opportunity to run down those threads, and it doesn't take 2 years, right? It might take an extra couple weeks,
time to run
right? Or
down
even additional
subpoena. Was an inside job? That's what he needed time for?
No, not whether it's an inside job, but whether there were other third parties that had far more control over what was happening, right? It could have been, let's say, like there's some crazy alt-right militia group, right, on the internet, on 4chan or whatever, right, that decided, hey, let's get together and do this, completely independent of Trump's involvement. And he uses that as evidence to say that, okay, well, all the shit I said, right, that you have on the record, that you have video of, really had nothing to do with it.
Didn't inspire this one guy.
Because this one guy was the one who inspired. Yeah, the one guy who called everyone there and organized. Well, the issue is whether he engaged in the insurrection or not.
Do you think it's reasonably in dispute whether or not Trump actually motivated at least one person who was engaged in the insurrection?
But one person alone isn't sufficient for an insurrection.
2 people? Is it reasonably in doubt that Trump inspired at least 2 people to do Jan 6? Yes,
I mean, for my opinion, no, right? But I'm just saying he could have.
From every reasonable person. Guess what? Probably 98% of them. No, I'm going to go out on a limb and say every single insurrectionist was inspired by Trump. In terms of the specific inciting statement, maybe not, but there's enough. There's a sufficient basis to say that there's some substantial amount of people who were absolutely inspired by Trump's statements to attack the Capitol. And for anyone to dispute that, I think.
But if Trump was to inspire somebody and they went and they killed Joe Biden, I don't think he would be criminally responsible for that off the statements that he made in the same way.
No, but But
No,
one's
that's a
saying that,
legal
right?
question of whether that counts as engaged in murdering Joe Biden or not. Right?
Yeah,
So,
that's a legal question first and foremost, and then it would be then if they didn't get a chance to like depose or interview that one guy who did the killing, then I would say then they should have
Yeah.
had that
So
opportunity.
so I guess like
It's not
specifically
reasonably
why in this. So I guess why in this case is it not allowed to go through those threads in the same way that it would if it was for the murder of Joe Biden?
There's no reasonable dispute.
so Pisco's point. Yeah, Pisco's procedural due process is only about whether Trump, the defense, had an opportunity to develop the facts in the case, right? And Pisco's saying that there are no additional facts to develop, that this is all there is. And I don't know what facts. Oh, okay, that's a hyperbole.
Right. We've totally like got the universe of things that happened January 6th. No, I'm betting that there's probably worse things involving Trump, worse for Trump, and that is he is more involved than even as he appears now. That's what I think is out there. So I don't think that we've covered the field, but in terms of what's relevant in this case for this disqualification proceeding, it's not reasonably up to dispute the underlying facts that there was an attack, that people were inspired to go there because of Trump. And anyone who denies that is just denying their eyes, ears, and rational thoughts.
So I guess what would be the differentiating thing between the people and Trump going in the Capitol and Biden inspiring BLM protesters to go attack federal buildings? Like, what's the differentiation there?
You're talking about legal distinctions. Yeah, that's a legal question. Okay, even Pisco, even if I see it's hard for me to steelman that position, right? Because I do think Trump engaged in an insurrection as a personal opinion. So I'm struggling to steelman. What facts could there possibly be
if you're struggling,
wait. I'm so curious. I'm sorry. I need to reiterate that question. I'm curious. What was the answer? Why is it easy to dismiss the BLM thing?
Okay, it's easy to dismiss the BLM thing because what I'm responding to is a critique about procedure and the right that was denied Trump to use certain procedures or to be able to subpoena everyone he wanted to subpoena.
Okay.
And people are saying that's a constitutional violation. And what Ragepope brought up is what about Biden? Like, how can we distinguish his acts?
It's not related to the procedure.
Never mind. Okay, gotcha. It's only a procedure thing. Yes. Subpoenaing somebody wouldn't change the outcome of anything because who the fuck is he going to subpoena? Because it's all like a matter of public record or whatever. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah. Okay. But I do want to rewind a bit though, Pisco. So back to the as applied issue. Even if we assume for a second here that let's accept that as applied to Trump, there is sufficient due process. If the Supreme Court says that we could easily imagine insurrection claims that for which there is much greater need of subpoena power. That here it's obvious because everything's on camera, but you could easily imagine a far more secret insurrection that the defense would need time to develop. That as applied in this specific scenario, there's sufficient due process. But we the Supreme Court think that broadly, as applied in general, that there just isn't enough due process rights offered by the election code. Period.
Well, no, I don't necessarily agree with that because I think that just like isn't this the whole Ellsberg balancing, right? People get their kids taken away on sometimes in ex-party proceedings because the need is so great and it's so different, right? You don't get a hearing all the time when your Social Security benefits go away. The amount of process you get, there's a balance that the courts strike. And here, right, it's not a criminal procedure. So we don't get to plug into all the amazing rights of criminal process that we love.
Yes, but if we're going to do the balancing test, we have to factor in the fact that Trump has a significant shot at winning the presidency, right? That he's already been president. So if you're just doing the balancing,
no, that cannot be a consideration. Come on.
Isn't this also labeling him as a traitor to America without process by stripping him from the ballot?
I don't know why that's relevant.
Yeah, there's no other significant consequence to that's just calling him a traitor. That's fine, right? But
I just want to address what Ragepope saying because Ragepope, I really am asking.
Wait, how is
not what?
How is removing him from the ballot not disqualification?
It is the definition of disqualification. But you just said that isn't it labeling him a traitor?
Well,
that was anything.
Yeah, but
What does that mean?
doesn't that,
Why
that
does it
does
bring that
not
up?
have like profound consequences that the state is saying this guy is a persona non grata? Like, you don't think that there's any implications if the state was to label Pisco you as a traitor tomorrow, and that there wouldn't be any
Why,
professional or personal
if
implication for
there
that?
is implications or if there's not implications, why does it matter? Why does it matter if there are implications?
Because for protecting your due process rights as a citizen, if there's going to be something that the government's going to do, you should have all the protections against it, right?
So you should have a
It's like
protection.
this is significantly going above and beyond just like having your social security benefits changed, right?
When someone brings, let's say someone, I don't know, opens a criminal case against you or issues a lawsuit,
Correct.
opens a lawsuit against you for whatever reason, right? That can have some implications to them. But you don't have a procedural right to like have a hearing before someone even files a lawsuit against you, or to have a hearing before they announce charges against you. Okay, that's not. You don't have an entitlement to the lack of implications in the world.
Yeah, like due
Sure.
process is generally a super fuzzy line drawing where you're balancing a right to procedural due process and the need to actually get things done. And I understand that in the case of an election case, the need to get things done is huge, right? Because there's an election coming.
Yup.
But I think that, okay, stepping back from as applied to Trump specifically, I think that the election code's procedures are so restrictive, and that in general, as applied to any typical claim that someone is an insurrectionist, that there just isn't enough due process here. And that might be where the Supreme Court goes with this, without reaching the questions of defining insurrection and defining engaged in.
Well, they might. I mean, I listen. I've put always that the chances that the Supreme Court do the right thing and uphold and affirm the finding in the Colorado Supreme Court, I put that about 25-30%. So I don't have no doubt that the Supreme Court could hold and, I don't know, agree with this fatuous due process point. That wouldn't surprise me. I think the court has done some pretty weird stuff recently, including a lot of cases that I disagree with. The student loan case, the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
But do you think, I guess my question
So
for
I
you
don't
is,
put it past this court.
do you think that the election code as applied, in general, offers enough due process? Just, let's say like there is a Black Lives Matter insurrection claim, and it's not nearly as cut and dry as this, right? It's, there's an allegation that someone orchestrated
If there's
some
like some
conspiracy
facts,
to bomb
if there's
something.
some big questions, right? If there's some big factual disputes, big factual questions, my position could absolutely change for sure.
And because of the likelihood, I mean, I frankly, like, that's certainly possible, right? That there is a factually complex insurrection issue.
It could always be possible that there's some incredibly complicated thing that really does require 8 months of depositions. I don't disagree that that kind of thing is conceivable to me. That's not this case. And this is the kind of boring part of this whole thing. I think that now people are totally lost about the fundamentals of the claim.
I mean, I agree it's the boring part to the general populace, but I think it's probably the most important part, and probably where the Supreme Court is going to leverage its decision.
No. I think that it's much more likely the Supreme Court's going to say that what Trump did was an engagement, or that the First Amendment standard of incitement wasn't met. I think that those are the much likelier ways that the court will rule on it. I don't think the court will rule on the political question thing. I don't think that they're going to say that the president's not an officer, and I it's possible they do the due process one, but I think it's much more likely that they do the engagement one or the First Amendment.
I agree.
That's my opinion. Again, I'm just reading tea leaves.
Yeah, I mean, my tea leaf reading is that I do think that if the Supreme Court doesn't do the due process, and the Supreme Court says that there is enough due process here, the other weakest parts of the Colorado Supreme Court decision is defining engaged in and the First Amendment argument.
Wait, was it you or the other person who said they didn't read it?
I read the opinion. I haven't read the
the
citations. I've read the opinion. I haven't read the citations.
Okay. Wait, the weakest part was what? Sorry, say it again.
Is the engaged in section, right? Whether Trump engaged, or I wouldn't call it weak, but I think it's the easiest place.
That, by the way, just to be clear, the trial court held that he engaged, and no one dissented on whether or not Trump engaged. Just to be clear.
Yeah, well, like I said, they dissented on the due process issue, which I think is the weakest link, right, that the Supreme Court can argue. But outside of that, I agree that the political question is pretty straightforward. Is the president in office thing is pretty straightforward, and the did an insurrection happen thing is pretty straightforward. So I'm just saying, if the Supreme Court doesn't decide on due process, and
they got a lot of ways to. They have a lot of ways to weasel out.
Yeah, they're gonna attack engaged in, and then the First Amendment incitement.
Listen, I do not think that it's a sure thing that the Supreme Court's going to affirm this. They should, though. And my point of being here is to advocate that people give this argument its fair due, and that this
argument being the Colorado Supreme Court opinion.
Yes,
you mean?
This is correct. It was a correct decision. And even you, by the way, you might think that they didn't have enough process, but you just told us all that you agree that Trump engaged in insurrection. You say it's the weakest part of their opinion, but it was enough to convince you.
Can you give the facts of the matter?
I'm biased here because I hate Donald Trump. So
can you give the facts of the matter that led Trump to be engaged in the insurrection?
You can't say that. You can't say that because you're biased.
I'm just saying it's hard for me to steelman the opposite side because I hate Donald Trump. But
wait, it's hard to steelman the other side of Trump didn't engage in insurrection?
It's hard to steelman the position that Trump did not engage in insurrection.
I feel like that's not only is that an easy steelman, I think I would agree with that position based on what I've seen so far. To engage in insurrection, don't you have to have some communication or be directly involved with the planning or arming or whatever? No?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Definition. So that is a legal question of how do you define engaged in? And if we accept the Colorado Supreme Court's definition of engaged in, you don't have to arm people.
What was the last case of somebody engaging in insurrection that we have in the United States, in any state? Do we have any?
Mexico 2022. For Jan 6, the guy was given a trespassing conviction, and they removed him from office.
Okay, not interested because he was... I'm sorry, I shouldn't say not interested. But so that seems he was literally there, physically there. Anything else that even comes remotely...
Wait, hang on a second.
Yep.
You just asked, when was the last time this happened?
I did.
So
obviously, hold on.
Besides
wait.
This one I'm just about to say. I answered it and you said, I'm not interested.
Sorry, Pisco, why do you think I asked that question?
You asked when's the last time that someone's been disqualified.
Yeah, why did I ask that? Wait, why did I ask that question?
Well, I have no earthly idea why I asked that question.
You can't even possibly imagine why I would ask for other applications of this law when we're talking about potentially applying it to Donald Trump. You don't think it's because I'm looking for maybe how would it be applied to Donald Trump?
The last time it happened.
Okay. I don't know why you don't understand.
Thank you,
okay,
Destiny. You've inspired me. Here's why I think the engaged in argument is the second weakest link.
Wait. Hold on. Wait, real quick. I'm sorry. I need a quick answer. I'm so curious. Has any insurrection or engagement argument in state law ever happened where the engagement is like speech?
Incitement?
Engagement in an insurrection has been speech. Because the person you said they were there, they were trespassing.
So, agreed. In terms of whether or not incitement, this, by the way, just so you know, incitement is not protected speech.
I understand that. Wait, why are we saying incitement? I thought, isn't the phrasing of the 14th Amendment engagement?
The court found that the way that Trump engaged in insurrection was via incitement.
Oh, that's wild. Okay. Has any comparable case? Because I had never heard any direct incitement from Donald Trump. What statements were they using? I read the court's opinion. What statements were they using for this?
Yeah, so
it's like the fight like hell stuff and etc.
Yeah, so
basically when he showed up. Yeah.
Well, wait, don't say showed up because he didn't show up to the protest on January 6th. That's not true.
No, he showed up to speak to the people who. He wasn't on the
people who subsequently went to protest. He wasn't speaking to protesters. He was just speaking to his fans. What do you mean?
Well, okay, when he speaks to fucking everybody, right? It's broadcasted everywhere. So he was speaking to the people at Jan 6.
Yeah, but he was speaking to other people too. Does he have any responsibility? If the Jan 6ers showed up to a Joe Biden speech and then went to the Capitol, would Joe Biden be responsible for inciting them?
You guys are buying into the Trumpist narrative, and it's
stop.
It's
Wait. Hold on. Wait, buying into a narrative is not. That's not an argument. That's not a response to anything. That makes me think you know that you're insane on this point. Okay, wait. Then next time, just elaborate. Don't use such a retarded statement because we're talking about First Amendment. We're talking about arguably one of the most important parts of. Hold on. These are the most important parts of speech in the United States, and you're like, oh, it's so ridiculous.
You and your audience, you get a lot of privilege and room to start off your statements with some kind of colorful thing, okay? And no one calls you out on that shit. whenever you want to start on saying you guys are being stupid, it's the first sentence. I'm saying that you guys are buying into a narrative and you're ignoring the context of what was happening.
Yeah,
So
but why is Newsmax responsible? Why
I
is
have the
Fox News
opinion in
responsible?
front of me. I can read to you the words that the court relied on, right?
Okay, yeah.
That for saying that Trump engaged in it. So one, Trump says, we've gathered together in the heart of our nation's capital for one very, very basic reason: to save our democracy. Republicans are constantly fighting like a boxer. It's like a boxer, and we want to be so nice. We want to be so respectful of everybody, including bad people. We're going to have to fight much harder.
Why did you just skip the very important part of that?
Well, he just said with his hands tied behind his back, right? He goes on to say, now it's up to Congress to confront the...
You omitting that part is super sus. Why
with
do you
his
think
hands tied behind his back?
Yeah. Why did you omit that?
I'm just trying to, because it's a long sentence. I mean, I can add it in, right? I was just trying to be quick.
Here, can you link? Wait, real quick. Can you link this to DGG? And I'll just read it.
Page 112 of the opinion.
I'll screenshot it and then I'll put it in the.
112.
I'll DM it to you.
And
You can't do it because we're not friends, and I can't add you because I got too many people on my friends list.
Okay.
So it's hold on.
Okay, I'll DM it to Pisco. Is that gonna work?
I can send it to you, Steve.
Yeah, I'll DM it to Pisco. Pisco, you DM it to Destiny.
Well, they put in. They linked it in the chat. You can just click that link and go to.
Well, I have a
Okay,
screenshot.
I'm just reading this. Okay, page 112. We're gathered together in the heart of our nation's capital for one very, very basic reason: to save our democracy. Republicans are constantly fighting like a boxer with his hands tied behind his back. It's like a boxer, and we want to be so nice. We want to be so respectful of everybody, including bad people, and we're going to have to fight much harder. Now it is up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy, and after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down to the Capitol. We're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women, and we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and have to be strong. When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. This is the most corrupt election in the history, maybe of the world. This is not just a matter of domestic politics. It's a matter of national security, and we fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Okay, these are the comments.
Wait. But those are the statements.
Yep.
Those are among some of the statements. And additionally, the court considers the buildup, right, towards what it meant for him to say those things at that time. Mm-hmm. He was the one who started this whole thing. He gathered everybody in this place, and sure, he had some self.
Wait, if he was so involved in it, why is there no criminal trial for seditious conspiracy against Trump?
Wait, do you mean like why is no one prosecuting?
Every time you speak, Ragepope.
So if there's sufficient, no, it is relevant. If they think that if these words are so strongly relevant to Donald Trump doing an insurrection against the United States, such that you would strip him without even the normal set of due process or anything else, you would think that there would at least some sort of pending criminal charge where any reasonable prosecutor would think that they would be able to have a case against him no matter what. Especially when you have a president who is undermining the very fabric of democracy itself. The fact that it doesn't have a criminal trial, I think, kind of goes to the evidence that this is.
I'm going to respond to this with numerous points, and none of them you can contest with. Number one, it's your incorrect assumption that, quote, seditious conspiracy is the same as insurrection and engagement in insurrection. And so what you just said now is nonsense, because we're under your proprietary definition of seditious conspiracy. They're the same thing. They're not the same thing under everyone's vision of what those things mean. And so
I think that there's some sort of illegality that's being implied there.
Excuse me. The fact that Trump wasn't charged with seditious conspiracy has nothing to do with whether or not, for purposes of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, he engaged in insurrection, because they're different things. Also, there is also an insurrection statute in the U.S. Code. Section 3 is not a criminal sanction. And there's reasons why prosecutors may choose to bring certain charges and not bring certain charges. The burdens of proof are different. The procedures are different. Jack Smith could have wanted to streamline and do things that are faster, i.e. do the election theft stuff as opposed to the insurrection. There are a lot of things that go into a decision to prosecute or not prosecute. Obviously, you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. In civil cases, you don't. So there's a lot of reasons why this is not tied to any kind of criminal sanction. And you want to just not analyze it and be like, well, if he wasn't charged, then he didn't do it. That's bullshit. Because if he was charged, what would you say?
I'm not. I would say that's clearly I would say it's clearly strong evidence. Because the way that it's being used in that document is that it's very clear, cut and dry, that he did engage with it and he did cause it and he did do all these things. And the fact that there's not anything at all illegal, or I don't want to say not illegal, but because there's no charges or anything else, it just seems insane to me that they can just say, based on these facts, that this very clearly happened when it's very clearly in a lot of hot contention.
Yeah, so you're saying that there's a necessary connection between criminal charges and disqualification under Section 3. There's not. There's no evidence that that was ever intended to be mapped on to the Section 3
because when Section 3 came out, there literally wasn't a civil war when it was very clearly cut and dry through the people who are...
You keep repeating irrelevant facts.
You keep repeating the same irrelevant facts too. What do you mean?
The question isn't was it obvious back then, whatever. The question is this criminal or not? And the answer is, this is not criminal. And you want to keep bringing up irrelevant points about it's so obvious that the Civil War people were guilty.
So I can put it another way, Ragepope. Like, I understand intuitively why people think that you need a criminal conviction here, but there's really just nothing in the Constitution that suggests a criminal conviction is required. There's also nothing in the election code that suggests a criminal conviction is required.
When you say suggest a criminal conviction, are you saying with specific regards to Section 3 of 14? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that disqualification under Section 3 requires a criminal conviction. There's nothing in the Constitution that says that. There's nothing in the election code that says that.
Can I ask,
nothing in the
what is
legislative history that suggests
how do you
that.
make that determination then? I think this is another part of the conversation. Like, how do you make the determination then if this particular thing had happened without a conviction in a court?
You have a trial.
You do it here, and that's the whole due process fight we had. That is my argument, is that you need sufficient due process to make that determination without a criminal trial. It doesn't have to be like a criminal trial. Mm-hmm. It doesn't have to be 2 years, but it needs to be. And the trial is essentially just the court deciding whether or not they believe you've done. So like what the Colorado Supreme Court, you would say that would rise, or I guess you and Pisco are disagreeing. Pisco would say that rises to the level of now it's been evaluated and you have engaged in it. And you're saying that you don't believe that due process was met there. But that's your disagreement.
The court had a trial, right?
Yeah. I'm saying I could be convinced that, I mean, I'd have to look into the factual record, right? I might disagree later. I could be convinced that here due process may have been met, but I need to clarify the election code, which is what the plaintiffs are bringing this case under, offers only 5 days and 48 hours, right? So
why do you
7
keep
days.
repeating that?
I'm just saying that the code itself doesn't provide much due process at all. And even as applied, and sure, the Colorado Supreme Court said, okay, this is what the law actually says, the 2 months is what the election code offers, that's still not enough.
Real quick, right. Can I ask in the Colorado Supreme Court stuff? Sorry, I'm paying more attention now. If you've covered this, tell me to fuck off. Wait, so did Trump have any input at all in this Colorado Supreme Court decision?
He did. Yep. He was an intervener.
He could
had several motions, those pretrial motions to dismiss. There were other interveners as well, the Republican.
And did all of this happen in the course of 5 days? Is that what I'm being?
No, 2 months.
No.
2 months. Okay, gotcha.
This happened in 2 months.
The trial was a week. The trial was a week long, and we're gonna sit here and act like that's not an unusual time for a trial. There are trials that last a week.
A week long for a trial it's really the discovery process. I mean, in a case, right? The discovery process is like
talking about. We spent all that time talking about.
So I can be convinced that the discovery process here was sufficient, but I don't think that even as
that's
applied.
All that matters. Either his rights were, either he it violated the Constitution to Trump, or it didn't. And if you want to say that the Supreme Court could sua sponte review state law for its substantial compliance and overrule the Colorado Supreme Court's interpretation of its own law, I'm going to disagree with you there, because I think that that's absolutely absurd. But he had
going back to the
opportunity to be involved, and there were factual witnesses, there were expert testimony, there was tons of cross-examination. I listened to the proceedings; they were long, and they ended, and Trump rested early. And so I think it's preposterous to suggest that he did not have his opportunity to argue his case vigorously. And on a lot of these issues, he had nothing to say, nothing to contest in terms of the facts or the evidence with respect to the law.
And with certain things in question in the case, like his own expert witness, like the constitutional scholar that he supposedly, I mean, the guy's an attorney. I don't know if he's like a Section 3 14th Amendment scholar, but the guy actually conceded to the pro-kicking Trump off the ballot side multiple times, that, the presidency is an office and all these things. Like even Trump's own witnesses very often works against him in that Colorado trial.
I mean, the argument there is, well, he just didn't have enough time to find a good witness, right? Like the due process issue goes to the discovery, not the actual trial, right? The trial was sufficient, right? He had enough time in front of the judge, but the hard part of a case is always developing the case, right? Finding the witnesses, deposing them.
What's the category of thing that he did not have access to?
Could you theoretically, theoretically, what if it was the case that if you look at January 6th and you have an analysis of every single person present, what if you find that for January 6th, all of the people that had initially broken in and committed the violent acts were all led by and directed by the oath breakers or whatever? In that case, could not Trump try to build some legal argument off the idea that, yeah, I said things, but I was executing my First Amendment right. It's not fair to blame me for the invasion of Congress when there's another group of people that were literally, or the Capitol building, when another group of people were literally leading the charge. They were the ones that were literally physically planning and doing everything.
I agree. If he could produce some threshold amount of evidence that showed that there was even a chance that was the case, then I would be like, yeah.
Why wouldn't they have to show that Trump has some sort of reasonable connection to the people engaging in the insurrection? Like, because I could follow the same logic and say that Fox News, Newsmax.
What did Destiny just ask, and how did I respond? I want you to summarize the exchange that just happened and how you think your question relates to it.
Okay, so he was saying that if I could go to January 6th,
Ragepope, real quick. I'm sorry, because I looked this up because I hadn't heard this before. Let me read this because I think, okay. So this is the definition of seditious conspiracy, okay? If two or more persons in any state or territory or in any place subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. government conspire to overthrow, put down, or to destroy by force the government of the United States, or to levy war against them, or to oppose by force the authority thereof, or by force to prevent, hinder, or delay the execution of any law of the United States, or by force to seize, take, or possess any property of the United States contrary to the authority thereof, they shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 20 years or both. So this is seditious conspiracy. Yes. The argument being made is that when Trump is making these speeches saying you need to fight, you need to take it back, we're going to go watch these people in Congress, that those people that march down and then do that, that is seditious conspiracy. He's literally with there, like telling them, plotting with them to go and prevent the implementation of whatever Congress is doing for voting for president, right?
Yeah, I mean, to respond to Destiny's question earlier about the oath breakers, the problem is that would not be probative of whether Donald Trump himself engaged in the insurrection, because engaged in doesn't require leading. So I think it's important.
Yeah, but now
to know
I understand what you're saying there for engaged in, but then this is an interesting thing then on what Ragepope asked earlier, because now, like, is this like a retrospective criminal charge where it just depends on if the group that you're talking to happens to go out and do something? Like, let's say, for instance, I gave the same speech and I was in a church nearby the Capitol.
Fox News.
And I'm like, no, fuck, I'm giving a speech to my, people, like, guys, we need to fight for the election. We need to do this, blah, 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 blah. If they decide to go down and do that, or if they don't, like, is that the difference in me getting charged with something if I gave the exact same speech both times, or?
So there's two responses to that. Number one is this isn't a criminal anything. So the words charges, criminal, anything implying criminality should never be in your lexicon when you're talking about this thing. So
I'm sorry. What is the 18? When we talk about 18 USC, like the U.S. code, I thought this was like the criminal code. Is this not? Or
but he's not being charged with seditious conspiracy. I actually don't even think the seditious conspiracy charge is necessarily applicable.
Well, but I'm getting my definition of seditious conspiracy from the criminal code.
But why are we talking about seditious conspiracy?
Oh, I'm sorry. What is it? Wait, what is it? What is
insurrection?
We're talking about insurrection or rebellion under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment.
I thought that the way that we said that he engaged in insurrection was via seditious conspiracy.
That's Ragepope being just totally irrelevant every time he talks. He's talking about seditious conspiracy and things that don't matter at all.
Then what is Trump's engagement with the insurrection then? Is it just that
he tweeted some bad things?
No. You should kick Ragepope.
Wait. When you say incitement, what are we are we using any criminal terms here? Or are we literally just in Webster's dictionary right now? What does that mean? Incitement.
Incitement is a legal term of art in the law, in American law, that's referencing a particular First Amendment standard, which was enunciated in Brandenburg versus Ohio, a case out of the 60s. And there's a standard to show incitement. Now, incitement could be a criminal charge, but it doesn't only arise in the criminal context. There could be
in plain English, incitement is only relevant here because that's Donald Trump's Donald Trump's defense is all of this is protected under the First Amendment.
Yeah.
And there's an exception to that, which is if your language is incitement, then it's not protected by the First Amendment. So it's like an exception to his defense. He's not actually being charged with inciting anything.
Yes. He's not being charged with crimes that are at issue for the disqualification.
Yeah, he's not being disqualified for inciting anything.
I don't understand. Isn't he? Yeah, because inciting is the engagement that he has, right? We're saying that he did engage with the insurrection. The way he engaged was via incitement.
By incitement.
And we're using this legal definition of incitement that is, applied here.
Yeah.
Which is it's a hard test, no doubt.
Yeah. And engaged in is the court defined engaged in, and the Supreme Court might disagree here, right? That engaged in requires. It's just an overt and voluntary act.
The Supreme Court could overrule this on many counts. So we shouldn't bring up, they could overrule. Yes, they could overrule. They could not affirm. They could reverse 100%.
But I mean, how convinced are you, Pisco, of the definition of engaged in here? You think that this is the right definition?
Yes.
Overt and voluntary act done with the intent.
If we look back at the time of the founders, right? And what I'm going to do, instead of referring to the first-hand documents or the primary source or whatever, is to just give you guys a practical example. It would not substitute for the actual legal analysis, but just to help you. If during the Civil War era, someone said more or less what Trump said with respect to Fort Sumter and what happened there, and there was an attack on Fort Sumter, do you think the framers of the 14th Amendment would have considered the person making those statements as to Fort Sumter to have engaged in insurrection or rebellion?
It depends on how far before Fort Sumter there was and whether or not they had any connections to the other
My
groups.
questions aren't for you.
I mean, I'm challenging the definition. I agree that they would find that to be engaging in insurrection. But I'm talking about the definition here, which is short, right? Overt or voluntary act done with the intent of aiding or furthering the common.
As apply. I mean, why not? If this is 1-to-1, I'm telling you essentially the same kind of language at issue. The only thing I'm changing is Fort Sumter versus the Capitol. And I'm changing the time period from 2021 to 1860. Don't you think they would have considered that to be engagement?
Again, it's hard for me to say no because I don't like Trump, and I personally disagree. Give me a second. Let me think of what a MAGA person might say to this. Right.
Wait, how old are you?
I am 32.
When you say, you keep saying I disagree, so I can't fathom it. I'm sure in law school, don't you guys have to argue both sides? Are you given sample cases we have to argue different sides all the time? No? What do you mean you can't even fathom what the argument would be on the other side? I can't understand that.
Well, I can't fathom a congent argument. I mean, I can imagine what someone would say.
Wait. What was the question that Pisco asked?
If in 1860, there was someone who said the exact same kind of thing. You don't need me to do the parallels.
Yeah.
That Donald Trump said with respect to Fort Sumter, and then people went and stormed Fort Sumter and took it over at least for some time. Do you think the framers of Section 3 would have considered that actor, that is the inciter, to have engaged in insurrection?
And I need to be clear here that engaged in is actually a really easy bar to meet because, again, you don't have to lead the insurrection, right? If you just so it's hard for what would a reasonable argument be that Donald Trump didn't even engage in? You could argue Donald Trump didn't lead.
You know what? Could I ask a question on this Fort Sumter stuff? I think this would be a really illustrative question. Okay, so the Fort Sumter one is easy because then the Civil War happened, right? And now everybody associated with this, we can say, clearly falls under this engaged in insurrection. But prior to Fort Sumter, were there other sorts of speeches given where people, prior to the Civil War, were protesting or breaking into federal buildings? Did this happen at all? Or was Fort Sumter literally the first one, and then boom, that was the Civil War?
There was a bunch of violence in the build-up to the Civil War, bleeding Kansas, the attack from the the slave revolt that happened. There were tons involving government property and government institutions. I think there were like 2 competing state governments at one point from one place, just essentially a civil war in certain places. So yes, it was a very dark time in this country's history in the build up to the Civil War.
So during the Bleeding Kansas stuff, did anybody talk about any of that being considered like an insurrection? If any of these attacks were against politicians or on federal property?
Again, we're not looking right now at the definition of insurrection. We're talking about the definition of engaged in.
Or yeah,
right?
Engaged in what?
Like, if you assume an insurrection has happened, what do you have to do to count as having been engaged in it? So we're already accepting for now that an insurrection did happen.
Yeah, but the only issue with the Fort Sumter stuff is I'm trying to think of because for Fort Sumter you can say engaged in for the insurrection. I know you're not saying it's insurrection because afterwards it was a civil war and they joined the South, right? But let's say that had just been a protest and they did that or whatever, and people died or whatever. Would we say afterwards that they had engaged in something sufficiently to for the 14th Amendment to bar them from all public office, assuming they already held office?
What you're
go ahead.
What you're saying is we know it led to a rebellion, a broader rebellion, and so therefore, obviously, they would have considered it engagement in insurrection, right? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, because of the Civil War afterwards. Yeah,
okay.
And there were
if that's what your position is that the same exact statements, hypothetical statements that would have led to a broader civil war, that conduct would have been considered engagement.
Oh yeah, but what I'm saying is I don't know if they would consider that conduct engagement or if they would use the post Civil War stuff to say, well, look, obviously he joined the South afterwards. I'm saying that would be a big part that would weigh that.
But looking back, would you think that if at the time they framed this amendment, looking back, they'd be like, that was engagement. And so we're going to put, and that's our understanding of engagement. Look at what happened. That was engagement.
Sure.
So,
yeah, I don't know.
That looking back on it,
so the issue here is a MAGA argument is going to focus on, Trump, these people acted on their own. Trump didn't even encourage it. He didn't tell them, he told them to be peaceful, right? That Trump basically did not orchestrate Jan 6, but engaged in does not require orchestration. It doesn't require leadership. It's really just participate in. And, how the hell do you argue that Trump, through his words, did not participate in, right? That he didn't commit an act with the intent of furthering the insurrection, which we're assuming for the sake of argument here,
because he might not have even known the insurrection even existed. In the same way that Newsmax and Fox did, and the same way that you could argue that Biden did. What separates it out?
What you're now arguing is the facts about whether.
That actually makes it. So Pisco, what he's saying is you attack the intent element, right? That Donald Trump did not intend
that attack
to further. Okay.
I understand that.
Yeah, so I guess I'm struggling to see how Trump could have pushed it while Fox and Newsmax and Alex Jones didn't, and how Biden doesn't do it if you have a definition.
Well, they arguably, we're not saying they didn't, right?
Right, correct.
Who knows whether Alex Jones can run for president or not?
Yeah, wait, hold on. I can answer this real quickly because I feel like it's going to take 12 hours. So I believe that the answer is Ragepope. 1, these people didn't hold prior office. They're not oath takers, so this doesn't apply. And 2, we're not talking about charging these people with criminal charges. We're just talking about this particular thing of the 14th Amendment. So it's not applicable or relevant.
It's not relevant. It's not applicable. It doesn't matter. And even if, by the way, if they were, if that's what our understanding of Section 3 is, and it applies to those people, then that's just what it means. I thought we started this conversation by acknowledging that even if there are some disturbing consequences from our interpretations, whatever the interpretation is, that has to be the case, right? So
yes, I think there's further discussions to be had if it's that broad. I'm just trying to clarify, I guess. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily that broad because I do think there's an intent requirement.
I mean, Pisco, what's your argument then? What's your counter argument to the position that Donald Trump didn't intend because he couldn't have known?
I will address that, but I just want to get clear that we're now going into the facts. But before we were disputing, assume his intent was X and assume he said only the things he said then. Would the framers have considered that to be engagement? And we haven't answered that. I haven't heard answers from anyone other than myself to say obviously yes.
I would say yes. No, I agree with that.
I would
That's
say
the
just
legal
off the
question
words.
of defining engaged in.
Because I'm not, because if Ragepope says no, that even if you intend,
I don't think the specific words in the document are enough for me to say yes, because I think you have more inflammatory speech otherwise. But
Wait, what?
I
To be
could be
fair, it's
entirely
not
wrong.
just the words.
Wait.
It's not just the words in the document. To be fair,
It's the surrounding context they argue as well.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And talks
Yeah,
about his
I
knowledge.
think that's fair, but I think that's a fact.
Wait,
thing.
Rage, what was your
Like,
rationale? What's your rationale? Why not?
So I think you're missing like a direct call for action or violence or in planning to it, because I feel
What's
like
your
that's
legal
protected
analysis?
speech. Yeah, I think
What-
it's legally protected speech. It's First Amendment protected speech that we can say, look, we got to fight for our rights. Like I don't think that's calling for violence. I don't think that's calling for.
You're addressing the facts. What I'm telling you is,
Yes.
assume that the intent was to
Yeah,
further.
if Donald Trump's intent was with that speech to get people to stir and go to the Capitol, then yes, I think I would agree. Yes, but on the facts
Okay,
thing, I
so
wouldn't
then,
say
so,
no.
then, so
Yes.
I just want to be clear then. If it's true that the incitement standard is met out, you agree that would be engagement. The incitement standard, just so you know, has an intent component to it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So now we agree, everyone seems, I haven't heard from Stephen, that incitement is engagement.
Incitement, I think so. I don't think anybody disagrees, right? Incitement would almost certainly be some kind of engagement, right?
Right. So the only question left is, did Trump actually incite? That's the question. That's
Yeah, that's what I was asking earlier.
And
What
if-
the definition of incitement was, or if we were just
Trump-
going on
and-
yeah.
And let's be clear about the import of this, what we're going to analyze. If Trump actually incited an insurrection, then we all should agree he is disqualified.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah.
Wait, I think all of us
if we-
absolutely
if we're
agree with that. I think the
assu-
argument from the
yeah.
start has been like, what is it? What does the process look like for that determination? I think that's always been the question.
Assuming due
Well-
process was met here, then yes, we agree.
Okay.
Right. I'm
I
not-
think even conservatives would agree with that, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't think that Trump would concede that. I think Trump would say.
I didn't say
incitement is
Trump.
not
I said
engagement.
even
I think-
conservatives would say if a court of
No, I
justice
think
fairly
conservatives would
ruled that
say-
you engaged in like insurrection in the United States should be banned from like participating in an election. I think even conservatives say, well, yeah, of course, obviously, but they would say
I'm
Trump.
not so
has-
sure
yeah.
about that.
Okay.
I've heard Democrats say that even if he did it, he shouldn't be disqualified, and we should just ignore that. I'm
Well,
just
yeah,
telling you what I'm hearing.
And
Yeah.
there are conservatives right now who are saying even if he incited, he shouldn't be disqualified because the presidency isn't an office. So they appeal to other
Correct.
alleged
I think that's the
ambiguities.
stupidest fucking argument I've heard in my entire life.
100%, bro. 100%.
Right. So look at the context of how this is occurring. Trump has, since before the election, been saying the election is stolen. I don't need to go all into this, right? But it is astounding that the night of the election, he declares there's a fraud on the American people and declares victory even before any evidence of fraud could conceivably be, at least sufficient to change the result of the election. Could have reached his ears. It was that very night. He was actually in the lead when he said it in those states. And throughout this time, he's engaged in multiple conspiracies to try to
Pisco,
steal
actually,
the
hang on.
election
I want to
from Biden.
interrupt you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I think it goes before that. He was even saying in the lead up before
Yes.
November 4th
Correct.
that if he loses, the only way would be fraud. So not even the night of, even in the weeks and months prior to. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Correct. And so he rejected also the possibility that he would accept the results of the election. And so this is a person, even into the lead up, we have a sense of his mind, which is there's any contest really that he's ever lost that he said is fair. He said 2012 was rigged. He said 2016 was rigged, even though he won it, right? So this is someone who has shown an unwillingness to accept loss. Going into December, he is now engaged in multiple conspiracies to try to steal the election. And when all of his court cases and his conspiracies begin to unravel and fail, except the last one he has in the bank, which is this fraudulent elector Mike Pence scheme, he calls forth his people to come to January 6th. And you can read the opinion, all the kinds of things he's saying that make it clear that what his intent is, right? His intent is very clearly to stop Joe Biden from becoming the president. Can anyone disagree with that?
Yeah, but if he's doing it legally versus illegally, I think is...
No, fair. But do we all agree that the intent of bringing people to January 6th was to stop the steal?
I think we can agree with that, but that's a really loaded statement, right? Yeah.
I think, well, okay, so I personally agree, yes, but if I had to steal him on the opposite side, I would say that his intent was to stop the steal, but not to violently stop the steal.
Well, yeah, that's what Pisco's saying. But he's just saying he's just trying to get us to right there on the stop the steal thing, right? I think we all agree with that.
Yeah,
Right?
but
like saying
insurrection
like we all need to
requires-
get out and vote could literally be like stop the steal, right? But I think we can all agree with that.
Yes. So
But
I would say that the MAGA counter argument is that he did not intend to violently stop the steal, or he did not intend to stop the steal through
That's
force.
fine.
He wanted to protest. He wanted to organize a protest to get the people in the Capitol building to change their mind without, basically putting a gun to their head.
But the plaintiff, the
I
district court, and the
understand.
Supreme Court address that. I don't know if I'm getting ahead of Pisco there, but they talk about, that's part of their determination. They talk about the months and months and months of Trump's increasing adoption of like violent rhetoric and not reacting to the violent rhetoric of his base. Like these two things are running in parallel. I don't know if Pisco's getting there, but.
Yeah, no, 100% that plays a role into the fact that this is developing, it's escalating. He's aware of these threats. He's absolutely aware that people are getting violent, that there's actually multiple instances of violence. So he's knowledgeable. He's the president of the United States. He has access to the information. He has access to the threat assessments about what's going on. So all we're doing now is just building a wall, a metaphoric wall, brick by brick.
But didn't he?
So that,
Didn't he also get access
again,
to a ton of stuff that he just never chose to look at? Like,
keeping my
just never read those threat assessments.
Keeping my MAGA hat on, right? That the Trump, go on, Rachel. I'll let you finish.
So because you're saying like he had access to these threat assessments, he had access to these things, he should have known that there was violence happening. He could have just been retarded and not read any of this stuff. He could have had no idea that his base. Did he? How?
He tweeted in response, at least to some of these events, and he was aware also that there have been multiple instances of violence related to his people. That just goes. It's obvious.
There's also, I'm pretty sure there was testimony from one of his witnesses under cross-examination that Trump pre-selected, like he omitted certain people from the speech on January 6th. Like he said, this person can't show up because there was the increased risk of violence or something like that. Like he chose certain people that he thought would be more extreme.
Oh, so he chose people specifically to increase the chance of violence, not decrease.
Let me find the document itself. Sorry. I'll send you the screenshot.
I'll keep my MAGA.
That's fine. I'll accept that. I was just curious to the specific examples of him knowing that these people are getting more violent and choosing to continue down the violent path. That's something that I'm missing.
And he's raising the stakes here, right? He's raising the stakes in a way that we all understand. This is a battle for our democracy. This is a theft of your country. This is the end of America.
To respond to that, right? Like, again, MAGA hat on here, so not my personal opinion. That Trump is, let's not hold his incompetence against him here, right? He is just picking people that he knows likes him. And he wants to pick the people that he thinks are going to protest the most fervently for what he believes is to be, the end of American democracy. Right, he genuinely believes in his heart that there was fraud here, and he genuinely believes that this is the most important thing for Americans to protest peacefully about.
There's no exception. Okay. There's no exception for incitement or insurrection based on good faith, right?
No, we're talking about intent here. We're talking about intent.
I understand that. I will get across what I'm trying to say, and you'll understand it. There were people in the Civil War who genuinely thought that what they were doing was legal, that it was ethical, that it was supported by the record, and that they had every right to try to secede. That does not insulate you from being an insurrectionist. Your good faith belief about X, okay?
Well, but the insurrection could be done by the Proud Boys, which Trump has no connection to, and his genuine good faith belief is his 57 court cases are going to win. He just needs to stall for time by having people
What did I just say?
Well, I think we have to be technical here, right? Because
you're saying that there's no good faith clause. If you were in the Civil War and you supported the Confederate government, you are an insurrectionist. Yes.
That there is no good faith exception, that you believe that the law says,
but he's not part of it. Yes, but he's not part of the insurrection at all, because the things that he's talking about are separate, legal, normal processes available to the American citizens. And just because you have extremists hijack it and do an insurrection on their own doesn't mean that you're.
Wait, let me take the contrary side. Okay, before Pisco takes 30 minutes to insult and figure it. Okay, so it doesn't really matter, like whether or not the other people were involved, the oathbreakers, whatever, is irrelevant. There's going to be an analysis done, or imagine the Supreme Court the Colorado Supreme Court did an analysis on the things Trump said in the setting that he said it, to see if that would amount to incitement. That's all that matters. What happened past, I believe, is not. Well, I mean, they analyzed it afterwards, but that's not whether or not the oathbreakers were involved or not. I don't think was the more relevant part. I think it was analyzing the things that he said in the context they were said. Does that make sense?
And I don't pretend that like just because you're Trump is there's no good faith exception that therefore Trump committed engagement in insurrection or that something like that happened. I'm responding to what was said, which is like, well, he actually thought the election was stolen. Well, whether he thought it was stolen or not doesn't give him the right to engage in insurrection. Agree?
No. What I'm talking about is whether he intended for the insurrection to happen or whether he intended to participate in it. Because remember, insurrection requires some use of force, right? If President Trump, regardless of whether it was good faith or not, if President Trump did not intend for for the people listening to his words to use any amount of force, that his subjective intent, then that would mean that he didn't engage in the insurrection.
No, I 100% agree. Yeah.
And so what I'm talking about is not whether he had a good faith belief on whether it was legal or not, but that whether he subjectively, like the defense argument.
That he actually thought it was stolen. But that doesn't matter.
Well, I would say that is relevant to his subjective intent, right? His subjective intent as to whether he wanted it to be peaceful or violent.
Okay.
I don't think there's a relationship there.
Yeah, why is it that if you think it was actually stolen,
because it's relevant to the strength of his words. So because he had if he had a good faith belief that this was legitimately fraud, it would explain why he used such strong language, even though he intended for it to be a peaceful protest.
I mean,
right?
He's just not. Okay, I understand what you're saying. So
so President Trump's an idiot, right? He's not a good orator, so he can't articulate well. But if his defense is that I did not intend for it to be violent, I intended it for it to be a peaceful protest. I just use such strong language because I genuinely believe.
Wait, real quick. Does intention matter there?
Intention
to
matters.
Engagement, it does. Yeah.
Wait. No. To incitement. Does intention matter? Does intention matter to incitement?
Yes.
So if I'm at a church if I'm at like a political rally or whatever, and I'm like, we're gonna kill those Democrats, let's go, and people walk out, and they pull out guns, like, oh shit, I didn't mean like that, and they start shooting people. I say, like, I didn't mean it. Yeah.
Yeah. If it was actually subjectively a joke, then it wasn't incitement.
Yeah.
Right.
Does it matter? Does it matter what your intention is, or does it matter what a reasonable interpretation would be?
Well, okay, so people, when they're reviewing the evidence, right, and you say it was all just a joke and it was memes, they'll probably consider what your words mean to an objective person, and so that'll be priced in somewhere in the analysis. But if the jury or whoever the fact finder is genuinely convinced that you actually thought it was a joke, even though it was fucking stupid, you would be not incitement.
What if it's
under the legal standard?
What if it's something intentional? Like, let's say that you're the attorney general and I have a case against you to get you impeached. And I go tell my crowd, we need to get Pisco out of office. And what I mean is that we need the impeachment process to go through. But what they do is go to your office and lynch you. Like, am I inciting them, or am I just
if you subjectively did not, if it was not your intention to bring about lawless or violent action, then you are not guilty of incitement under the current law. You get so if you let's say that it was extremely dangerous for you to have said that, and your words actually incited people, and they were actually words of incitement, but you just didn't mean it. Then you're not guilty of it.
That I meant.
You're not liable for it, even though. But just keep in mind, if all we have on the record are your words, it's going to be hard to rebut the presumption that you didn't mean the ordinary meaning of your words, and you didn't have an awareness of it. So as a matter of just practicality, we're going to import the typical meaning there.
Sure. Yeah. So I guess if we take a look at what the tweets again that they used, how do you show that Trump knew that this was enough to cause violence when we've seen other similar levels of rhetoric from people, I guess? How do you establish Trump is his intention there with all the stuff that he's doing versus it just happened to coincide?
All the buildup is context. This is a totality of circumstances approach, right? If you removed all the context from his words and just looked at the objective words themselves in isolation, you could make an argument that there's no way that this is incitement. I could make that argument beautifully, right? If we just were in a room together and I said the same things, or if we were saying it as part of a play and it was all just a farce or whatever, then there's no way that those words would have.
Yeah, but I guess how do you show directly that it was to incite violence versus? Okay.
So obviously, when we look at words, their meaning and how you react to them depends on context. So you saying something, those same exact words, in one context versus another is very indicative of both your intent and the likelihood that's going to actually arise, which is another factor in like lawless or violent behavior. So everything leading up, right? The tweets, the statements, which are legal statements. It's legal for him to say the election was stolen. It's totally fine for him to say, in terms of like legality, that we're going to fight this, that this is a fraud on the country. All of that is fine. But it's not in and of itself incitement. The reason the court brings it up is as context for the ultimate determination when he gives the speech, right? It's context that informs it. Just like, right, if I tell you, hey, I hate Steven, someone needs to take care of him, that's legal for me to say that, right? If later Steven is murdered, even though it was First Amendment protected for me to say those words to you, that someone needs to take care of Steven, those words could be used against me as an inference that A, I was involved in somehow, or B, that I had a motive to kill Steven, right? You understand that? Even though those words are protected, they lend to factual inferences that reasonable people will make about any given legal analysis, right?
Sure.
Does that make sense? So those tweets
does,
in and of themselves are not being banned.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm asking you specifically is with those tweets is how do you show that it's for the purpose of the violent stuff as opposed to for the stupid, retarded criminal trials that he has going?
So,
or not criminal trials, civil trials, his million whatever bullshit lawsuits. Like how do you show that it's for the violence?
With respect to the January 6th tweets and all that stuff, I don't even think Josiah, you're still here?
Yeah.
I think that you and I would both argue that, and you tell me if I'm wrong, that Trump's like ideal situation would be peaceful, and that Mike Pence would have just
Sure, yeah. I think that violence is probably a last resort measure for him. If he could just snap his fingers and the pressure campaign against Pence, which was conducted mostly behind the scenes, was successful, then January 6th
there would have been no need, right?
Yeah,
so
precisely.
Are you guys able to hear me?
Nothing about the buildup there is necessarily tied to violence or incitement, but it shows you his state of mind about what his goals were, what his knowledge was. That's why they cite it, and not because those statements by themselves are not protected statements. They are protected statements, but merely that those show you his state of mind going into January 6th, for which other tests are contingent on, right? If we didn't have any of that buildup, it would be a much tougher case to prove that Trump actually intended to do X.
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
we can hear you.
Oh, you can? Well, thanks for having me in here, brother. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Just a real quick to summarize what Pisco was saying. So Pisco was saying that, like, okay, I just looked up the Brandenburg test. Okay, so I understand a little bit better. And then for the incitement thing, the mens rea for incitement does require intent, and the being grossly careless or whatever doesn't actually rise to that threshold of inciting to violent action. So different statements that Donald Trump had made to like Pence saying don't certify the election, blah, 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 could arguably be used to show the mens rea for an incitement later on to this activity is what Pisco said.
Right. Even if by themselves, they're not, the statements themselves are not the smoking gun.
Correct. Yeah. So, for instance, if I were to go somewhere and I were to say, everybody, just so you know, the president is Agent Smith. If I had spoken privately to someone earlier and I said, I know that these guys are crazy, and if I tell them Agent Smith to go kill him, you could use that statement to prove the mens rea of what I was saying because I know what kind of an outcome I'm going to produce. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Correct. Yeah. Steven, you got it.
Yeah,
okay,
that part I agree with.
Or good logic. Yeah, go for it. Okay.
No, that part, as far as understanding Brandenburg, that I agree with. And the point to Trump bringing up Brandenburg is that since he's not doing anything wrong until he crosses that Brandenburg threshold, to hold him accountable for engaging in insurrection by using his voice to do something is a direct violation of his free speech rights. I mean, it's a pretty clear, blatant violation. If the point is you can't be punished for what you say, and all of a sudden he's clearly being punished for what he's saying.
Well, wait, can I answer just? No, wait. Super quick question on this, okay? Before because
he's not.
Wait, real quick. Wait. So the question is whether or not he's engaged in the insurrection. Good logic. Do you agree that if he incited the insurrection, then he's engaged in it? Yes or no?
Do I agree that if he incited, then he engaged in it?
Yes.
I think that's an interesting question that no court has ever decided yet. No court has ever decided it.
Well, that's what the Colorado Supreme Court decided.
Two courts have decided it, the Colorado Trial Court and the Colorado Supreme Court. They've both decided it.
Okay, yeah, but prior to that, then we don't have incitement as counting as engagement. This is a new.
Not on. Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. You're starting with the premise that a state has a capacity to do this, which is thoroughly illogical to assume that a state would have that power.
Are we
Because I
going
want
to
you
get
to
into procedural questions, or are we going to talk about insurrection and incitement?
I'm just saying, but you're saying it has been decided. And I'm saying is, so if you three sitting
You said
here decide,
you said no court had found it, and I was just telling you there have been courts that have now found it.
no, but I'm saying there's no court that has a capacity to decide this.
Okay, but that's a separate thing. You can say that they're lawless
What I'm
and
saying
come
is,
into that.
so if the three of you decide to call yourself the court of destiny, and then you decide that engaging the incitement is a
Come
form
on,
of
this is an
engagement,
actual
would that
court
mean
with
something
actual
also?
power under state law, and you said that no court had said that incitement is engagement, and I was just informing the audience that this court in fact
Well,
found that.
let's move on from this pedantic argument. Good logic. What's your point? Is it a constitutional issue?
No, it's not. It's not a constitutional issue. I'm saying it's just stop for a second and ask yourself: when the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendments were being ratified, what was the point? What was the point behind it? The point was that we just come out of civil war. We just come out of civil war, and one of the primary issues in this war is who trumps who. Do individual state rights overcome federal power, or does federal power trump? Can they basically tell states what to do? After the North won, they decided to ratify these amendments. They basically said, you can't just decide to do whatever the hell you want in your state just because you're a state. You can't have slavery in your states just because that's what your people want. There's certain rights that are inherent. And you also can't decide that, hey, this person who swore an oath to uphold the Constitution can now come back and then engage in insurrection, which that clearly, the Civil War was clearly an insurrection at the very least, that now they're going to come back and promise to uphold the Constitution again, which would seem ridiculous. So now we have a question. Who's deciding whether or not someone engaged in insurrection? Who should have that power? So ask yourself this question for a moment, gentlemen, and think about this. Would it make any sense in 1868 and 1870 for the individual state of South Carolina to have the power, alongside Congress? Congress to decide also, but they also have the power to decide whether someone engaged in insurrection. That they can say, oh, this person here who killed 40 members of the Union Army, he didn't engage in insurrection because we're a state court. We just decided that. Do you think that there's any logic in saying that when they say that Congress shall adopt appropriate legislation, that opens a doorway for anyone besides Congress to weigh in on this?
Well, I don't think that's the right question, because states.
It's a question that deserves answer. No, we're going to answer the question. It is a question that needs to be answered. And the answer is, of course, it makes sense. The provisions of the Reconstruction Amendments have all historically been applied, not just by federal courts. As you well know, Section 1, equal protection claims are heard in state courts all the time. Due process claims are heard in state courts all the time. There's no presumption these other claims are that there's exclusive federal jurisdiction to those types of claims. And in fact, as you know, the case law is extremely clear that state courts are assumed to be able to enforce federal law until and unless Congress displaces them. And so absolutely, unless you're willing to say here right now that the Second Amendment is not going to be applied as to the states, or that we're not going to hear state equal protection claims arising from the U.S. Constitution, it's absurd. They're all enforceable only through federal, or there's multiple jurisdictions here.
So there's no exclusive.
That's an illogical counterpoint. I'll explain to you why.
Well, give me a turn too. So Pisco's right that there's no exclusive federal jurisdiction, but to zoom out, to address your larger issue, I guess, which is you're saying, how does it make sense for states to have the right to basically impact this or have any say in this amendment that was ratified to deal with states having too much power, right? Is that inaccurate?
That's not completely accurate, because
if you could do in one sentence, what's your...
No, well, Justice Samara in his dissent basically made a distinction between portions of these amendments that are taking off shackles from people and protecting people versus those that are punishing people. Which
for
you
due
can
process
understand,
purposes, not for jurisdictional purposes, for due process purposes.
Because we can all agree that
that's a very important distinction, which is very logical. Because if you think about the basic civil rights, that in order for Congress to come along now and pass some sort of amendment, which is going to be broadening people's civil rights, yeah, that makes sense that they can do that, and you don't need to have You don't need to have Congress alone affecting that. So if it comes to broadening people's rights that they're not going to be discriminated, yeah, individual states, Pisco is correct. Plenty of times we see that individual states can broaden people's rights. But if you want to restrict someone, take away their rights, that is a whole different story. And you're trying to
wait a second. These are limitations, just like Section 3 is. These other provisions are also limitations. When you say that they, of course, they're limitations. When you say
it's not limitations. It's protecting individual liberty. It's protecting civil liberties from the states. It's saying that the state can't punish.
You can frame it however you want. Those basic provisions of the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Clause, Due Process Clause, basically say that the government can't do certain things. It's a limitation on the ability of individuals, and for the 13th Amendment, on private citizens, in fact, there are limitations. There are additional constraints on the democracy. And in that vein,
that came along decades later.
Is also an additional constraint. And I would say, just like the other provisions of the 14th Amendment, they are protecting our liberty. That is, our liberty to be free from insurrectionists and rebellionists and rebels from being our...
I guess I just want to clarify, Good Logic, what your position is. Like, do you think that the right to run for president is a fundamental civil right that needs to be protected by the Constitution?
That's an interesting question. I mean, I think one can make an argument that it falls under First Amendment freedom of association issue. But
the Constitution does pose arbitrary limitations.
I'm very loath to label something a fundamental right. I mean, that's a very strong term.
Well, yeah.
So
if you could clarify,
would I label that a fundamental right? I don't know that I'm an authority to tell you that this is or is not a fundamental right. Is there anywhere expressed that the right to run for office is a fundamental right?
Well, do you also refer to it as a punishment? I'm not an attorney. I'm hoping you can clarify here, because my understanding is they're making the case that it's a disqualification, just like a 34-year-old is not being punished because they're constitutionally ineligible to run for president. So too is an insurrectionist.
But the state courts enforce those qualifications all the time.
Yeah, okay, but then there's a difference between someone who has entered into the category of someone who's eligible and then being punished that you are now disqualified from that, irrespective of anything. What do you mean?
Sorry, could you clarify? Well, no, hang on. Wait a minute.
You're saying that there's a distinction between qualification and disqualification that matters. There is no distinction that matters. It's the same exact thing. It's looking at a glass half empty and half full. The disqualification of Section 3 is assumed to apply instantly. That's why Congress, in the first instance, has to actively do something to undo it. Right? I mean, that is the same.
No. What do you think appropriate legislation? Why do they write that Congress shall enact appropriate legislation? Why bother writing that? Why write appropriate legislation?
Because, as you know, all of the Reconstruction amendments have express grants of congressional authority, but no one sits here and says, well, if Congress never passed a law banning slavery wouldn't have been banned. Those are permissive grants of congressional authority in addition to the self-execution. Wait, hang on 1 second. Do you think that the 13th Amendment was self-executing?
To the extent that it's broadening anyone's civil liberties, yes.
Okay, wait.
You can't put that qualifier. You can't put that qualifier on.
I don't know. Justice Samara put that qualification in, and he said that's consistent with. And he pointed out, if you went through his dissent,
for purposes of due process,
every single time that any court has before the Colorado court that any court has tried to apply. If you look at it from this perspective, if you understand the 14th Amendment to be self-effective with respect to wherever it's broadening and protecting people's civil liberties, but not self-affecting, if it's restricting people's civil liberties, then every decision we've ever seen in the 14th Amendment is consistent. And if you try doing it your way or any other way, they're inconsistent.
So I guess the question goes back to, is Section 3 restricting...
Very, very quickly, for the 13th Amendment, did people have a right to property with respect to slaves?
No, of course not.
What do you mean? That was as a legal matter, were they property?
As a legal matter. Now, I'm sure people try to
will you answer that question? Will you answer that question?
Laws, but yeah, I'm saying as a legal matter, do I think that right? No, I agree with you that the moment it was ratified, every slave was legally freed.
I understand that you say that that's the result you like, but I'm attacking your analysis, which is you say that anything that promotes freedom, that's self-executing, but things that don't promote freedom are not self-executing.
Individual civil liberty.
What I'm trying to suggest to you is that there were individuals who had property rights, the most sacred right of the English common law, of property rights.
Individual civil liberties.
With respect to people, and the 13th Amendment immediately extinguished those rights.
Yeah, and your property rights don't mean jack compared to individual civil liberties. That's the point.
I mean, a property right is an individual civil. The right to own property is individual.
You contrast that. So someone by your logic, if I decide to buy someone's heart. In that case, so I bought his heart so I can rip it out of his chest while it's still alive because that's my property. That's such an asinine.
Well, no one's
looking at the way anyone understands constitutional law.
No one's defending that. I think what Pisco's going after is your characterization of a civil liberty or characterization of removing civil liberties, right? Because the 13th Amendment at the same time removed the right to own human beings as property, right? While granting human beings the right to not be owned as property. So, your distinction,
liberty from some people and giving liberty to others, for sure.
Yeah. So your distinction of
removing civil liberties, for sure.
And precise. You asked me earlier whether it's a fundamental right. I was just sitting there and I was telling you I'm loath to qualify right to run for president as a fundamental right because it is self-evident that certain fundamental rights trump other fundamental, what we classify as other rights. Whether you want to call it, and that's why I'm like, you want to call it fundamental right? Fundamental right versus a right; those are two different things. And that's what I'm saying. It's a property right. To call property right the same fundamental right as a basic right to liberty, I think is a joke.
Well, we're not calling it the same. You said that when the Constitution removes civil liberties, right? That it requires an affirmative law.
No, I'm saying grants. It's broadening civil liberties.
Yeah, you're saying when it's broadening civil liberties, but you didn't specify broadening fundamental civil liberties, and no one has specified the distinction between civil liberties, ones that are more important than others, right? And what Pisco's getting at,
I did not clarify that. I thought that was so implicit that I didn't have to. But if you need me to actually if Pisco needs me to actually specify that a fundamental right is going to trump a non-fundamental right.
Property is a fundamental liberty, isn't it?
And it's not fundamental liberty the same way your right to life and liberty are. It's not.
Wait. The Due Process Clause says life, liberty, and property, doesn't it? It's a property is textually specified as a civil right.
It's like, Pisco, I love you. You're arguing like a 10th grader here. I mean, you're basically pretending you don't understand.
How am I arguing like a 10th grader?
Because what I'm saying is because you're trying to do a gotcha on something that everyone who's listening to this understands that your right to your life is more important than your right to your property. Your right to your own person is more trumps anyone else's right to their property.
No one's saying that.
And you're trying to be making
what's the relationship this has with the disqualification?
No one's because this entire dispute is about whether the disqualification provision is self-executing. And Good Lawgic was saying that constitutional provisions that broaden civil liberties are self-executing, but constitutional provisions that narrow civil liberties are not self-executing. You have to affirmatively pass a law for that to happen. And Pisco pointed out
that it makes sense. There are a few reasons that it makes sense, because think about this for a second. What is the yardstick? Let's say you come along and you say, I engage in insurrection. And after I took an oath and that I engaged in insurrection. And I say, that's a lie. I never did. Who's the burden of proof on? Is it on you? Is it on me?
Different question. So now we're moving off of the.
It's a different question because it's a pragmatic way of looking at this situation, trying to understand what's happening.
We're just moving off the self-executing thing. We can talk about this too.
When they're ratifying this amendment, they sort of have to think to themselves, okay, how's this actually going to work? Right? I mean, you think that they weren't being stupid and just saying, well, this sounds like it's high.
How it actually worked. How it actually worked is that state actors and there was federal enforcement for sure, but there was also state enforcement.
Well, Marshmallow, thanks. I love you.
Really? That's fascinating.
So is this out of curiosity?
Does that change your mind?
I'm asking you this. How would you determine? How would anyone determine? Let me ask you, do we have to prove that Trump engaged in insurrection by preponderance of evidence, by clear and convincing evidence?
We can move on if you want, but I just want you to notice that we're moving on.
How could it be self-executing when we don't even know what the yardstick is as far as determining that someone falls into this category of people who qualify?
Self-execution doesn't rely on a particular burden of proof. Self-execution could imply. I mean, think about this. Section 3 was enforced through expulsion votes. What's the burden of proof for like convincing a congressperson to get rid of George Santos or something? Is there any particular standard of proof there that's specified? No, but they enforced it through expulsion. And so for you to say that there's something incompatible about not specifying a burden of proof,
I don't think you can make a fair comparison.
self-execution is preposterous.
I think it's ridiculous to make
And additionally,
comparisons.
just so you know, your burden of proof argument applies to the other provisions of the Reconstruction Amendments as well. What's the burden of proof for showing an equal protection violation? What's the burden of proof for showing a procedural due process violation? Courts figure it out. They apply it.
What does bubble up? Think to yourself. Like I just trying to understand. First and foremost, you're comparing the way Congress self-regulates their own body to any other sphere of judicial decision making is absurd, because we see that the way Congress actually goes through their processes has no relationship to the way any other court would operate itself. Look at the impeachment proceedings that we had, both impeachment proceedings that we had for Trump. Not a single piece of evidence was introduced in a way which would be accepted in a place that you're trying to get out of a parking ticket. I mean, there was zero testimony under oath that's trying to support any evidence in the second impeachment.
Well, but wait, but wouldn't that be real quick? Wouldn't that be
this is evidence? That's evidence. My point, the reason I bring this up, and I don't want to get into the whole impeachment issue, but the point I want to make to you here is that Congress operates by a completely different yardstick with respect to how they regulate their own bodies. You're coming here with evidence as to, well, look at what happened.
Points in my favor. Like, that's an argument in my favor.
Wait, hold on, wait, real quick question. Real quick question. If Congress wanted to impeach Trump for something that was like a crime, right? We wouldn't use the statement, well, hold on, was there a criminal charge first? We would say that Congress has a way of going through this process, right? So if we say that like Section 3 of Amendment 14 is self-executing, and then you say, well, what would the standard be, or whatever question you would ask, well, it would depend upon which body it was that was reviewing this particular thing. So if for some reason it came up in a criminal court, well, then the standard there, I guess, would be a criminal beyond a reasonable doubt. But if this came up in terms of like, does somebody get on a ballot? Well, how does somebody on a ballot determine your age? Right? There's not a criminal conviction required or any kind of probability, whatever. They would probably just look at a document and say, oh, well, look, boom. And then they would make that decision. Now, if we feel like the decision is unfair, then you would appeal it up the chain, which is what's happening. But nothing about a self-executing thing necessarily implies the need for a criminal charge or conviction prior to that. And I feel like the congressional example in impeachment just like makes the argument even a stronger case in favor of that, right?
Well, it was also understood at the time, unless, wait a minute. Here's where I'm... Good logic. Wasn't it understood? Wasn't it understood?
Let Lawgic talk real quick because he's being attacked by multiple people. But then I won't talk as much for a minute. Sorry.
No, what I'm asking is, then you're left asking, why is it that the amendment itself says that Congress shall enact appropriate legislation? Why does it say anything about that? I understand Pisco said earlier in response to this, he said, well, frequently we'll see in amendments that they'll sort of give Congress the opening of power in order to legislate in a particular area, especially when it's an area of law. And this does make sense. And when it's an area of law where they might not otherwise have a power to legislate, because while we tend to lose sight of this, there are federal Congress is supposed to be limited, even though they seemingly never are, as the areas of their purview. But so you can understand why.
I don't disagree.
However, it would not have to say. It would just say legislate. The phrase appropriate legislation is designed to basically spell out what is, as Justice Samara, I'm not making up this language. This was a Democrat judge who dissented, who wrote rather eloquently in destroying the majority's logic and saying, why are they specifically using a phrase in this amendment of appropriate legislation unless it means that Congress is supposed to provide the scaffolding, the outer framework as to how this thing is supposed to operate. And for some single district judge out of the tens of thousands of judges across this country to say, oh, I'm the one who's going to sit here and come up with exactly what yardstick is appropriate. Let's see.
Hold on. Wait. Can I ask a question though? Because you're saying Congress. Wait.
It's such hubris.
Wait. You're saying that Congress is supposed to provide the framework, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Are you not biased a bit by the current composition of Congress? Like, because these particular amendment things, these Section 3 things, you said it yourself, they went to Congress and they were evaluated. You're saying, well, Congress has their whole way of doing things. If it was like evaluated by like a simple majority for whatever the expulsion rules were, or even like 2/3, if the House was like 2/3, would you still be happy with that process that Congress is going through? Or would you say, well, hold on, we need like a different body to
Congress was supposed to be doing this. Congress was supposed to do this 150 years ago.
No. But I'm saying that particularly for for Amendment 14 things, or when you want to expel people from Congress with relation to a Section 3 thing, you don't need like a criminal conviction or anything, right? These are just like expulsions that happen in Congress with their own process, right?
Are you saying to expel Santos? You're saying?
Or
No. He's
or for you can expel people in relating to the
Section
the Section 3 part of the Amendment 14. I believe that happened in the past where people were expelled from Congress or something on it, or no?
Right, they were. There were three people kicked out under Section 3.
Yeah, but none of those things required a criminal conviction, right?
I don't believe they did require it.
Well, obviously they didn't, because if they did, everybody would just be citing that, and this argument would be over.
Again,
right?
that's Congress self-regulating.
Yeah, but like,
And
don't
Congress
all
does
of
that
these,
all the
but
time.
don't doesn't.
Congress does that all the
But
time.
I agree with you. But doesn't every single stage of like all of these processes have like at least a little bit of self-regulating? Like, it's not like every single decision that you make in terms of like who goes on a ballot requires it to be like ran through a court, right? So again, I would go for the age thing. Like, if you're 33 and you're going to put yourself on a ballot, and someone's like, sorry, bro, you're 33. Like, do I have to say, like, well, you need to prove that in court first? Or does that person just have the self-executing ability to say, no, sorry, like I can make this determination for myself. The process is me looking at it. Or maybe the process is a city court or a state court or whatever, and they decided, like, why would you not say that that's a legitimate way for them to review it?
Like, Cenk Uygur should be disqualified. Everyone agrees here, right? He should be disqualified. Cenk Uygur, the TYT.
The Young
guy,
Turks, he's a non-citizen running for
he was
president.
born in Turkey.
Yeah.
He wasn't born here. So you agree he should be disqualified, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but does Congress need to pass some implementing legislation?
I think Elon Musk. I'm not going to say because of political. I don't want people to interpret it as based on political basis. I think Elon Musk should be disqualified. Also, he's born in South Africa. He's disqualified.
So, but like, does that require implementing legislation? And if Congress never implements something for the qualification then we just have to accept it.
You're comparing Article 2 of the Constitution to the 14th Amendment, which is such a ridiculous comparison.
They're both qualifications.
So you know what? By your argument, to the 25th Amendment. So I can come forward and petition that in my state that we should keep biting off, that the Democratic Party should be obligated to keep biting off because of the 25th Amendment. Let's go now have a whole procedure to determine whether or not he's sufficiently cognitive in order to qualify as being eligible. Under your argument, that's completely foreign argument for you to bring. Let's have in all 50 states now. Let's start having each state determine for themselves whether or not he's had sufficient cognitive abilities to run the president. To sit as president.
I'm totally consistent on this. I'm totally consistent on this point.
Much like the 14th Amendment, is not the same as Article 2. It's just not. And to say that, disqualification of the president sounds so asinine. Like you're buried. You have your head buried so deep up your own sphincter that you can't even realize that you're.
Come on now, good logic. We had some good talks before. I know.
Wait. Can I just ask a quick question before this goes on? Wait, when you say that, like, you want to make this evaluation relating to his mental health or whatever, where is your source for that? Like, what is the source of law or what piece of amendment or whatever? Where are you drawing that from? That would need to be like some determination.
The 25th Amendment says that if he loses capacity, his insufficient mental capacity, that's a defect which makes him ineligible to sit as president of the United States. Vice president steps in for him. So
wait, Stephen, I just want to bring up
how ridiculous.
I just want to say how ridiculous it is that you would bring this up, given that amendment specifies the exact procedures and who is allowed to make rules about the capacity argument and about getting rid of the president, acting president. That amendment specifies down to the body who is allowed to do what and which groups have to do it. And the fact that you would bring that up. The absence of similar type provisions in Section 3 is glaring, right? The impeachment clause and the 25th Amendment both contain particular procedures for getting rid of the president. Section 3 omits that. We should read into that, shouldn't we?
Wait, real quick. Which amendment are we talking about? Just so I can read the thing.
25th Amendment.
Okay, I see. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
This is the
that
Congress may
amendment,
by law provide for the case of removal, death, resignation, or inability, both of the president and vice president declaring what officer shall then be president.
It's a commitment
Well, Congress may, but why can't a state also? Congress may. They can also.
I'm pretty sure the 25th Amendment specifically says the vice president and the majority of the cabinet, they're the ones who make the determination.
And Congress can specify another branch if they want. And it's very clear about the separation of powers here. I mean, there's no
So if they didn't, so what you're saying basically is if that amendment was more generalized, in that case it would be the exact same thing, and you would think that my argument would make sense. So you're basically trying to say that because there's language in there,
100%.
It finds that out. So you're saying that's what makes it different. But you don't say the same thing.
I can say
the language of legislation, the 14th Amendment.
Wait, Lawgic.
You ignore that with respect to the fact that they say appropriate legislation, the 14th Amendment.
It totally follows. If we pass the 25th Amendment and it's like, if the president is not in capacity, then he shall be no longer the vice president shall become acting president, and left it at that, wouldn't you agree that there's no default about who enforces that?
Well, what I'm saying is, if there was something.
Wait, can you answer that? If it didn't specify anything, wouldn't you agree it seems to be a self-executing provision?
If what?
If the 25th
If it didn't
Amendment.
specify.
Give me your language again, because I'm trying to picture.
Okay, the language is this. If the president be incapacitated such that he cannot perform his duties, then the vice president shall become acting president until such time as that incapacity is removed.
Mm-hmm.
And left it there. And then it said,
Right.
Section 2, and Congress may, by appropriate legislation, regulate it here.
Right.
Don't you think that you could bring a claim and state court be like, he's incapacitated?
Well, here's the problem. Because you're basically accounting for 1,000 different scenarios here. In this type of, you're hypothetical. So then let's imagine literally, instead of, forget about President Biden, okay, but President Shaniqua, 30 years from now, has a stroke, okay, and basically, isn't capable of communicating with anyone. So in that case, sort of wouldn't want to have a lengthy process as far as determining whether or not that person has capacity, as opposed to completely different from a situation like we have currently with President Biden, where it's like, look, there's some people who are actually pretending that he's not we can affirm he's the type of level of incapacity, and others who recognize that, hey, this guy literally has no idea what question was asked to him 30 seconds ago. So that's a far closer line. So it's not something that I would say that you should have being determined by 50 different states. I think that would make it.
I agree with you. I wouldn't want that law to be in place. I'm just saying the fact that the 25th Amendment specifies procedure should counsel against us interpreting that provision to be a provision that's executable by the state governments or state courts. But the absence in Section 3 should give the opposite intuition, that unless there's some overriding evidence to the contrary, that this was never intended for that purpose.
And I've got two questions. So again, this is because not being an attorney. Doesn't the language of the 14th Amendment in Section 3, isn't it like shall be there? No person shall be, not no person may be, not in the event of Congress enacting legislation. Isn't it like pretty declarative? And wasn't it understood at the time of the framing of the amendment to be automatically self-executing to Confederates without any sort of additional mechanism or legislation? Aren't these two things fact?
No. In fact, it was actually a court case that Chief Justice Simon Chase of the day said it's not self-executing. The Griffin case is a case that comes up frequently throughout this decision and in the dissent. So the Griffin case, just to give your listeners some context, this is what basically happened in 1870. So it was shortly after this amendment had been passed. And there's a guy by the name of Griffin who's convicted of murder down south. And he comes forward and he says, the judge who sat over my case is Judge Sheffy. He fought in the Civil War, and that was after he had already sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution. So I'm arguing that it's self-affecting. So since it's self-affecting, the day this was ratified, he no longer was a judge. He's ineligible. He's ineligible to be a judge, and he's no longer a judge. And that decision he made, finding me guilty of murder, is no different than if my next door neighbor found me guilty of murder because he's not a proper judge. Chief Justice Salmon said that's not the way this works. He said no, he doesn't lose his position the moment that was ratified, and that's something which is wholly inconsistent with the argument that's being presented here. That there's an assumption now.
It is inconsistent, but it's not controlling. It's not a controlling opinion. It wasn't the Supreme Court.
You're right.
It was riding circuit, and it's a bad opinion.
I agree with you, but you have to ask yourself. This is what how people of the day understood what this amendment was supposed to be. This is the chief legal mind of the day, Chief Justice Salmon. I mean, it's hard to come up with someone who you say this is a person who understands the law better, and he's coming to that determination. Is that binding? No. If it was binding, in that case, we never would have gone through this entire shenanigans.
All right. So wait a minute. So wait, what year was Griffin's case? Because I'm looking at I believe. Okay, well, I just dug up the law review by William Bowd and Michael Stokes Paulson, the definitive law review on this. And if you go to page 21, footnote 59, okay, well, hang on, I can't hear you. You sound like you're at the other end of a tunnel. So on page 21, footnote 59, they say that indeed, for what it's worth.
Audio, you can send me a link to come into to StreamYard or whatever it is, because I don't like the way I'm set up, I'm structured here. I'm much happier it's coming if you want to send me a link, Destiny.
There's no StreamYard. It's just his room.
Yeah, so it says the legislative history supports this understanding. Section 3's opponents criticize the proposal for its immediate consequences on former Confederates. So maybe there was a challenge to it under Griffin's case a couple of years later, but apparently the framers of this amendment understood and complained about its immediate effect on former Confederates. And again, Pisco, you correct me if I'm wrong, because you have quicker recall on this than I do. Wasn't it understood by thousands of former Confederates at the time of its ratification that they were ineligible for office? It's not like all of these.
I totally agree with Josiah. 100%. There was never this expectation that all of these people were going to be given, criminal trials, or we're going to deal with thousands of these individuals in some set process. Everyone understood that they were disqualified. They didn't even choose to run. And there was
never an expectation that it would be up to the states to determine who the heck was eligible and was not.
Says who? Says no one. Everything else is
anyone who understands anything about the Civil War. Have you ever heard?
Why did they do it?
The Civil War is no. What does the South call the Civil War? They call it the war between. They don't call it the Civil War. They call it the war between the states. That's what they called it. There's a whole argument that is put forward, which I personally don't agree with, but it's an argument that's put forward by many Southerners, which is basically to the effect of that this was not a war about slavery, but it was a war about the powers of
the relevance of that.
My point here is that there definitely was a strong contention that this was about the individual sovereignty of states. And now you're going to tell me that, and this is where I started at the very beginning, you're going to tell me that these sovereign states, according to Colorado now, what they're saying is that every state is sufficiently sovereign that they can determine whether or not this is applying to an individual.
That is exactly what I'm telling you. Wait, that is exactly what I'm telling you. Wait. I'll explain why. I'll explain, because it's absurd to think that they were going to trust this enforcement to the southern states. That's essentially your argument, right? It's absurd to think that they would.
I think it's asinine to think that you're going to have them sit in judgment of themselves to determine who the heck is an insurrectionist.
All right, I'll respond directly to that. So point number one is, as we mentioned before, it proves too much because, of course, all the other provisions of the Reconstruction Amendments are all assumed, and no one disputes that they can be enforced by the states. And so your argument proves too much because
my distinction.
Okay,
that ignores my distinction.
Yeah, your distinction is bullshit. But just to go on, move on. Why does it make sense?
Why do you think it's BS? Why?
We just went through the whole thing of why it's bullshit. In that you're totally made up, non-textually based, feels-based argument that rights providing or liberty expanding things, those were self-executed. Those were expected to be done by the states based on nothing, based on feels, based on no text at all to support that distinction.
No, actually, I didn't come up with that argument.
And flies in the face because.
No. You see, you're pretending that I made that up because of some sort of MAGA perspective or something like that. That helps out Trump. And what I'm saying to you is,
I didn't say MAGA. I just said not text-based.
You're saying
it's not text-based.
I don't know if you're saying feels best as it's implying that that's where my feelings are leaning.
It's implying that it's not based on any law. It's not based on text. No, there's no
of
basis.
Course it's based on law. It's it's based on far better law than anything you have because it's far
Wait,
it's
what's the law? You're just saying it feels better. I don't know what to say. Like, what is your basis to believe that there is such a distinction, or
what
that
I'm
such a
saying is
distinction was intended?
this was not my novel idea. I do recognize it as being rather insightful, but the idea that the first time I heard this argument was from Democratic Justice Samauer in his dissent. This is exactly what he opens with. He said this is
For purposes of due
pages and pages.
process.
Did you
Wait,
read
no.
the dissent? Did you
For
read the dissent at all?
Of course I did. Wait, hang on a second. I read this in time. Of course I did, and that dissent is based on due process. And there, it actually you can make sense, right? It can make sense for why certain procedures might be required for certain kinds of because it's always been a balancing test, right? Due process has always been understood. At least I shouldn't say that. In the 20th century, was understood more and more to be a balancing test where different provisions, different rights can be played off each other, and it can be a kind of loosey-goosey balancing test. That's not a jurisdictional question. That's not a self-execution question. It's a question about due process. And essentially, my response to you is there's no basis in the text to support that. Well, for these liberty enhancing provisions, those ones are self-executing.
Wait, real quick before you finish that. Wait, can you respond to that first part of that? Good logic, because it seemed like you were citing the dissent there to prove a point, but it seems like the dissent wasn't questioning whether the state had the jurisdiction, but they were just saying that it was a matter of due process. Yeah,
they may have questioned it in dicta in terms of like, well, we haven't decided this question, we don't know this about this, but they didn't decide as a matter of law that state courts don't have that authority. He was saying that his whole point was the procedures we provided were not comporting with the due process clause. Assumingly,
I don't understand how you apply the term dicta to part of a dissent when in theory every part of a dissent is necessarily dicta. So you're saying that's part of the dicta of what he's saying. Those of you who don't understand the term dicta,
okay, yeah. What I mean to say is it's not part of his legal conclusion. His legal conclusion is, you're right, I misspoke. His legal conclusion depends on the procedural due process question, not on because assumingly, right, and I don't know what you would think about this. If Colorado had provided much more process, he would have been in the majority, wouldn't he?
Nope. He actually says the exact opposite. You need to reread that dissent, my friend. He says the exact opposite because he questions whether or not Colorado would have that authority. He questions whether if Colorado had specifically
that's
written,
what I mean by
how we would have handled. This is how he spends dozens of pages excoriating how it's impossible to use the existing Colorado statutes to try and do what this court has done
for
and how it did
due process reasons.
You're correct.
What you're bringing up is self-execution. You're
right, but he also says, let me finish. He also says that even if the state of Colorado, that one questions whether Colorado ever would have had a right to do this if they were so inclined. They certainly did not. Were not so inclined. They didn't do it. And that's a problem he has. But it's a question as to whether or not they ever would have had that right if they were so inclined, because he's very hung about that language, which you keep conveniently forgetting.
That's an open. So when I said dicta, what I mean to say is he did not say there is no self-execution. He did not say that states don't have the power to enforce. What he said was what we provided was not sufficient due process rights. But you're pretending that his opinion was saying that it's obvious that Congress is the one with the exclusive authority to enforce.
So good logic. I asked you this earlier, and I don't think I got an answer to it. So if you don't mind just clarifying here. So I want to make sure I understand this correctly as a non-lawyer. So when Section 3 of the 14th Amendment says shall, no person shall be, and then in Section 5 it says Congress shall have the power to enforce by sufficient legislation, blah, blah, blah. You're telling me, are you telling me that in the absence of federal legislation, Section 3 is inoperative? It's just, it doesn't exist.
Yes.
What I'm saying to you is,
can you answer it?
No,
yes,
I'm pulling up the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment right now. So I'm going to look at what you're saying with the shall that you're reading and how you're trying to interpret. So give me a second.
Sure.
So 14th Amendment, Section 3.
And while you're doing that, I'll also point out that in the majority opinion in the Colorado Supreme Court, they do cite cases. Apparently, I think it's like the civil rights cases, which is like in the mid 1880s, that say that Section or that the 14th Amendment is self-executing as long as its terms are met. It does not require any ancillary legislation.
Right, but as I think I expressed earlier, that's because it's broadening civil liberties. So that's why I
But you don't have a basis for that. There's no textual
What do you mean I don't have a
basis
basis
to
for that?
distinguish.
I'm saying it's common sense dictates that cannot
That's
apply.
right.
Yeah,
That's
but
right.
common sense
You're
also
saying it's common sense.
also says you can't. No, common sense also says you can't strip me of my basic liberties. That's the whole point.
So that's what I'm saying. It's not based on. It's based on your intuitions about common sense.
I think real quick.
Based on text.
Yeah. So real quick, I think the issue is that like it feels like wait, real quick.
I'll answer you, Shal, if you like.
Well, wait, real quick, because we kind of loop around this argument a little bit. And Pisco opened the conversation saying, like, if it's in the Constitution, we have to enforce it, right? Because it's like a founding document. I agree with you, good Lawgic, and I had arguments early on with this that like a lot of this seems kind of silly or unsatisfying, but that's not a good argument, right? Like it might be the case that it's poorly written, or it might be the fact that it's self-executing is like dumb, or it should be a different way. But we're not arguing what it should be or what the best way for it to be would be. It's how is it written and what does the actual law itself say. So I don't think the argument that like, damn, should the state Supreme Court really be making these determinations or whatever? That's not like, I don't think it's a satisfying way to evaluate it. We have to see what the Constitution says and then kind of go from there, work from there, right?
Well, I'll tell you, Destiny, that few lawyers who are worth their own salt would ever express an opinion that the Constitution is poorly written. You had the sharpest legal mind of the day, literally arguing about word by word as to what word would be the best word to be used for to express the sentiment that they were agreeing to. So I don't think Pisco or any lawyer would ever say this was poorly written, which is why.
Well, there are a couple clauses that could be
Well,
more...
hold on. I'm sorry. When we say poorly written, I mean it's going to depend on what you mean by poorly written.
Poorly written.
Because I could argue from an English language point of view that if I can give you a text and there are multiple interpretations, by default that text is poorly written. And by definition, our Constitution requires an ultimate determination or interpretation. And we just literally had a watershed decision like Roe v. Wade reinterpreted by other people in the Supreme Court. So it seems to be the case that we can argue whether it's well written or not, or if a well-armed militia is an important part of keeping a gun or not. But I mean, like clearly, at the very least, we can say that it's written ambiguously enough that some parts are open to widely different interpretations, and that's why we have a Supreme Court in the first place, right?
Okay, so you're asking a great question, and I don't think you want me to start getting into a whole debate about Roe v. Wade and Dobbs.
No, because I'd like you to give me an answer to my question before because I'm gonna have to go here in about 20 minutes.
What I'm saying to you is the words that are chosen are precise. Now, does that mean that they cannot be interpreted in different ways? Of course, any word in the English language be interpreted in different ways, and words evolve over time to mean very different things. Mm-hmm. So what words meant in 1868 are very different than what they mean today in many contexts, and how and the implications of those terms and that's a large part of the reason. And what is considered freedom and what's considered restrictive and what's considered, these are all things that do change culturally over time. So I agree with you that's why we have a Supreme Court, and I think that the language that's being used does have sufficient flexibility, arguably, to say that, you know what, this is designed to basically give us some sort of idea as to what is considered restrictive under the perspectives of the day. And that was part of the brilliance of having amendments and things being able to change, is a recognition that sometimes the entire idea that we're expressing in this amendment might need to be altogether scrapped because the cultural attitudes of the day are dictated. And when we're only going to scrap it if we know that there's a sufficient majority of Congress that says, yeah, this is just completely outdated today. So
wait, I just want to make sure I understand that you're saying that we should ignore. Maybe I misheard you.
You probably did.
Are you suggesting that if there's a sufficient majority of Congress that thinks this is outdated, that we shouldn't follow it?
You can change amendments, I'm saying. That's why they're called amendments.
Oh, but not without an amendment.
Yeah, you need to have a supermajority of Congress in order to do so, and that's the reason why it has to be a supermajority.
I think a supermajority of the states to ratify as well.
Yeah, but it's not like you're saying that we should ignore it if...
No, of course not. Definitely not. Okay. No, I'm a hardcore constitutionalist. I'm like...
That's good.
So I'm gonna redirect it. So since you pulled the 14th Amendment up, the language up, can we go back to the language of Section 3? Yeah.
You want me to go back to your shall thing? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what it means is if someone is labeled as falls into this disqualification, once that happens, you cannot enable this person to be a senator or a representative in Congress or an elector. Once this leprosy type of disqualification hits that person, they can no longer serve unless Congress, by a 2/3 majority, removes that leprosy for the Section 3 14th Amendment. That's what shall means in this context. But then the question is, how is someone determined to have this leprosy?
Right, and I think that that's a perfectly legitimate question. But my understanding, again, as a layman, of what your argument was this Section 3 is inoperative until Section 5, which says the Congress shall have the power, which, by the way, it doesn't say shall enforce by appropriate legislation. It says shall have the power, which seems pretty permissive to me. The Congress shall have the power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article. So my understanding of what your argument is until Congress enacts some sort of federal mechanism to determine insurrection, be it like some sort of criminal conviction or like some sort of like insurrection board within Congress, Section 3 is inoperative. It cannot be satisfied. It just ceases to be until Congress avails itself of Section 5.
It's impossible. I'm going to ask you right now. Okay, take Trump out of this. Put yourself back in 2017. I'm going to ask you to put yourself back in 2020 and 2010.
Well, can you answer my question first? I'm not like ridiculing your argument. I'm trying to get a yes or no answer.
I know you're not. I am. Yes, I agree. I agree with the sentiment that you just expressed.
Okay.
And the reason I think that must be true is because there's no way to know what yardsticks apply. There's no way to know if there's a dispute as to whether or not someone engaged in insurrection, as we have today. Okay, what is the appropriate yardstick? Is it there are different yardsticks that we have at hearings. Okay, so if you go into a civil court, you have to show by preponderance of the evidence, which most people interpret to be 50.0001% more likely in your favor than the plaintiff's favor.
Right, in criminal, it's beyond all reasonable doubt, etc., and so forth. They're different.
And then there's a middle yardstick of clear and convincing evidence, which is somewhere between the 97% that most people attach to beyond reasonable doubt and the 50%. So what standard does someone? How far? I kind of think he did. Is that enough? If you say a gun to my head, I'll follow that, but I'm not positive that he engaged in insurrection. Is that enough that this person is disqualified? I'll ask you right now. Ask yourself whether a reasonable person could say that preponderance is enough, and a different reasonable person could say preponderance is not enough. In which case,
yes.
You agree with me that
no, I agree that reasonable people. I agree that reasonable people can disagree about that, and that's why the lower court did by both clear and convincing and preponderance of evidence. But my point is, your argument, with respect, is ridiculous. They don't put a yardstick for Section 3. They also don't give a yardstick for the Equal Protection Clause, right? They don't give they don't expound on what the standards should be for equal protection. They don't they say what classes of people, what kind of burdens would apply. They don't expound and give a yardstick for the due process clause. Those are clauses that are way more broad and way more general than this. And so your whole argument that we should not interpret it to be operative absent congressional legislation because what metric could courts use to decide these cases, it flies in the face of the other provisions of the 14th Amendment, which are more general and more ambiguous than this Section 3.
And that's why Justice Sotomayor's interpretation of the 14th Amendment is so much more logical, isn't it? It's so much more logical than
I think it's illogical. I think it's illogical.
No, the reason it's logical,
Stephen.
You're saying,
well, let me. I want to ask before I head out here, because Stephen's the only other non-lawyer here, so I'm curious. Stephen, where are you on this? Based on the 14th Amendment, do you think that the amendment requires Congress to create some sort of additional legislation for Section 3 to go into effect, or is it basically just dead on arrival until that happens?
The questions that I have, and I'm half paying attention to this, the problems that I have is the questions I had were is a thing clearly defined in terms of the insurrection bit? Is that clearly defined anywhere, or is this up for interpretation?
No, that's one of the things they debated. Listen, I live streamed all 5 days of the hearing. Mm-hmm. I live streamed the arguments, and one of the things that they hotly debated is, and both sides hotly debated, is what's the definition of insurrection, and and Scott Gessler, who argued for Trump, came forward, and he basically was like, and it's a really tough question to understand exactly what an insurrection is.
He didn't even give a definition.
It's more than a riot. He struggled to give one. He said it's definitely more than a riot. It's definitely more than a riot, and it certainly seems like it's less than a rebellion.
Yeah, so my issue is one is I don't know what the definition or what insurrection is, and that seems like pretty important if we're talking about this particular thing, especially because in my opinion, my non-legal opinion, like in really vital aspects of freedom of speech for politicians is at play here, incredibly vital ones. That's the first thing is what is an insurrection, and then the second thing would be if we had like a legal definition of insurrection, insofar as however we defined it, ultimately what does the body look like that determines whether that threshold has been met? Those are like the two really important things for me. So if both of these were like spelled out clearly, for instance, if we say like an insurrection is anything that involves treason, sedition, or whatever that third one is, right? And if the way that it's resolved is ultimately, well, the Supreme Court, I guess, will hear matters of eligibility for state ballots or something. I don't know what the process, like if these two things are like clearly called out, then I would have a stronger opinion on it. But my biggest fears are just that those two aspects are largely left, it feels to me like incredibly undecided, which means that whether or not Trump gets on the ballot could ultimately depend on the political composition of the Supreme Court, which is incredibly terrifying to me. I don't like that. That's my.
I'll tell you this much. I'll tell you this much. My gut says I don't think this is going to be a 6-3 overturn. I think this is going to be at least 7-2, and it's more likely to be 9-0 than it is.
No shot.
I'm serious. I'll tell you why. Politically. Okay, forget about legal rationale for a second. If we assume that all 9 of these justices are motivated by their own political driven issues, which I tend to assume the worst of people. So maybe you call me a cynic or whatever. I tend to assume the worst of them. Okay. So and I know I've done law for long enough to know that you can rationalize any decision you want to.
Sure. Hello. Did he cut out on us?
Yeah, he's lagging out a little.
Yeah.
They got him.
No, like no.
It sounds like what's happening is your thing is dying or running out of batteries. If you're using like a Bluetooth headset, that's kind of what it sounds like, but I can't tell.
Well, while he figures that out, so Steven, my understanding is, and you did think that Trump engaged in insurrection, right? And still do?
I don't. Right. If you're talking about a legal thing, I don't think I've ever given like the incitement argument or whatever. I haven't been on board with, because I feel like the incitement in relation to freedom of speech is an incredibly important thing, and I'm just like retroactively applying that to anything that a person has said. So I'm thinking about like the totality of all the BLM stuff. Are there politicians that would be charged with incitement if they had said certain things and then people, go out and do things? I feel like,
well, for what it's worth, I'm open to that. I can't speak for Pisco, but I think there were some aspects of the BLM protests, or at least the riotous parts of it, that you could probably easily make the case qualified as an insurrection.
100%.
And if you tied it to the rhetoric of certain politicians, you could probably make that case
a little bit. Although something I wish that Pisco had brought up earlier is I had never been aware of this Brandenburg test. I wasn't aware that like the incitement thing required intent, that was like a mens rea for like conviction for this crime. So with that being said, I think I'm more comfortable if there's like an investigation of the background. So like if Kamala Harris or Biden is saying like, yes, we need to protest and blah, 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 and then BLM rioters go out and blow shit up. Well, if you want to charge them with incitement, you need to actually prove to a court, for a criminal conviction, you have to show that they were intending to incite like violent action there. And if that's the threshold that has to be met, and if Trump can meet that threshold, I'm okay. I'm actually 1,000,000% okay with a criminal conviction there. Because if you're knowingly saying things and people can prove that intent with other statements you've made, well then what else would you
Well, I'm
need?
sorry, you said criminal conviction. Just to remind you, that's not what this is. This is just a disqualification. This is not.
No, I understand what you're saying, but you asked me like, do you think he engaged in insurrection? I guess I was thinking incitement to riot is what I was thinking.
Yeah, I mean
engaged in insurrection. I don't know what insurrection. I mean, like morally, ethically, if we have a conversation about it, I would say undoubtedly, of course, obviously. But I feel like that's a different question, kind of than like legally. But also, I don't know if we're asking quote unquote legally, criminally, because obviously, this is like a whole different ballpark of things. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you mad that I didn't bring up Brandenburg versus Ohio to you before?
No, I'm mad that I didn't know that. I didn't know about the intent thing for incitement. I had no idea that was part of the test for
It
that
didn't
incitement
always
thing.
used to be.
Sure.
Have you heard the term clear and present danger? Or
Great.
yeah, I think that's right. So, have you heard that term before?
I've heard the term before, yeah.
Yeah. So there used to be a legal test before Brandenburg. Well, actually, more accurately said, like different tests using similar language that was much more like open to prosecutions for speech. And so
Sure.
people would like pass out leaflets saying, hey, dodge the draft, or you should not go and sign up for Wilson's War in World War I, and they were being charged under like the Espionage Act and other kind of acts for trying to with the draft. And that became a lot stricter in the 60s with the Brandenburg case.
Also, real
yeah.
quick, because somebody's saying this in Kick Chat. I'm sorry, can you name me a single other criminal charge someone people could claim a person is guilty of without them facing criminal charges? One, we're not talking about a criminal charge here. We're talking about something that would just disqualify him from being listed on the ballot. Two, depending on what you're talking about, like I could literally just give you the different standards between civil and criminal convictions. There are things that might not meet the threshold of a criminal conviction that would the exact same thing in like a civil court. Trump's rape thing was literally an example of that. So yeah, depending on your forum, there are absolutely charges. I'm not using it in the legal sense, but like there's a statement or a claim you can make about somebody that doesn't have to like be proven in criminal court before it's used to in like a different forum. It just depends on where exactly we're talking about. Yeah.
He's being sued for civil fraud in New York, not criminal. There has no, basis. There's no way to put him in jail unless he like breaks the gag order there, on the basis of what's going on there. But there's a huge penalty associated with it. That's not criminal, but it could end his business. People have this like feeling that only criminal level prosecutions matter. In this country, you don't need to have proof beyond a reasonable doubt to get deported. You don't need to have proof beyond a reasonable doubt to have your kids taken away from you, or to have
or to be on a no-fly list,
targeted.
or for civil forfeiture, or for there's like I'm sure there's a million different cases where you don't even have to have a conviction necessarily. Yeah.
Stephen, let me ask you this too, because I'm curious, and because it seems like you have some anxiety about. I mean, I do too, to a certain extent, about the outcome of this. What would satisfy you, short of like a confession of Trump, like going on the record saying, "Yeah, I hope these f***ers burn the Capitol down," in terms of like the mens rea, in terms of the intent? What would satisfy you personally to say, you know what, this clears it up completely, kick the motherfucker off, in terms of his intent?
I mean, like, I might read this off stream tonight, the whole opinion here, the majority opinion at least. I mean, him saying to Pence in the background, stop the certification of these votes, in conjunction with making these statements about fighting to stop the steal and stop the blah, blah, blah. Like, where at the very least, just from the very little bit that I've read, I'm glad I was linked this majority opinion, by the way. Thank you, Pisco, or whoever suggested it. The fact that I've read just that, even on those statements alone, I'm like 49%. Like, I need like 2 points more to bump me over the like, this is incitement. So depending on what else is in here, like even those two things in conjunction are pretty bad for Trump, I think. Like if you're clearly trying to effect that outcome in one way and then saying to people in kind of ambiguous language to try to make that same thing happen, I think that's pretty bad. Yeah.
Well, I've got two things to ask you about then that you'll definitely, if you read the majority opinion, it gets into. But two things, one prior to January 6th and one actually as January 6th was going on, in the hours that the riot took place. Is it persuasive to you, like the relationship between Trump's rhetoric and like violence? So the fact that he's kind of had a propensity towards violent rhetoric and celebrating violent rhetoric over the years, and then it increased.
No, I think you got to be really careful. I'm always going to be an ultra super omega cuck when it comes to, because this is like a central core freedom of speech thing.
And
sure.
Yeah. So
I think that there's like a limit to how much you can include prior bad statements and prior bad acts. I agree.
Well, they do in the majority opinion. That's why I'm asking. Just fair.
Yeah.
Just okay. So that's probably.
Wait. What kind of prior statements do they make though? Because if I had to guess, without even having read it, are they including all prior violent statements or just one specifically related to the election?
The round of the election. Around the election.
Because, for instance, if they included in here like a statement of Trump saying like, "Oh, you can beat that guy up and I'll pay your legal fees," I would say
a couple of those. I think.
Do they? Because I don't know if I would be sold on like stuff like that.
But they're conscious of that issue.
Sure. Okay.
They're conscious of the time frame. They try to do it as immediate as possible. Then the second thing I want to ask you about is, in terms of his intent, how much stock do you put in Trump's actions, or rather inaction, as the riot was taking place? Because some people might say, well, Stephen, if he didn't have the intent for it to be violent,
I think the situation is, I don't know if I don't know if you're Pisco fans. I hold Mayor Bowser 100% responsible for what happened there. 100%.
This is propaganda.
There might be other things that I could read to persuade me off of it, but I think she's 100% responsible.
Why? Wait, why?
Horrible.
Well, hang on. Let him make his case.
Because the reading that I had of that situation, after seeing the statements that she made and the rejection from the Capitol to accept more help from the National Guard or reinforcements for the Capitol Police, made it sound like the Capitol was trying to avoid just it looking bad at having a lot of National Guard people there. They wanted to avoid a type of situation, just in terms of optics of having like another moment where National Guard people are beating other people up or whatever. And to avoid those bad optics, they intentionally rejected, because I believe an official offer was made to reinforce and help those Capitol Police, and the Capitol refused that offer preemptively. So that
two things. And Pisco can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I am almost certain that that's actually disputed as to whether or not Trump offered the presence of the National Guard. Number one, but number
Trump
two,
never offered that.
Yeah. Well, he's claimed that.
Offer.
Yeah. But the reason I say it's disputed is because I don't think there's any like testimony of the relevant, like the Secretary of Defense or whatever, or any record of an order being issued. So I don't think that. Yeah,
I have to go and look at that, but my understanding is that's not true. There was her explicitly shutting down. Yeah.
Well, and the other thing is. Well, hang on, just one other thing. The other thing, too, is she doesn't have a say in it. He's the sole authority over the National Guard. She is not in the chain of command. Like, people also blame Nancy Pelosi for it, too. Like, Speaker Pelosi...
Yeah, hold on, wait. I've heard this argument given before, and I used that argument before, but my understanding is the process, what actually happens is when the National Guard is deployed to places like D.C., it's actually essentially put under control of the Capitol Police. So, for instance, there were some National Guard people there, but those National Guard people aren't, like, answering up the chain of command to the federal government. They're basically working in conjunction with and basically operating as a part of the DC police or whatever at that point in time. That was my understanding when I read about it.
That's not the case. The DC National Guard is under the control of the president, and to the extent he delegates it to the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of Army. So they have absolutely no chain of command with respect to controlling those people. In fact, it's required to have the White House, in this case, or the executive branch, authorize that action. So
what's funny is, Pisco, do you remember, because I'm pretty sure in the record, Vice President Pence gave like the order to like Mark Esper,
that's
whoever
what they're alleging.
Yeah,
no,
I understand what. Yeah, so I understand what you guys are saying there. I'm almost positive I've read the opposite. So I'd be curious to see something different. But my understanding is the National Guard that was working in DC, that was kept at a very light level, like I think operating on the streets or whatever, was essentially working under the DC police there. They weren't like taking separate, like there wasn't a whole separate chain of command. They're just basically integrated into the DC force.
Oh, I just want to be clear about a couple things.
Yeah.
Number one, the people who have control over the DC National Guard is not the Capitol Police, or sorry, the Capitol Police or the Metropolitan Police.
Yeah.
They do not have control over them.
What do you mean when you say have control over them?
They cannot mobilize them.
That's okay. You're a misunderstanding. Okay, yeah. Okay, let me say this one more time. Okay, I'm not saying that DC, that the Capitol Police, that they can call on the National Guard and make them come work. What I'm saying is, once the National Guard has been deployed there, which they had been in limited numbers,
sure.
That they operate under their control. Yes. That's how that worked. Now, my understanding is, I'm reading real quick from an NPR article. If you guys have something different, link me. That'd be fine. And also, I would love to shit on Trump people over this. Okay, so if you can change my opinion, I welcome it 100%. But the former chief of U.S. Capitol Police says security officials at the House and Senate rebuffed his early request to call in the National Guard ahead of a demonstration in support of President Trump that turned into a deadly attack on Congress. Former Chief Stephen Son, who resigned his post last week after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi called for him to step down, made the assertions in an interview with the Washington Post published Sunday. Son contradicts claims made by officials after Wednesday's assault on Capitol Hill. Son Superior said previously that the National Guard and other additional security support could have been provided, but no one at the Capitol requested it. Son told the Post that House Sergeant-at-Arms Paul Irving was concerned with the optics of declaring an emergency ahead of the protest and rejected a National Guard presence. He says Senate Sergeant-at-Arms Michael Stenger recommended that he informally request the Guard to be ready in case it was needed to maintain security. Son says he requested assistance 6 times ahead of and during the attack on the Capitol. Each of those requests was denied or delayed, he says.
That's the day of. So,
Okay, yeah.
I want to be clear about what we're talking about here.
Oh, and then also,
So
real quick here, one more
is-
paragraph. I'm sorry. Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser also wanted a light police presence at the Capitol. She reportedly wanted to avoid a similar scenario as last summer when federal forces responded to demonstrators opposed to police abuses who assembled near the White House. This is what I had heard. Yes. Okay.
Let's be clear about what we're talking about, because this is a very nuanced issue that you need to separate in different buckets.
Okay.
Number one, was Mayor Bowser and the Senate Secretary at Arms and the House one, should they have requested additional help? They absolutely should have, no doubt. That is a separate issue to did Trump or the DOD ever offer anything? And also a separate issue to on the day of, did they mobilize the DC National Guard in time? These are different issues. And the claim is being made by Trumples is that Trump offered some amount of presence and they rejected it. That's not the case. No assistance was ever offered by the DC National Guard, at least not from Trump or from anyone in the DOD.
On the day
What
of?
happened? No, before. They did not offer 10,000 troops or 5,000 troops or whatever made up number that they're at least there's no evidence for that, at least not of yet. And there's some contradictions between of the Assistant Secretary of Army or whoever, I forget his name. It might be Chris or something. I forget his actual last name, or Ryan or something. There is some contradiction in terms of like who asked for what when, but there was not any single evidence of an offer being made prior to January 6th by the Trump administration for some large amount of DC National Guard. That's just not true. And on the day of, there was a huge delay for approval from the White House and from Trump and from the Department of Defense.
Wait, hold on. Did Trump need to authorize that?
Yes.
Hold on, real quick. Trump needed
the Secretary of Defense or Trump can authorize.
Okay, that's two different things. Okay. Because my understanding is, yeah.
But they're both at the control of Trump. You agree, right? Trump is the commander in chief.
That's not what I'm asking, okay? The CEO of Amazon controls every manager. I don't have to ask the CEO of Amazon if I can take a break, right? I can ask my manager.
Yeah, well, my understanding is that if Mayor Bowser wanted the DC National Guard, she would have had to have gotten authorization from Trump or whichever delegate, which probably would have been the Secretary of Defense. She could not ask and it be automatically given. He would have to give permission.
The point is that Trump could have authorized it and didn't. That's the point.
Hold on, wait. Just clearing out. On the day of, is that what we're talking about, or beforehand?
On the day of, and beforehand, he never made an offer.
Sure. I don't remember if an offer was made beforehand, but I know that Bowser explicitly rejected help beforehand. She said no.
Did not request. Different than we really want to offer you some amount of help. You understand that's very different.
Sure, yeah, but Bowser literally said no before anybody even. Why would you offer? She said no.
So, but that's the claim is being made that Trump offered 10,000 National Guard, 5,000 National Guard, some amount, implying that he had some foresight to try to prevent some amount of violence that's being done. Right? It would help your argument if you're mobilizing the National Guard to prevent this. That's why they say it, that he had the foresight because he wanted to prevent violence, and that's why he offered the troops.
Can you offer troops without like a request being made initially? Can you even do that? Can the National Guard say, is there...
Why couldn't you say, hey, if you need the National Guard, we'll give you 5,000, 10,000 troops?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I feel like I'm sure there would have to be a formal process where something's written down, but I know of no law or any sort of like provision which precludes the president or the Secretary of Defense making an offer. Hey, in the event
you're saying like an informal,
this,
like just like a communication.
Yeah, you can't necessarily impose.
Yeah,
I know this works for like. I'm not sure about. I think in DC the president's going to have a lot of latitude. It could be different, but in terms of also state National Guards, there was a delay in approving the state National Guard going to DC because in order to allow them to go into DC, they have to be approved.
You have to request, the governors. Short of like a national emergency, the governor has to agree to let the president federalize the National Guard. But my understanding is, if you read this opinion, is they had an expert on presidential powers come in and testify during the 7-day trial, and he clarified that Trump, the day of, because to me it's like whatever offer may or may not have existed prior to January 6th. maybe that's worth addressing, maybe it's not. But the point is, on the day of when he knew the riots were going on, my understanding is he had the authority right then and there, mayor, no mayor, Pelosi or no Pelosi,
1,000%.
to whip out his big fat presidential cock and say, I'm the most powerful man in the world. I am dropping the DC National Guard.
Well,
yeah.
It is absurd.
Wait, so can you? Okay, wait, hold on. There's a lot of different claims you made. Okay, so number one, I don't know if I've ever heard the claim, but if somebody is saying that like they were aggressively offering help prior to January 6th, then I haven't heard that claim. I don't think I would agree with that. I don't think I've heard that. I would say no, I don't think so. Okay.
No, wait. I just want to stop.
Yeah.
That claim is a central conspiratorial claim that Trump offered. It changes 5,000 or 10,000 troops. If you look it up, it's well sourced. It's a constant claim. So just be aware. It's very, very prominent.
Okay, Trump offered 5,000 troops DC Jan 6th. So you think you?
100% you'll get articles, or 10,000. They did.
Yeah. I think Kash Patel was the one who testified during this trial that Trump did that, but that claim, like, there's no evidence to corroborate it. Apparently, Trump just mentioned to an aide something about having 10,000 National Guardsmen there.
No credibility to that claim, and that was contradicted by the person who made it.
Yeah.
Who said there was no ever a request.
But to me, like, unless I'm missing something here, even
hold on, wait, just real quick. Hold on, wait. I want to do claim by claim. I'm sorry. We can't just skirt past these, okay? President Donald Trump wanted National Guard troops in Washington to protect supporters on January 6th rally that ended with them attacking the U.S. Capitol, leaving 5 dead. Trump's former Pentagon chief testified on Wednesday. Former acting Defense Secretary Christopher Miller told a House of Representatives panel that he spoke with Trump on January 3rd, 3 days before the now former president's fiery speech that preceded the violence and led to their second impeachment. According to Miller's testimony, Trump asked during that meeting whether the District of Columbia's mayor requested National Guard troops for January 6th, the day Congress was to ratify Joe Biden's presidential election victory. Trump told Miller to fill the request. The former defense secretary testified. Miller said Trump told him do whatever is necessary to protect demonstrators that were executing their constitutionally protected rights. Miller made the remarks during a contentious hearing held by the blah. Okay, I think that's it. Okay.
And he contradicted those later, if you look up Miller's statements. But
you're saying Miller contradicted these under oath later or in the media later?
One of them was in the media. He's contradicted himself on this. You can look it up. You can just do a fact check on Christopher Miller's statements. He's been inconsistent on it. And to be clear, even as alleged, that is not a communication of some offer to anyone, either in the Capitol or in DC. It's an allegation of an internal deliberation between Miller and the president.
Okay, I mean, I think I agree with you there. Okay, I haven't heard this particular thing, but sure, if troops are made available by DC, there wasn't a formal offer made, but the reason why troops weren't there was because of Bowser. She didn't want them there. If she wanted them more there, she would have gotten them.
But again, so what I guess, and again, maybe I'm just missing something spectacularly, but even if that's true, even if we give the most generous interpretation to Trump that he made an initial offer, right? But let's just say we do, and he made an offer before January 6th, and then January 6th happens, because to me, the ultimate question was about intent, and I think it's fair to analyze Trump's actions or inactions as the riot was taking place to malign his intent. Because if he really intended for the protest to not get violent, the second it got violent, he would have been like, "No, fuck this," and dropped the boot on the rioters at the Capitol. And he didn't.
1,000%.
He sat on his fat orange ass.
Can
for
you
3 hours.
link me or show me anything that shows that the mobilization of the National Guard was delayed because of Donald Trump?
Did you watch the House January 6th committee or no?
I don't remember. Probably.
Yeah, there was hours delay. The president is the one who has authorization to call the National Guard.
I don't think that's. I don't. He could have, but I'm asking.
Could have done it on his own at any time as soon as they entered. To think that the president wouldn't have the authorization to mobilize the National Guard, which statutorily he does, but even just think about it logically, the president wouldn't have the authority to defend the Capitol from attackers.
None of this is what I'm asking. I'll try this one more time. Okay, asking? I'm asking. Yeah. Was the mobilization of the National Guard to DC delayed because of Donald Trump? That's what I'm asking.
1,000%, yes.
Okay, so you're telling me that when they made the request that Donald Trump delayed it. He either didn't respond to the request or... Can you just kind of just like one one article or anything showing this? Or must
100%,
be.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So don't pretend that I don't always bring receipts.
That's fine, but you're about to talk right now. I don't know. I literally don't care at all about what you're about to say. I know what you're gonna. Okay, yeah.
All of our conversations. Have I ever said to you something that's like unsourced and like totally?
No. But right now we're having a disagreement of fact, which is something I've looked up in the past, and I changed my opinion on this. So if you're gonna say something right now, I really don't care what you're gonna say. I just want just show me an article. You might be right. If you're right, then you're right. I'm just curious.
I'm on my phone. I'm not.
Okay, but you're about to say a bunch of shit that I don't care about.
I'm trying to look it up.
You're about to say well, this happened, and I'm saying like I heard that happened in the past, but I changed my opinion because I read different stuff for it. So I'm just curious.
Understand the chronology. There was some delay from the actual secretaries of the Congress, the various ones, secretaries at arms, in actually formalizing the request. That is true, and that's sourced for sure. And they point fingers at each other. They point fingers at various other people. Pelosi and Schumer always were. And McConnell were always willing to grant whatever request. The minute that they were given information about it, they granted the request, obviously, because they were under attack. But even after that delayed request from Congress was given, there was like almost a 2-hour delay from a response from the White House. And even then, right, that was hours after the initial entry.
Okay, I think I'm right 100% on this because all of your language is so vague and couched. I'm positive right.
What about what I just said?
You just said there's a 2-hour delay from the White House. My question was, did Donald Trump delay the deployment of National Guard troops? And the response is there was a 2-hour delay from the White House? I don't know what the that means. The White House there could be 50 different people in the chain of command that this goes through. The fact that you're phrasing it this way makes me think, no, Donald Trump probably wasn't involved in this. That's what it feels like. Or did Donald Trump himself tell somebody not to, or intentionally ignore the phone call? He unplugged his cell phone, or what? Like, that's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Motherfucker. The President of the United States is the commander-in-chief. He has the authority to mobilize the National Guard in D.C. If there's a request made by Congress for help from the National Guard, and that request is not fulfilled, why do you think that it was not fulfilled?
I don't know. Is Benghazi Obama's fault for not picking up the phone fast enough? I don't know. I don't know what the chain of command looks like on our armed forces. I have no idea.
We know that the Defense Department secretaries... What?
I don't know what you're about to say. I just need an article just showing. This should be so easy. If what you're saying is true, there should be tons of articles with this as a headline. Donald Trump delayed deployment of National Guard troops. Donald Trump told Secretary of whatever, do not delay. Donald Trump ignored phone call. Troops ready to go. No order from Donald Trump. There should be a million articles saying this. It should be the easiest thing in the world. But if there was a delay because of a million other dumb things that goes along with the National Guard, I don't know.
If I send you articles about the delay and about who's responsible for the delay, will you read them?
Yeah. You could be right. I'm not even saying you're wrong. I just want to just show me the thing.
I have to leave the call, but I will send you the articles right now as soon as I get off the phone. Okay.
Okay.
Wait a minute. I'm looking here. I'm using Wikipedia. I'm trying to do this in real time. So, Stephen, I just linked you to an article where it said it was Pence, not Trump, that issued the order to deploy the National Guard. And then I'm looking at the Wikipedia article about January 6th.
Okay, so then if Pence was the one that issued it, is it his fault that he waited so long, or what? I don't understand.
Who says it's Pence's fault? It's Trump's fault.
Wait, hold on. Why is it Trump's fault? I don't understand.
Trump's in charge.
Trump's in charge of the entire military.
Trump is the one. He's sitting in the White House. He knows what's going on. He's watching the TV. He knows these requets are coming in. Come on, you know that.
I don't know if he knows that. Donald Trump is chief. He's the chief general of the entire armed forces. I don't know if Donald.
Are you serious,
bro? I don't know if you're being retarded right now. I can't tell. What you're telling me right now, what you're telling me is the equivalent of a guy coming into class saying, I got a reckless endangerment ticket. This is bullshit. I can't wait to get Scalia's opinion on it when it goes to the Supreme Court. I don't know if Donald Trump, the chief executive of our entire armed forces, is making every single authorization for any part of our armed forces to be deployed. That sounds fucking retarded to me, Pisco. I seriously doubt that Donald Trump is like making personally every decision on how to deploy any part of our armed forces. Maybe he is. That's why I'm just looking for an article. Like, geez.
He's the one with the authority to mobilize them.
What you just said wasn't an answer to anything I said. Donald Trump can do anything with our armed forces because he's the chief executive of the armed forces, but he doesn't. In practice, the United States president isn't the one ordering our troops around, even though he could theoretically, right?
But he's at the center of this storm. He understands what's going on January 6th. He's the one who brought his people there, and absolutely. Do you think it's credible that Donald Trump would be unaware of the request being made to the National Guard for assistance, or that he shouldn't have known just by virtue of watching what's going on January 6th, that sua sponte, by his own accord, he should be mobilizing them. He doesn't need to wait for a request.
Firstly, I'm almost positive that what you just said is not true. I'd be curious to otherwise.
You think the president has to wait for a request from Congress?
The mayor herself literally said, "Do not send troops." You're telling me that the National Guard
The mayor does not get to control whether or not Trump mobilizes the National Guard.
So you're telling me the National Guard can be deployed into American cities in contravention of protests against the will of the people that have authority over that area? Is that true?
In D.C., in D.C., the person who has control of the National Guard to mobilize it is the President of the United States.
Yeah, but the National Guard isn't the D.C. police. That's the MPD.
Here's an easy question.
Oh my goodness.
Easy question, Stephen.
Okay, yeah.
If Trump wanted to mobilize the National Guard, could Bowser stop him?
I'm pretty sure they could. I don't know if you can send National Guards to areas without them being requested.
Okay, well, hang on, and I want to clear this up.
Wait, hold on. Oh my God, why are we arguing over statements of fact? Just look, somebody help me look this up. Can you send the National Guard into a state if the state says no? Can you do that? I don't know. I don't know the answer. I'm telling you, I don't know. It might be the offense.
Wait. We're not talking about a state, correct? You agree that D.C. is not a state, yes or no?
I don't know if that's relevant in this analysis.
Is D.C. a state?
D.C. is not a state. I don't know if that changes anything here. Hold on. Is the National Guard the D.C. police?
The National Guard has a dual control system. The governors of the respective states have day-to-day usual control over the National Guard. They can be federalized by the president in times of in certain specified situations and emergencies. You understand that, correct?
I don't know why we're fact dumping, but yeah.
What do you mean fact dumping?
You're just saying a bunch of shit. This is a super easy. All of these questions are.
Wait.
What?
Did you know that there? Okay.
All right, hold on.
You have military background, don't you?
Yeah, hold on. So, in any state, the commander-in-chief of the National Guard is going to be the governor. That's who's going to go ahead and deploy it. In D.C., it's Trump. If anyone believed the National Guard were needed to be deployed, they would go to Trump for the deployment. Now, I think the point Stephen is making is
wait. Here's a question I have. For D.C., is Trump like the de facto or de jure governor of D.C.?
Yes.
Yes, he is. He is in charge of the National Guard. He is in the way that if Ohio deploys the National Guard like they did to Kent State, that's the governor making that decision. It's going to be Trump who makes that decision for the National Guard of D.C.
And it's a moot point anyway because I just linked it to you according to the Wikipedia article, and I sent you that link too. At 1:34, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser requested that they deploy the National Guard, and it didn't come till 3 hours later.
What is? I don't. What do you?
What does
think?
that have to do with anything?
Well, wait a minute. She made the request. What I'm saying is it's a moot point because she made a request. No, and there was still the delay.
We're not talking about this. We're talking about earlier, the day prior to that. She specifically said no.
Fuck off. No. That's not what we were just talking about. What we were just talking about was the day of.
Yeah. Yes. No. Hold. Right. No. Oh my God. No. You're saying, or you're making it sound like Trump could have deployed troops ahead of a request from the mayor. That's what is being argued. I don't know if that's the case or not. You guys are just saying, obviously it's true. I don't know if that's the case. That's what I'm asking, okay? So when you say Mayor Bowser requested troops, yeah, she did, but prior to that request, I don't know, because you made it sound like earlier, well, even if she did request, couldn't they watch the TV and see what's going on? I don't know if you could just look at the TV and send in federal troops onto D.C.
And the Capitol?
Yeah, I don't know if that's the case. I don't know.
You think the mayor can be like, nah, guys, you can't come here?
I don't know why you're a lawyer and you're just saying the most retarded do you know what procedure is? What the fuck are you saying? You don't think that they could go and do that, blah, blah. I don't know. I truly don't know, Pisco. I don't know. There's probably a whole bunch of procedure
why
around.
Are you pretending that it would be crazy that the president wouldn't have that authority?
I'm literally not pretending. I'm literally not pretending it would be crazy. I'm just asking for one citation showing that he could. You're pretending that it's fucking insane to say to the contrary. Whereas for states, I'm pretty sure if states refuse the National Guard to.
I do think it's insane.
Okay.
That even just on intuition alone, forget anything, right? Even if we're just going off intuition alone, if you had no idea what the DC National Guard is, for anyone to think as just a baseline that it's conceivable that Congress would have passed a statute that gives the DC mayor unilateral rejection authority over mobilizations of the DC National Guard, I do think that sounds facially insane. However, you don't have to believe me because we know that under the statute, the President of the United States is in charge of the DC National Guard. That's just a fact. Isn't it, Lycan?
Yes, it is. But hold on, I'm sorry, unless I misheard. Like 6 minutes ago, before I jumped in, I thought, Stephen, you said the point, like you guys were arguing about whether or not Trump was watching and actually knew anything in order to deploy the National Guard. Are you guys not talking about after the event started on January 6th, whether or not he should have? Or are we talking about whether or not he should?
After it started, should he have mobilized the DC National Guard? And my position is, the minute you had awareness that people had breached the Capitol, he should have mobilized the National Guard when it was clear they had no control over the basic security in the Capitol. I don't think that that's very controversial. Do you think so, Lycan?
No. And Josiah said at 1:36, 1:38, the request goes in and it doesn't get honored for 3 hours. But we know, when did Trump do his tweet or appearance?
Yeah. When did he say "Go home in love and peace" and "We love you"?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to
was it before? That's what I'm curious about. Was that before that 3 hours when the National Guard finally shows up?
No, I think it was after. I think that they mobilized DC National Guard, and it took even longer for Trump to come out and say something. It was pushing him along every step of the way. They were begging him to do something. You understand that there's testimony of aides begging Trump to do something to stop him. You're not aware.
That's all I had to offer. I'll go back to listening. Bye, guys.
Bye. Yeah, I don't even know at this point what we're arguing about, because to me I take the point. I'll even grant you. Let's just say that even the formal offer was made before January 6th. I'll own it. I don't think that there is actually evidence to support that, but whatever. It's the day of that matters most. If the motherfucker intended it to be peaceful and not violent, the second it got violent, he would have deployed the DC National Guard immediately because he was watching it on live TV and he's the commander-in-chief. Furthermore, even if you don't accept that and say, no, he still needs permission from the D.C. mayor, the D.C. mayor made the request at 1:30 and the guard didn't show up until 4 o'clock.
Yeah, but we're arguing whether or not it was because of Donald Trump. Based on the argumentation that both of you guys are giving me, I'm almost positive now it wasn't. Because either I would have seen this or you guys would have something readily available. So my guess is there was probably a breakdown in a whole bunch of communication related to deploying the National Guard in D.C. And that's what. But you guys trying to make
doubling down on some bullshit? I can't believe it, Stephen. Actually, I can, because I think that it takes you a while to come to a change of position. But you're aware there is testimony on the record of multiple aides, including chiefs of staff, the speaker of the minority leader, McCarthy at the time, begging Trump to do something to help out.
I don't care. That doesn't answer any question. I don't know if Trump is the one that normally picks up the phone to deploy the National Guard.
He's aware. He has awareness of the fact that the need is there, which you're saying that he might not know because, who knows what he's doing at the time. He could be taking a shit, eating McDonald's.
No, wait. So wait a minute. I'm trying to steel man Stephen's position. So Stephen, what you're saying
hold on.
is,
I'm sorry. Wait, I do not need a steel man. Neither of you have even attacked my position. You guys are screaming incredulous at me, citing something that for some reason you can't find any source of. My position is super clear. My position is I don't need a steel man. I have plenty of steel on my own. My position is super clear. There was a delay in the deployment of the National Guard to D.C., to the White House, or not to the White House, no, to the Capitol. I'm aware of that. Yes, we all agree that that's a fact. The claim, though, that's often made is that delay was caused by, or at the very least, Donald Trump played a huge role in that delay. I have never seen that substantiated ever. And saying an aide was begging him for help doesn't get you any closer to substantiating that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so step one of substantiation. Who had the authority, right? In order for Trump to be responsible anyway.
Hold on. No. Pisco. No. You already start off on a stupid point. Who had the authority? It's who has the responsibility and who has the expectation. The president of the United States has the authority to do anything he wants for the armed forces. He doesn't have the expectation to. So you're already off the wrong point.
No. The reason I start, Stephen, you're stupid. The reason I start on even just the power to do it, right? Before we get to the expectation, whatever. If he doesn't have the power to do it, then of course he can't be responsible. Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. So that's why I started with the power question. Do you agree that's a smart place to start?
Sure.
Okay. So he had the power to do so. He's the only one who had the power to do so.
That's not. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
You think anyone else other than the president or his direct designee?
I think it's the entire DOD or some chain of command of the DOD has the power to do it.
By virtue of being designated by the president of the United States. and by the statute authorized.
Supplementing this legal framework for internal deployment is the Emergency Management Assistance Compact. EMAC is a congressionally ratified agreement among the 50 states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, Guam, the U.S. Virgin Islands, the Northern Mariana Islands that facilitates deployment of National Guard troops and other resources across jurisdictions to respond to natural disasters and other emergencies. The authority to request assistance from other states' National Guard units under EMAC lies with the mayor of the District of Columbia rather than the president. However, deployment of out-of-state Guard units on federal property requires Defense Department approval. I don't. Can you show me something? And again, bro, I'm not even. I'll say you're right. I don't even have the strongest position. Just show me one thing that says only the president can do this. I've just never heard that before. I've never seen that anywhere.
Mobilize the National Guard. I'll find you a source that only the president or his designee can mobilize, and not the mayor of DC.
Okay, so Stephen, let me ask you this. Let's say we're both wrong there, just out of curiosity. Let's say that other people, could be the Secretary of Defense or whatever, could have activated the DC National Guard. Are you saying, does that absolve Trump from not acting if somebody else could have activated the National Guard in his stead and chose not to do it?
It depends on what the expectation is. I don't know if the expectation is on Donald Trump to be the one to mobilize the National Guard.
Fair enough.
Here's you love Wikipedia. Here's the line. The President of the United States is the Commander-in-Chief of the District of Columbia National Guard. Command is exercised through the Secretary of Defense and the Commanding General Joint Force Headquarters, District of Columbia National Guard. The Secretary of Defense has delegated his command authority to the Secretary of Army for the District of Columbia Army National Guard and the Secretary of the Air Force for the District of Columbia Air National Guard.
Okay.
The District of Columbia National Guard is commanded by a Major General with a Brigadier General as his or her Adjutant General.
Gotcha.
The Mayor of the District of Columbia, the United States Marshal for the District of Columbia, or the National Capital Service Director may request the Commander-in-Chief, that is the president, to aid them in suppressing insurrection and enforcement of the law. However, there is no chain of authority from the District of Columbia to the DC National Guard.
Okay, so then the question is why wasn't the National Guard activated by the Secretary of Defense or the Secretary of the Army?
Or the president.
What?
Or the president. The president is the commander-in-chief.
Is the president the one that ordinarily... Well, were the other people requested? You said that request was put in, it was delayed for 3 hours. Did Donald Trump get it? Did it die on his desk?
So what I'm telling you is, regardless of even... listen, I think he received that request. I think that's...
Hold on. Are you saying that he received it and the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of the Army didn't get it?
No, they did get it.
Okay, so all of them got it at the same time. So then why didn't the other two authorize it immediately?
I have my own thoughts about that, and I'll
say it. What are the thoughts? No, tell me what the thoughts are.
So there's no good explanation for why the delay happened from the relevant DODs.
Wasn't there a massive congressional investigation into this?
There's limited. A lot of the people on the January 6th committee did not want to go there, in my opinion.
A lot of people on the wait, say that again?
In the Jan 6 committee specifically was focusing on, based on what I've seen of the Jan 6 committee, on the insurrectionists and the activities leading up to and around January 6th, and not the culpability of the Department of Defense. There was a Defense Department internal report that says that there was no misconduct so far as the DOD was concerned, which is great, right? Like no one did anything wrong apparently. But just to be clear, even absent any action from the relevant DOD personnel, even absent a request from Mayor Bowser or from Congress, don't you think that Donald Trump had a responsibility and a duty to activate the DC National Guard, which he could have done the minute he was aware of the breach of the Capitol?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. That's it.
No, that's not. We weren't even talking about that. We weren't. No. Your claim initially. Hold on. Don't forget about your initial claim. Your initial claim was that Donald Trump delayed it. Not if he was watching TV, could he have authorized it faster?
No. Wait. If you think he had do you think he had a sacred duty to mobilize the DC
I'm more one, but I don't know how these apparently the guy that was days before the riot, the Pentagon removed General Walker's authority to quickly deploy his troops. He testified. He said he was unable to move troops even from one traffic stop to another without permission from Ryan D. McCarthy, the Army Secretary. If this is the ordinary chain of command for these things, I don't know, why did Ryan D. McCarthy, why did he not authorize it faster? I don't know what happened.
Wait. Let's just be very clear and very easy about this. You agree that Donald Trump had a sacred duty to activate the DC National Guard? when the Capitol was breached.
Like,
Agreed?
I just don't know what the I think you're lost. I think you're lost in this conversation. You're just lost. I don't think you understand. I don't have any idea. I think you're so partisan brained on this. You can't even fathom what I'm saying right now.
Don't you agree that Donald Trump had a duty to mobilize the National Guard? Who cares what his
I think Donald Trump has a duty to protect our soldiers. That doesn't mean he needs to grab a sniper rifle and go out into the fucking field.
Answer the question. Do you think he had a duty, an imperative, morally, ethically, whatever you want to say it?
I don't know. I don't know what the ordinary chain.
Answer it.
I don't know. I can't. I don't know what the chain of command is here. I don't know what the expectation is.
You don't like being pushed.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Yep, I just don't like being pushed. Yes, that's right. Yes.
Stevie, come on. It's easy. Of course he had a duty to protect the Capitol and to mobilize the National Guard. That's easy. Say that.
I think you're lost from the conversation. I think you hate Donald Trump and you're just lost in this conversation.
Address the issues. Address the issue. Didn't he have a duty to defend the Capitol and mobilize the National Guard?
I think his office and his seat has the duty to. Yes. I don't know if him individually does. Just like the president of the United States, the executive branch of the United States, headed by the president, has the duty to enforce the laws of the United States of America. That does not mean that he controls. That doesn't mean that he controls Merrick Garland. Correct?
That's correct.
Biden doesn't control Garland. Well, hold on. Wait. But doesn't the DOJ exist under the president? Doesn't the president have the duty to enforce laws in the United States of America? Yes or no, Pisco?
Yes, the president has a duty to enforce
laws. Then why doesn't he choose which cases to enforce? Why doesn't he choose the court decisions on what he wants to go to court for? Why doesn't he arrange for all the depositions? Because that power is delegated, Pisco. Because that power is delegated to other people under him. So even if Donald Trump is the head of the armed forces, he has delegated that power to other people. So I don't know if he's supposed to be the one. Yeah, tell me. Go ahead. Tell me. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
One is an inappropriate exercise of executive authority. Another is an appropriate exercise of executive authority. Wait, and it's going to be real easy.
Okay. Yeah.
If Donald Trump mobilized the DC National Guard, would you praise him?
Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe?
You're asking me questions about a process that I don't know about. Here, Pisco, here's a really good thing if you want to argue a point, okay? And listen, by the way, this could be true. My only frustration is neither of you are linking anything. You're saying common sense, which ironically is what you just made fun of the last guy
I've been
for doing.
I've been linking you shit in DMs nonstop.
Oh, okay, hold on. Whatever, you link it, a ton of random shit. Relink me one thing that you think proves your point, and I'll just read that one thing, okay? This should be really easy. Wait, hold on. Really easy question. Pisco, can you show me a link to either Obama or George Bush under Katrina? You can say, show me. Does George Bush, was he the one that authorized National Guard troops or whatever to go down to Louisiana or whatever for FEMA or whatever? Or I guess, I don't know if FEMA is part of that.
I have no idea. I know that the governors themselves would have mobilized the National Guard as well. They have the authority to do so.
So all you have to do is show me, there's a case where, Obama himself mobilized it. Or was it just Obama saying it and then the Army Secretary or the DOD or whatever, somebody else?
Obfuscation. This is obfuscation. What you're saying is essentially you could never possibly comment on an invocation of National Guard or not. This is just so clear. Come on.
It's not clear. I don't know what the ordinary procedures are, and apparently you don't either. So I don't know why you keep saying it's so clear. You have no idea yourself.
So I'm going to do something real easy for you.
Go ahead.
Let's say that Russia launches a surprise attack on Maine, and in that context, the president invokes, whatever authority he has to defend the country and sends troops to defend the state of Maine. Would you praise that action? Or would you be agnostic about it?
Okay. Let's take a deep breath, okay? I'm gonna get a drink of water, okay? And then I'm gonna re-ask you your question and demonstrate my problem, okay? Ready? Okay, let me get a drink, okay?
Cool, I'm gonna tinkle.
Be right back.
Hope everyone's doing good. It's got a little heated. I gotta go, guys.
Okay. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. You asked me a question. You said if Russia deployed troops and invaded Maine, if Donald Trump would have sent the army to respond, would I have praised Donald Trump, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The answer is yes. Okay. However, Our whole argument is what that word sent means, okay? When George Bush sent troops to Iraq, George Bush wasn't flying a plane. He probably wasn't individually signing orders. There were people underneath George Bush that do that, right? So when Donald Trump would send troops to Maine, I don't know if Trump himself is signing the orders. I don't think that is the case. I already know that Donald Trump, ahead of the protests, wanted to make units available, wanted to make the National Guard available to DC, and they said no. So if you're telling me that on the day of, when that request was made to him, he said no, I don't have any evidence
that he wanted to make troops available.
It seemed to be the case that he wanted to make troops available
based on some statement, a self-serving statement by some guy who's contradicted himself, and you've already concluded that he wanted to make troops available.
Oh, hold on. I'm so sorry. There was evidence. It was a statement that he made under oath. If there's another statement he made contradicting it, I can try to find that statement. I'm sorry. I'm just looking this up on the play. Right. Okay. Yeah.
But even assuming that, go ahead. Yeah. We can assume it.
Fine. Sure. So when you're saying on the day of, okay, we didn't get troops in the Capitol, right? And well, whose fault was it? I don't know whose fault it was. If it's the expectation that if here's a question, Pisco. Let's say that we go back through all of U.S. history and we find that on National Guard deployments, about 50% of those deployments are literally like okayed by the president himself picking up the phone, and about 50% are okayed by other people in the chain of command. If that was the case, and I didn't agree with you, I'd be crazy. I'd say, okay, Pisco, yeah, there's a lot of history for this. But Pisco, let's say it was the case that 100% of every single deployment for the National Guard always happened to a delegated member of the executive branch. Would you say in that case it would be kind of weird for Donald Trump to have the expectation that he's the one making the call and signing the order for the National Guard to go to DC?
If there's a humongous norm against the president mobilizing or federalizing the National Guard, I wouldn't think it's weird if he's just accepting some overwhelming norm that is like based in some policy rationale that makes a ton of sense. But let's be clear here. Your answer to the main question revealed your whole hand, and it's so obvious. If there were fucking foreign troops attacking you and you in Miami right now, yes, and you found out that the president knew about it and did not mobilize any federal assets to defend you, would you think that that's good or bad, or you're not sure?
I would think that that's bad.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask the same question. If you were aware that that there were people attacking the Capitol and the president knew about it and didn't mobilize federal assets to defend it, would you think that's good, bad, or you don't know?
I'm sorry, repeat that question one more time.
It's the exact same question, just replacing your residence with the capital of the United States.
Yes.
Okay, so it was bad, right? And any delay of him mobilizing those assets is unjustified.
I don't understand how. I don't know what's happening right now.
What do you mean?
Like everything you're saying is just so stupid. Like you're completely not understanding anything I'm saying. I just don't understand. Here's a question. Here's a question. I legitimately don't know the answer to this. Can the president himself theoretically do anything that an agency or anybody in an agency underneath him can do? Like, can the president of the United States make a federal arrest?
No, not necessarily. He can't necessarily do everything in the executive branch, but we know he has this authority. We know he has the authority to mobilize the DC National Guard.
Hold on. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Because you keep saying he has the authority. We're not talking about the authority. We're talking about the expectation. We already know that he has the authority. He's the commander-in-chief. But the commander-in-chief does not make every, or maybe even any decision with regards to our armed forces, except for when he talks to the 4-star generals or whatever about. The expectation is what matters.
If your nation's capital is under attack, don't you think the president...
I don't know how many times you can make this impassioned plea and pretend that you're doing anything. Is this like the speech you give to the jury at the end? Like, did you skip the whole fucking court part, the litigation part?
I'll just change one more time. If Russia attacked our nation's capital and there were Russian troops attacking our capital and the president did not mobilize the National Guard, would you think that's good, bad, or that he's responsible for the delay at all?
Bad. I don't know if he's responsible for the delay because I don't know what the chain of command or the expectation is.
You knew the president has the authority to defend.
I don't know if he has the expectation. That could be a delegated power that he himself doesn't ordinarily deal with.
If the president doesn't have an expectation to defend the Capitol, then there's no expectation.
Stop, dude! You're playing so fast and loose. It's disgusting. When you say the president has an expectation, that doesn't mean he has every single responsibility. Do you understand that? I'm going to repeat this statement 1,000,000 times so you understand that. Just because somebody has the expectation doesn't mean that they have. Or I'm sorry. Just because somebody has the authority doesn't mean they have the expectation. Do you understand that? Repeat that to me. Repeat that to me. to me.
I understand it. I understand it.
No, I want you to repeat what I just said.
I understand that the president, just because he has the authority on any given situation, doesn't mean that he has the expectation.
Gotcha. So when we ask if the president is going to defend the Capitol, does the president have the expectation to make the call himself?
Yes.
Okay, just show me that then. Just show me.
No. Listen.
You can't show me because you have no evidence of that. You're talking completely out your ass. That's all you have. I had a discussion. That's all you have. You're going to ask another vague question like, well, they were talking about, should the president do this? And I'm going to have the same assertion. I'm going to say, well, when you say do that, do you mean he personally has the responsibility or he has the authority to and he's delegated that to somebody else that's supposed to sign the papers? And then all you have to do is show me, here it is.
The president of the United States, his power is at its maximal, and the expectations of that office are at their maximum.
The office. And the things that exist like under his delegation. It's not him personally.
You're telling me you're not sure. You're not sure if there's an expectation that the president be involved in decisions to protect our nation's capital.
I'm sure he's involved in the conversation, but I don't know if he's like the one that's signing off on it.
Okay, I mean, we can get back to this conversation. I have to bounce, but wow. I think it's pretty.
Well, I'm curious. So, in terms of the 3-hour delay and all the testimony that said that Trump didn't do anything, Stephen, are you suggesting that it might be possible that Trump was under the impression that something was being done through the normal norms with respect to deploying the National Guard?
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay, but basically, it's being taken care of. I don't need to worry about it. Somebody's on it.
I guess. Yeah.
Okay,
so here's a question. I'm just reading this article on AP News, okay? National Guard troops were already activated and deployed to checkpoints around Washington before the violence began. When the rioting started, Bowser requested more Guard help on behalf of the Capitol Police. That request was made to Army Secretary Ryan McCarthy, who then went to Miller, who approved it. The Pentagon said Miller approved the request without speaking with the White House because he had already gotten direction from the president days earlier to do whatever he deemed necessary with the Guard. Neither Pelosi nor the House Sergeant-at-Arms could have stopped an ordered deployment of National Guard troops because Congress doesn't control the National Guard, legal experts say. Guard troops are generally controlled by governors, blah, 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 blah. Okay, contend with these two paragraphs.
So what you're saying is that in response to a request from the D.C. mayor that the approval was given to involve the D.C. National Guard, correct?
It seems that the request was made to the Army Secretary, Ryan McCarthy, who then went to Miller, who was Miller Secretary of Defense?
And
then
Secretary.
Sure, and then Miller approved it. And then the request never even went to the White House.
So there was a delay in approving the request to mobilize the D.C. National Guard and to get them involved in what was happening. And we're arguing right now not about the response to the specific request from Congress, but about what duty President Trump had.
No, we're not talking about any of that. You're in a separate Discord call. The conversation we were having was, did Donald Trump delay the National Guard by 3 hours? Yes. And now I'm finding out that they were actually approved and sent without a call ever even being made to the White House because Donald Trump had already authorized them or approved them to do with whatever they needed they thought they had to. So where is Donald Trump delaying anything here? Yeah.
First of all, there's a great deal of he said, she said in this entire record about when requests were made, about big disagreements between the fired secretaries of the Congress. And so I do not take at good faith the self-contradictory words of people who have already made mistakes about their testimony previously, and I'm including Miller in that conversation. Second of all, what we were just talking about, and you can't even deny that, was the president's authority and duty.
You're so wrong. I'm not going to get gaslit on this. Nobody here has talked about the authority. We all agree as the authority is the commander-in-chief. It's where the duty is, it's where the expectation is.
Yeah, so we were just talking, when I say we were talking about it, it means in the scope of our conversation were questions about authority, questions about duty, unconnected to specific requests made by the DC mayor or by Congress, and whether or not the president has his own responsibility to come to the determination independently that DC National Guard needs to be mobilized.
I don't know.
Do you think the president has that responsibility?
No, I don't think so.
So Trump is not responsible for not mobilizing DC National Guard.
Do you think George Bush,
Will you answer that question?
Responsibility? It doesn't seem like it. No, it seems like that responsibility is delegated.
Okay, so Trump
can you go with your George Bush thing?
Trump has no responsibility for the delayed response in mobilizing the DC National Guard. That's your position?
I haven't seen any evidence of that. Correct.
Okay.
Stephen, can you do your George Bush thing?
Yeah, did George Bush have the responsibility to mobilize our armed forces in response to 9/11? I don't think he did. I'm pretty sure he kept reading the book. Isn't that like a... Oh my God. Hold on, wait. I want to ask Pisco. Wait, do you think George Bush was flying our Air Force around and controlling fucking everything while he was reading to the kids at the same time?
We're not saying that George Bush is literally flying airplanes, although I believe he was a pilot, but we're not talking about...
No, I'm not on 9/11. He wasn't flying around when the planes were being hijacked.
He was literally in the air, just so you know, but he was in Air Force One.
Right after after the towers were hit, they were taken off.
What I'm saying is that the president's authority...
Hold on, I'm sorry, wait, I'm 35. My recollection is the classic image of George Bush being informed that a second tower had been hit and he was still reading the fucking book. Are you both trying to gaslight me on U.S. history? Or am I losing my fucking mind for doing too many drugs?
I think they rushed him to Air Force One.
Okay, so what you just said was totally fucking not true. There were two towers hit in the United States before Bush got into a fucking plane, okay? Thank you. Go ahead. Jesus Christ. My God.
That was a joke because I was saying that I didn't expect George Bush to literally have to be driving around a plane, although he wasn't in the air during the response to 9/11. That's all I was saying. It wasn't any important point. You're so riled up that you accuse me of lying on a joke that I made about whether or not the president should be expected to do some kind of menial task for the Army. Or for the Air Force in this case. That's where you're at right now and how rustled you are.
I'm not rustled though, because what you're describing, the approval of those troops, is a menial task. Approving it seems to be a menial task, and it seems like Donald Trump already had.
No. It's a major decision, a weighty decision to mobilize the National Guard to defend the capital of the United States. It's not a controversial take. Just like it would be a weighty and important decision if you were being attacked by a foreign nation. If we were being attacked by a foreign nation and you found out that the president knew about it and did not mobilize federal assets, you would say, of course he's responsible.
Well, and even as far as we know, and this is what I was trying to get at to answer Stephen's analogy, even if the norm is for the president not to issue the command directly, which fair enough, maybe that is the norm. I would imagine in a situation like a riot at the Capitol or Hurricane Katrina or whatever event you want to say, that if the president knew about it, he would be profoundly curious that it was being addressed, right? He would be like, hey, is somebody taking care of this? Are we deploying the Guard?
Yes, I listen, I agree with you. But now you're making the argument of, is it possible that Donald Trump could have taken extraordinary steps to mobilize the National Guard ahead of whatever schedule they would have been on? Maybe, I don't know. But that's a profoundly different question than, was Donald Trump responsible for the 3-hour delay of the mobilization of the National Guard? Which is the initial claim you both made, and you have zero evidence of any of that.
No, 100% he is.
Okay.
The fact that he had a responsibility, and tell me which part of this you disagree. Donald Trump had a responsibility the moment he was aware that the Capitol was breached and under attack to mobilize the National Guard.
Doesn't seem like it. Seems like that responsibility was with Miller and the DOD. Yeah, that responsibility was Miller.
May I give a caveat there, Pisco, or ensure that it's being done, right?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay, that's the break.
So the Trump has no responsibility for the defense of the Capitol.
He does. That responsibility has been delegated to Miller, it sounds like. Yeah.
Okay, so nothing can arise, no situation can arise that would make Trump responsible for, apart from like evidence of that you would have of like knowingly
if Donald Trump was obstructing the process, which is your original claim, to be clear, both of you made that original claim.
He has an affirmative duty. So he's responsible for the delay. He is, because he's the person who he has an affirmative duty to act.
But it sounds like he already satisfied that duty by saying he already approved it ahead of time. He said, yeah, use whatever you need.
He needs to mobilize them himself.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. You agree that your statement is just wrong. He needs to. He doesn't need to. Miller can authorize it, or the Secretary of Defense can authorize it. He doesn't need to. You're wrong, right? You admit that. You're wrong.
You're talking about a moral imperative, right?
I'm talking about a moral imperative. He needs to, in the sense of he has a responsibility. He has an ethical responsibility to respond the moment he's aware of it, or to make sure that it's being dealt with. But the fact that there's no response for hours, the buck stops with the President of the United States. He was elected by the people to be our sword and shield. How can you sit there and say...
Wait. I agree. Hold on. You want to say the buck stops? That's fine. If you want to say Donald Trump made a bad decision having Miller in his cabinet or whatever, that Miller should not have been the head of the DOD, okay? And that was a bad decision by him. Therefore, he's at least partially responsible for the delay in authorization. I would agree with you. That's fine. Sure. That's what you realize that, Pisco, that's what the buck stops mean. The buck stops doesn't mean that the manager or the CEO is making every single individual decision. It means they're responsible for the decisions of the people under them. So even if say Donald Trump is responsible because Miller failed in his duties or something else happened, then sure, I can maybe hear that argument, but that is far different than the first argument you made.
If defending the Capitol isn't a responsibility of the president, I don't know what else is. It's hard for me to think of something that is more his responsibility than defending the nation's capital.
Would you agree? Here's a question. Would you agree that if Donald Trump said ahead of time, hey, listen, whatever troops they need, I'm clear with it. I'm good with it. Is that not him satisfying that?
So no. If he made that statement, if that were true, and he was aware that troops were not going to defend the Capitol, and he just, I already told them. I told them that they could have all the troops that they requested, so I'm just going to sit here because I already told them before. By the way, the only thing that's alleged is an internal communication as between him and the acting Secretary of Defense. But no, the mere fact that he said, well, if they ask for troops, give it to them, that does not relieve him of the responsibility to, on his own, defend the nation's capital. And I want you to answer this question. Is there a duty that you think is more relevant to the presidency other than defending the nation's capital? Can you think of a more important duty that the president has?
I don't know if there's a more, but yeah, I'm sure, of course, that's an important duty. Yes,
he has a responsibility to do it. He was aware of what was going on, and he did not act.
Wait, no, you say he didn't act, but oh my God, we're just looping. I don't think he should show up in an assault rifle. Do you agree that even though the president has a duty, should he show up?
No, he should not show up with assault rifle.
Okay, so if he authorizes it ahead of time, should he be the one that makes the phone call? Does he need to be the one that speaks directly to Bowser? Does he? I don't know. If the president's responsibility
to mobilize, he can make an executive action, an order. He can give an order. Agreed?
Okay. I don't know. Listen, for either of you, I'm like 99% confident that my original, not my original, but my secondary assessment was correct. If either of you want to link me anything later that points to, because you guys have nothing. If you want to link me something later, I tried to read what you sent me. Josiah, but I don't see anything. If there's anything that shows that Donald Trump was responsible for the delay in deploying troops, I'd be curious to see it because it's
Wait, you don't believe he has a responsibility to defend it?
I think you're lost in this conversation.
Wait. Do you agree with this statement? Donald Trump does not have a responsibility to defend the Capitol.
No, he does have that responsibility.
Okay, if he has that responsibility, do you think that he fulfilled his responsibility to defend the Capitol that day?
If the ordinary procedure is to delegate the ultimate yes. What?
Did he fulfill his responsibility to defend the Capitol?
From what I've seen, yes, it seems like he did what was the general expectations of him.
Okay. Listen,
and you're laughing and you're saying, well, what they said under oath was wrong, but my conspiracy theory about him delaying it because I saw pictures of him being grumpy in his room is true. If you have any evidence of it, I'd love to see it, but like...
A conspiracy theory implies what? It implies that there was some...
premeditated action. There was some plan to fuck over. Yeah. So you're making it sound like your initial claim was Donald Trump got the request. He's like, fuck these guys, let them burn. That's what you're making it sound like happened. But you have no evidence. So, you admit that you have zero evidence of that?
Of what?
Do you have any evidence that Donald Trump delayed the deployment of the National Guard? Anything?
Yes.
What? Please don't just say it wasn't deployed for 3 hours. The fact that it was delayed. Please don't tell me that's the only thing you're going to say, right? Oh my God, that's the only thing you're going to say. Oh God.
What would be evidence of that for you, Stephen?
It could be a statement by Miller saying Donald Trump didn't respond in time. It could be a statement by somebody at the White House saying that people were requesting authorization to do this and he was either denying it or delaying a response. It could be a statement by anybody involved in the chain of command of the deployment of the National Guard. We're ready to go, and all we're waiting on is the final okay from Donald Trump, and he's not doing it. Any of that would be evidence.
If there was evidence in the record, that he had multiple aides telling him to please help.
What the fuck is an aide? I'm sorry, do aides deploy troops? No, I don't give a fuck what an aide says or what an aide says.
I think the confusion is, and it's been so long, I can't even remember what my original claim was. I think we gave Stephen the impression that we're saying that Trump deliberately gummed up the system to prevent the National Guard from being deployed.
That's what Pisco's saying, yes.
No.
Oh my God. Gaslight me, yes. Wait, I'm ready for it. Gaslight me, yes.
I am not saying that Donald Trump came to some corrupt bargain with the Secretary of Defense, the acting Secretary of Defense, and said, whatever they say, don't listen to them. I am not saying that. What I'm saying is he's responsible for the delay. Do you understand that?
How is he responsible for the delay? Can you explain that part?
Yes, because he was well aware of the need for DC National Guard to be mobilized. He was well aware that the Capitol was under attack, and he did not mobilize the DC National Guard.
Okay, but if the ultimate weight or approval was just waiting to come from Miller, why didn't Miller respond quicker?
I think it would be direct. Well, I think can it be, Stephen, that they're both responsible? Can't they share a degree of responsibility? Like, let's say that Miller was derelict in his duty for not acting more decisively as the president's delegate. The responsibility isn't exclusive.
Then
right?
there's a few things that I would expect to happen. If Miller literally wasn't responding or was derelict in his duty, then I imagine whoever would be beneath Miller, the army general or whatever, would call the president next, be like, "Hey, Miller's not responding. Help us." And if Donald Trump's like, "Ah, fuck you, find Miller," then I'd say, "Fuck Donald Trump. He's responsible in that sense." But if this is a power that has been pretty expressly delegated to the Secretary of Defense, which everything I'm reading seems to be the case, that this is the Secretary of Defense, the one that basically makes the final call on this, and he's delayed for some reason.
Presidents have mobilized the National Guard before, and that's just a fact.
I don't know what you just said. When you say presidents have mobilized the National Guard, we're not asking if the office has done this. We're asking, do they call the president of the United States to do it?
Presidents as presidents. Presidents as presidents.
So not the Secretary of Defense for DC. We're talking about DC.
Okay, so I will bring you instances of the mobilization of the DC National Guard. I don't have them recalled to memory, and so I will do my best to bring that to your attention. But like right now, what you're essentially saying is the president has no independent, freestanding duty to defend the country, that he can be called to account for, and that he can be assessed against. And really, you have to think about it and think like, do you even think he had a duty to tell his people to get out? Did he have a duty to request his supporters get out of the Capitol? Do you think he had that duty?
That's a fundamentally different question.
Wait, it might be different. Do you think he had a duty?
I'm not even answering. That is a completely different question.
Why are you not answering?
Because now we're talking his role as like a cheerleader of an insurrection or whatever.
I think now Steve, we're getting away from legal and moral authority and responsibility to moral.
No. The issue is that let's say there are special forces troops pinned down in fucking Kabul or some shit, and they're waiting on an airstrike, and it doesn't come because the guy ahead of them doesn't pick up the phone. Is this the fault of the president of the United States that they didn't get the airstrike they needed?
No. Right. So like,
wait. Can you answer me? Why? Can you answer me yes or no? I want to hear you.
No. It's not the responsibility. If it's a day-to-day thing where it's not of a magnitude that the president would be involved, such that it's like it would be weird actually for the president to be doing the
minutia.
Tell these people to pick up this person. I totally understand your point. I have granted it now, I think 4 or 5 times, that there are certain places where the role of the president, it is too minor, or there's some institutional or normative reason we want to prevent the president from taking action, despite the fact that they have technically the authority. My proposition to you is not that those cases don't exist, but that this is the most obvious domain of the president possible, where a mere order to activate. I mean, no one else other than his direct designees who are not acting in this moment has that authority. That this is, if anything, is within the operational responsibility of the president. Surely this is, right? Can you think of anything that is in the operational responsibility of the
truthfully, I don't even know if Donald Trump knows this. I don't know if he knows it. It's ultimately
whether he knows it or not is irrelevant.
If it's already been delegated to the DOD, then it's on Miller. If there was a delay and it fucked up, it's on Miller. I don't know if it's Donald Trump's responsibility to be making phone calls like, "Hey, just checking, is the National Guard on the way? Hey, just checking, what's the deployment looking like? Hey, I don't know if the president of the United States is ever in the business of doing that ever."
What responsibility does the president have
in regards to deploying the National Guard? I don't know if any.
With respect to the military, any?
Wait, for what?
To go to war?
For what?
Does the president have the responsibility? What responsibilities would you impose on the president with respect to the military at all?
His authority and responsibility are everything, but he delegates those to other people. Wait, why are you laughing? Hold on, I'm sorry. Wait, do you think the president goes to the fucking war on the ground like it's fucking 1555 with a sword in his hand, Pisco? What are you talking about?
But what Pisco's saying,
to go to war, the decision to go to war. You would agree, right? That's in weighty enough.
That's a congressional power. But hang on.
Sorry, the decision to take military action.
Right? I think you could argue ultimately rests with the president. But the delay here wasn't the decision to send the National Guard. It appears to be the case that decision was already made. We're not waiting on the president to decide. Okay, then I just need proof of that, and then boom, we're good.
The DC National Guard were not mobilized. We understand for some time. You agree with that?
Yes,
they
correct.
were not.
But we don't know why.
we know that the president had, well, you contest, the president had a responsibility to independently defend the Capitol.
No,
in terms
absolutely
of
not. It seems to
You
be
disagree with that?
no. Yeah, it seems that you're expressly wrong. The president has expressly delegated the mobilization of the National Guard to the DoD. Expressly.
Does the president have any responsibility to defend the country?
Yeah, Pisco.
And that's what I'm trying to fit. Like, is there?
No, give one example in which the president, you would impose some kind of responsibility for the president to defend the country.
The only thing that I could possibly think of like the president of the United States needs to make like on his own or like an actual decision is probably turning the key to fire a nuke. That's the only thing I can think of where like
you're insane, bro. I mean, you're so debate brained right now. It's crazy that you're not going to concede on a basic principle.
Gotcha. Well, then here's an easy debate brain check right now to prove that you're the debate brain one. I'm telling you right now, what would it take to convince me I'm wrong? Show me one example of the president of the United States making a military decision above his generals to do something, and I'll be like, oh, okay, well, that's the president. Oh, wait, right now, Pisco, link me one thing, and I'll be like, oh, okay, I didn't know that.
How about the decision of Joe Biden to leave Afghanistan? What do you think about that?
Oh, Joe Biden was the one calling the troops and saying, okay, you can take off right now?
No, come on, man. He made the decision to leave, didn't he?
Yes, but he's not the one like doing the on the ground coordination. He's not the one making.
He is. He is the one who has the responsibility to make that decision.
Is it possible, guys? Is it possible that we're conflating expectation with responsibility? Do you think there's a meaningful difference there?
The comparisons that Pisco's making here, where he's saying like the president is making the decision to leave Afghanistan. We didn't need the president to make the decision to protect the Capitol. We just needed the execution of it. That's what we're talking about.
No, we did need him. We did need him to make the decision that day, and he fucked us over.
Then why was the decision made without the White House even being called?
It was critical. You know what we needed that day? We needed a brave president with the responsibility to make that decision, and he failed. And I've heard you before cite his massive responsibility on January 6th. It sounds like today you're giving him a free pass, and what your position is that Trump bears no responsibility for the ramshackle response to what happened that day.
Correct.
That's
right. Originally, I did have that opinion because I'd heard it repeated so many fucking times. And then when I actually started to read into, well, what actually happened, especially when all those Senate judiciary hearings and all the Capitol Police reports came, I was like, oh, doesn't seem like the muck-up had anything to do with Donald Trump at all. Because if it did, both of you would be screaming from the rooftops a single shred of evidence pointing to it. It seems like the issue was there was a whole muck-up of the process of actually coordinating the National Guard and getting them to D.C. and authorizing it. And it seems like a lot of this had to do with Bowser wanting to avoid bad optics the day before by explicitly saying, do not send extra fucking police here.
He's elected with an affirmative duty in an office.
That's great. It doesn't change. You can impassionately plea all the word, but nothing just changes what I just said.
Stephen, can I ask you, if the Colorado court found that, it says the court finds that Trump had the authority to call in reinforcements on January 6th and chose not to exercise it, thereby recklessly endangering the lives of law enforcement, Congress, and the attackers on January 6th, and I'll give you the link in the quote. Would you find that sufficient? That's just, but the reason I didn't link it earlier is because it's a fact-finding report.
He disagrees with it. I mean, why are you asking him? He disagrees with that.
Well, I don't know. To be clear,
Stephen.
No. I don't even necessarily disagree with that. I'm asking for a single shred of evidence. Oh my God. I'm asking you for a single shred of evidence in the 50-minute time to prove it. I've told you 15 times that if you can just show me that like, oh, well, in this particular point of time, we were waiting on Donald Trump, or Donald Trump was supposed to make this call, then I'd be like, oh, well, in that case, yeah, it's 100% Donald Trump's fault. I've said that literally since the beginning. I've maintained that position.
Right, but to my point, so what I just read you is not in and of itself sufficient evidence that that's a court finding.
I want to know the underlying rationale for the court finding.
I'll link.
Okay, yeah, just link in the thing. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So for here, you've got, all I'm seeing is fact 185. The court finds that Trump had the authority to call in reinforcements on January 6, 2021 and chose not to exercise it, thereby recklessly endangering the lives of law enforcement, Congress, and the attackers on January 6, 2021. So if they have yes. So this is an opinion of a court. So if the court found that he somehow mucked up the process or did something, first of all, I don't know why you guys didn't just say this 2 hours ago, but then I would say, oh, well, in that case, look, Donald Trump is responsible.
The only I can
the Colorado Supreme Court to tell us that he bears responsibility for his inaction. The fact that you're waiting to find what these 7 Democrat judges to say that he had a duty. No, we know he had a duty.
The reason I didn't bring it up earlier is I didn't even know if you would accept it because it's a court finding Lawgic in Colorado and not like a primary source from, the acting Secretary of Defense or whatever. I didn't think it would be sufficient. But there's the link and there's the paragraph. So
I love you guys so much. And Steven, I love you too.
I love you too. Be careful,
I
baby.
have to go. But be careful. I love you, dog. Peace out.
All right, see you, buddy.
Bye.
All right. Well, Steven, before I hit the road, how you doing, buddy?
Okay.
Are you going to be covering this particular topic as far as like the disqualification?
Technically, probably actually hardcore. I'll probably in a day or two. Because on January 6th, I'm debating Glenn Greenwald and Alex Jones in Austin.
Oh, shit! Are you serious?
Yeah, over Jan 6 related shit. And it's on January 6th in Austin, so that'll be a...
Oh, shit. Is it going to be a public thing?
I think so, yeah.
I might go sit in the audience for that. Wait, it's going to be a 2-on-1, isn't it?
No, I've got two brothers that were with... hold on, let me check. Wait, fuck. I wonder if this has been announced. I might be fucking announcing this ahead of time. The Krasenstein brothers? Have you ever heard of them?
Yeah, they're big on Twitter. Ed and something or
yeah,
another.
Brian and Ed apparently
Dick.
on my side as well.
Dude, good for you. What about the Shapiro thing? Is that still
supposedly the 13th of next month, I think?
Okay. And is that when...
Remember Alex talked about your wife? Alex Jones made that comment when he came up. I sincerely and legitimately don't believe he had any idea about any of my personal stuff. I think he was just making oh, no, I found this afterwards. Because him and Melina were just chatting upstairs beforehand. I don't think he was like... There was no like cuck joke that some people interpreted that as. He was just like... But Alex Jones is also like a super friendly dude. Like, if you're talking about real life, he'll like chat with you and like laugh with you and shit and like hang out, yeah. Okay.
Is the Shapiro thing going to be about Biden v. Trump, or is it Israel-Palestine?
Wait, in the Austin thing?
No, the Shapiro conversation.
Oh, I'm hoping
debate.
It's related to Biden or whatever.
Cool.
Other than sending the two tweets at 2:38, which did not call off the attack, Trump did nothing between being informed of the attack at 1:21 p.m. and 4:17 p.m. Instead, Trump ignored pleas to intervene and instead called senators urging them to help delay the electoral count. When told the mob was chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," Trump responded that perhaps the vice president deserved to be hanged. Trump also rebuffed pleas from Leader McCarthy to ask his supporters leave the Capitol, stating, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are." The court finds that Trump, as the commander of the D.C. National Guard, had law enforcement entities at this disposal to help stop the attack without any further approval. Wait. Trump could have redeployed the 340 National Guard troops already activated in Washington, D.C. to assist with traffic and other duties on January 6th. The group could have rapidly responded because riot gear is already stored. There's no evidence that Trump made any effort to redeploy these troops to the Capitol once he knew the attack was underway. Trump could have ordered deployment of additional... Is this the... Trump provided no evidence that he took any action to deploy any of these authorities after learning of the attack on the Capitol. The court finds had the authority to call reinforcements and chose not to exercise it, and chose not to exercise it, thereby recklessly endangering the lives of law enforcement. It's just these statements, right?
Yeah, I mean, the citations, like, I to be honest with you, because I'm not an attorney, I don't even know how to understand the citations outside the footnotes, like the 1031 TR.246:2, like, I don't understand what the fuck any of that is. So we'd need Pisco for that, which is yet another reason why I didn't bring this up.
Gotcha.
Because these are findings of fact from a Colorado judge. I didn't know if you'd find that sufficient. And look, trying to find these primary documents, they are a pain in the ass. I was trying to do like Google foo while you guys were having this conversation.
Sure.
And
yeah, I mean, because I had the opinion on this and I looked it up a ton afterwards. And when I looked up afterwards, because my initial interpretation was also that Donald Trump was either refusing to pick up the phone, wasn't authorizing for hours, was mucking up the process. That was my initial understanding. But after all of the hearings and the investigations, everything came out, it seemed to be the case that there was just some dog shit process for deploying the troops. And for some reason, Miller took however fucking long to respond to shit. Or I don't know it seems like something was fucked up in the process. And I couldn't find anything, any piece of information. And you agree that if there was this piece of information out there, we'd probably be screaming it from the rooftops. Like, oh, here's the proof that Donald Trump fucked everything up. But it doesn't seem like that has ever been the case. I can't find it.
Well, and to clarify, and that's when you finally, I guess it finally broke through that either I miscommunicated or you misunderstood, but I'll just go ahead and concede. If I ever said that Donald Trump, or suggested that Donald Trump like deliberately gummed up the system or fucked it up in some way, happy to concede that. My point was his inaction. I was trying to make the case that, to me, that suggests that his intent was to allow the violence at the Capitol to unfold because he didn't take any affirmative action to step in, even though he had the ultimate authority, and I would argue the ultimate command responsibility to do it, even if the day-to-day stuff is delegated. That was my point. And I don't even know if you agree with that or not, and maybe you're sympathetic to it. Because to me, there's a difference between responsibility and expectation. I agree with you that the day-to-day stuff is delegated to the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of the Army. But when Trump is watching this unfold, I would think, like you gave the example with Bush, if Bush was watching Katrina happen, even if like the activation of FEMA goes to, I don't know, the DHS or whoever, you would think, be like, hey, are we on this? Is somebody doing something about this? And it seems like the evidence.
I don't know if, again, I can't, I don't know. I don't know why this is happening. You keep saying that like that's so obvious. I don't know if that's the case. The office of the presidency probably has 50 billion different things going on. I don't know if it would be normal for the president to be like, hey, I just want to make a call and check to make sure that like the National Guard is actually deployed. Because if that was the case, there might be 50 million different things that the president could be making phone calls to check in on. I don't know if that's like an expectation. But that's what I was saying earlier. Like, if it was the case that like George Bush was making phone calls and he was like, hey, I need to know what the fuck the National Guard is doing. And I'm like, okay, fuck, that would be an expectation, right? Or if, I don't know, was there a National Guard shit under fucking Obama?
I'm sure at some point. I can't think of anything off the top of my head in terms of like a crisis in which he'd have to deploy it, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, so if this was like a delegated thing and Trump's just sitting there stewing at the TV, right? If we're saying like Donald Trump had this extra, fucking Donald Trump, I legitimately don't know if Donald Trump knew that Puerto Rico was a U.S. territory. I don't know if Trump knew that Puerto Rico was a U.S. territory. I really don't know that. Or if he thought it was a separate country. I have no fucking idea, okay? Because he said president of Puerto Rico, which is him. I don't know if he knew that or not, right? So to say like Donald Trump should have been making phone, I don't know if that's the case. If that was his I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this out of curiosity. Are you persuaded at all then? Does it give any credence to what I'm suggesting, the fact that so many people in government were outraged that Donald Trump didn't step in? So not just laymen like you and me, but like Congress people and senators like, Trump, where the fuck are you? Why aren't you doing anything? Do you find that persuasive? Like, it seems to suggest that they were under the expectation.
I think there's a conflation going on with what Donald Trump should have been doing, which is why I didn't answer Pisco's other question. I don't believe that Donald Trump's failure was to activate the National Guard with his own phone. I think his failure was to not fucking call off his rabid mob immediately. That was his huge failure. So I think when people are looking at Donald Trump like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Even for the politicians themselves, I doubt they're thinking like, Donald Trump, why aren't you authorizing the National Guard? They're probably like, Donald Trump, why the fuck aren't you on Twitter telling your people, your rabid fucking dogs, get the fuck out? That's, I think, the conflation that's happening. And I think that's what Pisco's fallen into, and everybody else. Like, oh, Donald Trump failed to act and blah, blah. His failure to act was that he mobilized his fucking army of rabid sycophants, and that he didn't call them off until like 3 hours in or whatever. That was Donald Trump's failure. I think that's what people want him to speak out against, not mobilizing the National Guard faster.
I think it's both. I agree with you that obviously the primary one is the fact that the rioters were obviously personally loyal to him, and he made no effort to call them off. But like in the first article I linked you, the Salon article, Liz Cheney, and again, I'm not saying this is proof. I'm just saying it seems to be the expectation of other informed government actors. She says, not only did President Trump refuse to tell the mob to leave the Capitol, which is your point, he placed
you said
no
Salon?
call. Yeah, the Salon article I linked you to. It's the first paragraph. The first sentence of the second paragraph.
He placed no call to any element of the United States government to instruct that the Capitol be defended. Yeah, but it sounds like he doesn't have to do that. It's already an assumed role.
I hear you. I will cop to that. What I'm saying is, do you think it matters that clearly Liz Cheney, a Republican member of Congress, who again is informed in the intricacies and the chain of command.
Wait, hold on, chill. When you say a Republican member like that's supposed to have her, she was also like an anti-Trump, right? And got crucified.
No, she voted with Trump 93% of the time prior to January 6th.
Didn't she lose her seat because she was critical of Trump so much?
After January 6th. What I'm saying is she was devoutly loyal to Trump until January 6th, and that was what snapped it for her because of his actions and inactions. That's why I brought that up. So what I'm saying is, I take your point that, again, the day-to-day exercise of authority is to the Secretary of Defense and to the Secretary of Army, but do you think it matters at all that she and others in government are pissed off that Trump still didn't do anything. That they're not saying,
I don't know why, but like, so here's a question, right? So, and then again, I don't know. So here's her saying this. Okay, this is my question. So she says he did not call his Secretary of Defense on January 6th. That's one of her statements, right? Here's a question for you. If he would have called him ahead of time and said, authorize this, is it still possible that it might have taken 3 hours for Miller to do so?
Yeah, you would think not, right? But
well, why did it take so long for him to authorize it? Did Miller think that he wasn't supposed to deploy the National Guard?
See, this is where Pisco's right. This is where as far as I can remember from the House January 6th Select Committee, I think this is an entire section of the final report. They still don't have any satisfying answers as to why the fucking delay. I can't, so to your point, it's a great question. I can't answer it. They don't have a concrete answer what caused the 3 hour delay.
Okay, can we like, what are you doing right now?
I'm going to leave in about 20 minutes.
Okay, we got 20 minutes. Can we can we just Google around right now and try to find an answer to this?
That's what I've been doing. I'm telling you.
Okay, so then at the very least then, because I've been in your position, because that's why my opinion on this changed, if you can't find the answer, at the very least, we know there's no clear-cut way to blame Trump, unless we're saying that Trump should have made an extraordinary call or something to Miller? Who should Trump have called?
So I think that she gives the answer in the statement that he should have called the Secretary of Defense on January 6th. He should have called the Attorney General. He should have called the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, but it seemed like the chain of command for this. It seemed like I keep forgetting. Was it the lieutenant?
President.
President?
It goes President to Secretary of Defense to Secretary of the Army.
Yes, okay.
To Lieutenant Commander.
Let's say that he called the Secretary of Defense, okay, and he said, yeah, you're good to go, whatever you guys need. It seems to be the case that Miller took 3 hours to approve the request from the Lieutenant Secretary of the Army. Why?
We don't know. I'm telling you, I vividly recall, and I think even it's in the report, the however many page report, I'll link it to you, where they said they don't have like an answer to this.
Okay, which is fine.
They don't, yeah. But yeah, I think that's what it is for me. It's just I do expect an extraordinary and affirmative response from the sitting president during these situations, even if the normative day-to-day stuff would usually not require it.
Okay.
I guess that's.
And if I'm able to find in some report or some other statement besides what Miller said, okay, if it was the case that Donald Trump ahead of time explicitly authorized whatever they needed for the Capitol, would you then say that the responsibility for this fuck up is on Miller? Or is it always on Donald Trump?
I would say it is shared at that point because, and here's why I say that. I think all presidents, including, for example, President Biden, with the 13 servicemen deaths, which happened in the evacuation of Kabul, I do think that a sitting president bears command responsibility for all that happens on his watch with the military.
Sure, and I could listen, and I even granted you guys earlier because Pisco unwittingly used the phrase "the buck stops." If you want to say that, I can probably agree with you there. That to some extent, the head of the armed forces, our commander in chief, ultimately has responsibility for what happens with the military. But that's way different than this individual mucked up the process, right?
Yeah, and that's why I said I want to be very clear, and I think even Pisco copped to that to the end. I have no evidence, none, that Trump deliberately and nefariously mucked it up. I think it was based on the evidence we've seen. It was a dereliction. He just stayed out of it when he had an affirmative duty, in my opinion, to stay on it. That's, I think, the disconnect. I just want to be very clear. I don't think he was getting requests from Miller and Trump's like saying, no, let him hang Mike Pence. I don't think that's we have no evidence of that, none. So I want to be very clear.
Okay, am I looking at 750 on the PDF or like 750 in the actual document itself?
Which one did I just link you?
Somebody linked me I think this is the whole Jan 6 review or whatever. Who's saying 750? For guys that are saying 750, hello? The file, not the page number. Okay. 750. Directs the Select Committee to examine the facts and circumstances caused relating to the domestic terrorist attacks on the Capitol, including the activities of intelligence agencies, law enforcement. Okay. A gut-wrenching summer. The approval process for the deployment of the DC National Guard is unique. Unlike any of the other 50 states or 3 territories across the country where ultimate authority rests in the hands of the governor, and the nation's capital where no government should rest, the Guard is ultimately under the command of the President of the United States when acting in its militia capacity to support civil authorities. By executive order, however, President Richard Nixon delegated the President's day-to-day control of the DC Guard to the Secretary of Defense and specified that its commanding general should report to the Secretary of Defense or the Secretary's designee. By memorandum, the Secretary of Defense in turn delegated day-to-day control of the DC Guard to the Secretary of the Army. The commander of the DC Guard reported directly to the Secretary of the Army on January 6, 2021. During the 2020 summer protests in response to the murder of George Floyd, the approval process for Guard deployment ran smoothly, very, very proactively. Then Commanding General of the DC Guard, William Walker, said, Secretary of the Army Ryan McCarthy really wanted us out there. Secretary McCarthy, with all his authorities, was physically beside Major General Walker throughout the summer. He was with me for all of it. He came to the Army every day. It's been widely reported a number of President Trump's senior advisors, including Attorney General Bill Barr, resisted President Trump's request to deploy the Guard or other troops in various states and cities where violence had occurred or was underway, including had resisted Trump's request. What does this mean? Does this mean Donald Trump wanted to deploy the National Guard and actually made the request and it got rebuffed, or that he just wanted to and they talked him out of it?
Can you, I'm trying to find where you are in this PDF.
I'm on page 7, file page 751. In the summer of 2020, nothing was being written down. It was all just verbal back and forth. That approach sped up response times, but as the DC Guard footprint grew and controversy began plaguing the operation, Secretary McCarthy came away with a lesson: the deliberative and by written order beat fast and by oral command. The conclusion is on page 748, but 774 in the PDF. Okay. 774. We're getting there, okay? We got time. December 20, that approach sped up. What we learned in the process was we were not capturing a lot of the information in writing in the orders process, which is fundamental, foundational. The concept of operations conduct was developed at the lower level during the summer 2020 operations. It did not require approval or input at the secretary level. That approach came to be seen as a mistake that should not be replicated the next time there was civil disturbance crisis there was a civil disturbance crisis in the nation's capital. Okay.
Yeah, so just to be clear, we're talking about the George Floyd protests. That was when he apparently was giving orders to a request to deploy the Guard, and there was resistance. I thought you found something which indicated that he gave the orders affirmatively multiple times on January 6th. I was like, oh shit, that contradicts everything.
No, that was people have said ahead of time that he authorized troops or something, but supposedly, according to Pisco, Miller contradicted that testimony later under oath. Okay. Okay, 2020, on June 1st, the Guard presence tripled overnight. The embarrassment of the low-flying affected center. Got the request next time. We'd be absolutely certain that we understand the mission clearly and that there is no civil authority could remission off that support without the approval of either the Secretary of the Army or, in certain circumstances, the Secretary of Defense. In mid-June of 2020, then Secretary of Defense Mark Esper, Secretary McCarthy, Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, huddled to talk about what went wrong in the preceding week. Senior defense officials then decided that they would take a more active role in directing the force. As a result, we all took more active interest in what was happening. Major General Walker said that he was not told about that shift in perspective. A tailored request for Guard resistance by December 19. Big DC protest January 6th. Be there, be wild. Mayor Bowser sent a letter to Major General Walker requesting Guard assistance from January 5th and January 6th. The second letter specified the district's request as limited to 2 forms of assistance: crowd manager at metro stations and blocking, blah, blah, blah. Pretty good tailored mission that was not vague. According to something we requested. Okay. 5 days of tremendous resistance. Okay. Fears of policing the military in an anti-democratic manner. Both Acting Secretary Miller and Secretary McCarthy were sensitive to the set of troops near the site of the congressional certification of electoral votes because of President Trump's previous expressions of interest in using federal troops in civilian situations. Again, Attorney General Barr and other members of the Trump administration had resisted President Trump's desire to deploy such troops. Secretary Esper said it tended to be the case that the president was inclined to use the military, contrary to long-standing principles of reserving the armed forces as a last resort. This is, by the way, consistent with everything we've seen of Donald Trump. The idea that he's the one saying, don't send in the National Guard, it doesn't make any sense because at this point in time, I'm pretty sure conservatives have very favorable views of police, right? I don't know why Trump would say no, because it wasn't until January 6th that conservatives started to hate police, I think. And that's at least my recollection of things, but whatever. According to his testimony, Acting Secretary Miller's expressed first priority after being installed with just 2 months left in the Trump administration was to make every effort to return the Department of Defense to a non-politicized entity, because previously the department was being showcased too much in testimony. Fears that the president would invoke the Insurrection Act to politicize the military and He wrote, later adding that if I would have put troops on Capitol Hill before the attack and without a request from civil authorities, that would have been seen as extremely provocative, if not supporting that crazy narrative that the military was going to try to overturn the election. Secretary McCarthy felt similar pressure. He'd always been taken aback when, as he was walking down the Pentagon's hallways, one of the most seasoned reporters asked him whether the Army was planning to seize ballot boxes. Wait, Destiny, just a question. Why did Miller get authorization from Pence if he was instructed to do so as needed? Major Arcana, can you link me in that he needed to get authorization from Pence?
Well, and this is the problem. I'll say this. Mike Pence is technically not in the chain of command. This is the problem. We do have reporting that he tried to give orders to for the National Guard to be deployed. And I think it even says here in this article, once we get down a couple of paragraphs, that the acting Secretary of Defense said, well, I wasn't ordered. And part of it is because the vice president is not in the chain of command, which is technically true.
Okay, on January 1st, we want everybody to know that. Okay, hold on. By Monday, January 4th, with Secretary McCarthy now backing the operation, Acting Secretary Miller was briefed. He told the Select Committee that he made the right decision there to honor the request, that approval came with strings attached. The role of the D.C. Guard would be spelled out and tightly circumscribed in a memorandum that, as characterized by General Milley, was very strict on the use of the military. It decreed that without the acting secretary's subsequent personal authorization, the Guard would not be issued batons, helmets, or body armor, could not interact physically with protesters except in self-defense, and that the Quick Reaction Force, 40 service members staged in case of an emergency at Joint Base Andrews and Prince George's County, Maryland, could be deployed only as a last resort. This is all consistent with when I was doing research that, it seemed like the really big things leading up to January 6th was people were really fucking scared of this impression, especially because of what happened the prior summer of the National Guard being there. And this was a huge pushback that Bowser and everybody else felt like. And that was my understanding of why things kind of got mucked up. But we'll keep reading. To district officials, it seemed new and unnecessary. The secretary told us, if you send them to any other kind of mission, this has to get approval from me. And I just think that those were unnecessary restrictions, Chief Conti said. Let's see. The Army and the D.C. Guard appeared to have had different understandings. The intent of the Quick Reaction Force was really to send these troops over to force or to help if they had a problem at one of the traffic command posts. General McConville said there was never an intent for a Quick Reaction Force to go to the Capitol, according to Army officials. Without a con-op and a formal change in mission, the QRF could do traffic control and no more. That was not how others imagined an emergency unit would or should operate. According to Major General Walker, a quick reaction force, something's happening. Do I have time to find you and call you and ask you? He called the pre-approval language highly unusual, particularly as their name already implied that it's a last resort. Prepared without guard help. Okay. Let's see. On the morning of January 3rd, Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sund approached two members of the board of the Capitol Police Board, and reportedly requested but concededly did not push for guard resources. The Capitol, according to Irving, told Chief Sund he did not like the optics of asking for the guard in advance and that the intelligence did not support it. Chief Sund said that he did not push back on either point. In fact, he agreed that his reading of the intelligence, despite a forewarning put out by his own intelligence unit, Congress was itself the target on January 6th, did not call for the guard support, only that having more personnel on his perimeter would make him more comfortable. It's 774.
The page?
It's people saying that's where the conclusion is.
Oh, God damn. I see a conclusion on 748, but the for the full report it might be 77 or 777 or whatever. 748 at the bottom, it says conclusion.
Chief Sund said he reached out to the House Sergeant at Arms Irving's at 12:57 and 12:58. and told him, we are getting overrun on the West Front by thousands. We need the National Guard now. Irving recalled the call coming from before a break in the electoral certification short of 1:30 p.m. The chief said that conditions were deteriorating outside and he might be making requests for the National Guard. Although Irving was firm in his stance that only the Capitol Police Board had the authority to request National Guard assistance, he nonetheless sought out the Chief of Staff to the Speaker to inform her of the impending request. He did not need her to sign off, but any change in security posture given the time would have given them a heads up. The Speaker's Chief of Staff immediately scribbled down a note and went over to inform the Speaker, who was in the chair presiding over the floor, about the request. Absolutely go, Speaker Nancy Pelosi said. Later, as they were evacuating the floor to an undisclosed location, the Speaker asked her, is the National Guard coming? The Speaker's Chief of Staff said, yes, we asked them. Irving said the formal request for guard assistance came in a call after 2 p.m. from Chief Sund, and of course we said absolutely. Chief Sund said he made the request and that earlier 12:57 or 12:58 call and had been waiting for 71 minutes. I hung up the phone. I yelled across the command center, mark the time, 2:10. I finally got approval from the Capitol Police Board for the use of the National Guard, Chief Sund said. Around 2:30, Director Rodriguez patched Chief Conti and a largely silent Mayor Bowser listening in into the conference call with Chief Sund and Major General Walker, who brought in General Pyatt. Pyatt, right? To take handwritten notes on the call the rest of the day. On the line, the Pentagon gathered around the Speaker of the Secretary of the Army desk's phone were General Pyatt, General McConville, and Secretary McCarthy. According to Secretary McCarthy, it was during that call that he learned the Capitol had been breached. It was during that call at 2:30 that he learned the Capitol had been breached. That's worrying. I don't know why it took so long for him to know if the call was made at 2:10, considering he's the one that needs to be the final approval, or at least it has to pass through him to get to Miller, but okay. So according to General McCarthy, it was during that call that he learned the Capitol had been breached, watching it unfold in real time on television. Oh, and he saw it on TV. He didn't recall hearing Chief Sund's voice on the call, but said we were trying to get what we call the operational site picture, what's going on, how big is the crowd, how violent is the crowd. They started laying out really just how bad it was. Secretary McCarthy's resolved to run to the office of Acting Secretary of Defense Miller, leaving behind instructions to General Pyatt to find out the requirements as he was going to get the authority. We go zipping down there, General McConville said. As they were leaving, General Flynn showed up. Wait, do these guys not have phones? Why does he have to run to the office? How far is his office away? General Flynn, or maybe it's like right down the hall. General Flynn said, I don't know. General Flynn said, when I came by the phone, he heard voices screaming on the end. He called the tones of their voices as chaotic and said you couldn't tell who was talking sometimes. Chief Sund was pleading for help. I want to say he even used the word like, I am pleading. Chief Conti said. Colonel Matthews, listening in beside Major General Walker, said of Chief Sund, his voice was cracking. He was almost crying. According to Chief Conti, the reaction to his pleas was tepid. It was a very sluggish response. Chief Conti said, I remember just, with all that was going on, not hearing a yes, just what I would, in my mind, qualify as like excuses and not decisive action. I was hearing like all the reasons, why we shouldn't be doing this. Director Rodriguez called it kind of a bureaucratic response in the midst of a rapidly evolving situation where literally the Capitol's being overrun. He added, I don't want to use the word disinterested, but more just, let's hold on, let's just wait, let's just kind of calm down for a second while literally Rome is burning. For his part, General Flynn depicted General Pyatt, the main interlocutor, as the calming voice in an otherwise chaotic situation. General McConville agreed. I talked to some of my staff, and they said that General Pyatt did an incredible job. He was like, in a very calm voice, just saying, let's just settle down. But Major General Walker said he just couldn't believe nobody was saying, hey, go. He asked the generals on the line, aren't you watching the news? Can't you see what's going on? We need to get there. And I was cognizant of the fact that I'm talking to senior people, but I could see what was happening. Chief Sund was perplexed and dumbfounded. It wasn't what I expected of, the cavalry's commanding. It was a bunch of round the house, oh, hey, let's do this, let's do that, he said. I was borderline getting pretty pissed off. Many participants in the calls that General Pyatt's stated concern was the optics of sending troops to the site of the democratic process. The infamous talk of optics, that came up again. There was talk about boots on the ground again. That's not good optics, having boots on the ground, Chief Conti said. He would call out Secretary McCarthy to vocalize the same hesitance during the 5-day deliberation preceding January 6th. Okay, I'm just going to scroll down. On the call, talk of needing a plan, the so-called con-op that had been a lesson learned from the summer emerged after the optics. Then it was like, they wanted like specific information. There was something they were talking about, like mission and what exactly they're going to do when they get there. Top of page 741 is the Pence request. The doc or the okay, hold on. Chief Conti interrupted Chief Sund mid-sentence and said, wait a minute, hold up. Let's make sure I understand this correctly. Are you asking for support from the National Guard at the U.S. Capitol? Chief Sund said, yes. General Pyatt said he was clear on response and I have authority to deny or approve. The secretary is getting approval. The third time when they said, you're denying our request, they also said, and we're going to go to the media. General Pyatt said, we were desperate. Everyone was desperate. So I'm not angry at that, but I just knew it wasn't helpful. So we told that to General McCarthy, or Secretary McCarthy. As for the threat to go public, Major General Walker said, I remember that very clearly. According to him, after the generals would not say yes or no. In the end, the call sort of ended abruptly. The DC head of Homeland Security and Emergency Management left the call thinking that help was not coming, and at least not from the National Guard. How long did Major General hold? 3 hours and 19 minutes. Okay. What did Major General Walker think was happening? An absent commander-in-chief. Vice President Mike Pence called several times to check on the delayed response of the Guard. President Trump did not. Vice President Pence called Acting Secretary Miller at least 2 times. He was very animated, and he issued very explicit, very direct, unambiguous orders. There was no question about that. General Milley said, and he said, get the National Guard down there, get them down there now, and clear the Capitol, And this was the Vice President of the United States, and there was other forceful language. Acting Secretary Miller clarified that he did not order me, as he's not the chain of command, but he considered the talk with the Vice President hyper-professional and very focused, in which the Secretary highlighted the District of Columbia National Guard was activated, and we were throwing every asset we could marshal to support law enforcement. In contrast, according to General Milley, Chief of State of Matters, Collins said, we have to kill the narratives that the Vice President is making all decisions. We need to establish an interview, that the President's still in charge and things are already stable. President Donald Trump still did not call. Supports Department of Defense denials and delays were echoing the media. No high-level defense official, including Secretary Miller and McCarthy, received a call from him that day. At the time, General Milley thought that was absolutely highly unusual. You're the Commander-in-Chief. You've got an assault going on the Capitol of the United States, and there's nothing, no call, nothing, zero, he said. I grew up in an organization where commanders are responsible and take charge, and they see situations unfolding, and they issue orders and take charge. On January 3rd, at the end of the National Security meeting concerning a foreign threat, the President asked in passing about January 6th preparations. Acting Secretary Miller informed him that they'd be fulfilling Mayor Bowser's request for DC support. From then on, if not earlier, the Secretary felt like I had all the authorities I needed, and I did not need to discuss anything with the President regarding authorities. The conversation lasted all of 30 seconds to a minute. Secretary Miller testified that he had never received any order at any time from President Trump to deploy the National Guard on January 6th. There was no direct, there was no order from the President. On January 5th, as demonstrators rallied in support for the President, Acting Secretary Miller received a call from the Commander-in-Chief. The President asked him if he was watching the events on television. The Secretary told him that he had caught some of the coverage. Unprompted, President Trump then said, you're going to need 10,000 people. The following day, as in troops, an email sent by Chief of Staff Meadows on January 5th explicitly noted the D.C. Guard would be on hand to protect pro-Trump people. The President and his staff appeared to be aware of the likelihood of violence on the day of the election certification of his loss was slated to transpire. This communication from President Trump contemplated that the Guard could support and secure the safety of Trump's supporters, not protect the Capitol. At that time, Secretary Miller apparently had no information on what Donald Trump planned for January 6th. Acting Secretary Miller thought that 10,000 was astronomical. We expected 35,000 protesters, and even if there were more protesters than expected, we thought the local law enforcement would handle that. But again, this was no order from the President, just President Trump banter that you're all familiar with. Okay. Yeah. I feel like now I feel super strong. I think Miller was the one at fault here. Or not even necessarily Miller. I think it was the whole bureaucratic muck-up of them trying to avoid the look of impropriety by deploying the National Guard, the military, during the certification of the election. Now I feel even more. I've never actually read this document before. I've just read articles about this. But it seems like even more, that is exactly what happened on this day.
Can you go to the bottom of page, the last thing that read is the conclusion part. And so in the file, it's 740F or 748.
Wait, what page are you on?
It's 748 of the document, but my file, my PDF says 774. But if you look at the top of the page, it says 748.
Okay, 748. Okay.
And look at the bottom, it says conclusion.
Former President Trump's eagerness to engage the U.S. military to play a visible role in addressing domestic unrest during the late spring and summer of 2020 does appear to have prompted senior military leadership to take precautions in preparing for the joint session against the impossibility that the D.C. Guard might be ordered to deploy for an improper purpose. These precautions seem to have been prudential as much as legal in nature. What that entailed is the unprecedented circumstances of the January 6th attack on the Capitol is, however, harder to accept. A 3-hour, 19-minute lag time in making a relatively small but riot-trained and highly capable military unit available to conduct one of its statutory support missions. While the delay seems unnecessary and unacceptable, it was the byproduct of military processes, institutional caution, and a revised deployment approval process. We have no evidence that the delay was intentional. Likewise, it appears that none of the individuals involved understood what President Trump planned for January 6th and how he would behave during the violence. Imperfect intergovernment and intra-military communications as the January 6th rally morphed with President Trump's active encouragement into a full-blown riot at the Capitol also helped explain the time it took to deploy the Guard troops to the Capitol after their assistance that was requested and approved. post hoc evaluation of real-time communication during an unprecedented and evolving crisis and limited tactical intelligence nevertheless carries the risk of a precision that was unrealistic at the time. It was also clear from testimony provided to the Select Committee that DoD and DC National Guard leaders have differing perspectives that are not reconcilable regarding the timing of deployment authorization. Where the DC Guard's deployment on January 6th is concerned, then, the lesson learned at this juncture include careful evaluation of the base of limited information may take time, statutory constrained intergovernmental requests for assistance, a multi-level approval process are complex and may be time-consuming. Any visible military presence in the domestic setting is circumscribed by law and triggers considerable constitutionally driven sensitivities, and crisis communications are often imperfect, especially in unforeseen and rapidly evolving situations.
Yeah, so that's the conclusion of that. So your conclusion is, after what you read?
I think every single thing I said was completely and totally correct, and I feel vindicated. Fuck Pisco, and fuck you, a little bit. But Pisco made the stronger claim, so not fuck you.
Okay, so, I'm just going to ask you one question. Does it matter at all to you what Chairman Milley said about how unusual the president's silence was? This is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
When was this statement made?
Fuck, we read this one. We read it.
I'm sorry. I remember the page, but I'm saying, like, was this a statement that he made to the media, or was this like a statement that he's making in a closed session to? Yeah, I think it was during an interview to the House January 6th Select Committee. Milley was not the kind of guy to say this to the press. Mm-hmm. He kept his opinions to himself. I think it was in the interview. Yeah, I mean, from everything that I'm hearing, it doesn't sound like a call from Donald Trump would have changed anything. If Pence himself is literally making calls and nothing is happening, and it seems like, luckily we read in here, apparently Donald Trump's request for National Guard deployment to states had literally been denied in the past because Barr is saying, you're a fucking idiot, like, shut the fuck up.
Sure, but I think the summary we read also said that it's different, that the deployment is different with respect to the Capitol, because when it comes to the 50 states, it is true that the president can't.
Sure, the deployment can be different, but I'm just saying that in reading all of this, like, aside from that one statement where Milley's like, it's kind of weird that Trump wasn't calling to find out what's going on, right? Keep in mind, Milley and Trump also fucking hated each other at this time, right? But, like, aside from that one statement, every other part in here seems to reinforce, and even that statement doesn't say if Trump would have called it, all would have been fixed. No,
and you know what? Here's another opportunity. Maybe I can give you like an example. You tell me if my thinking's wrong here.
Sure.
So when people ask me, like when I have debates with other people about Trump's COVID response, when people say, do you blame Trump for the COVID pandemic? I'm like, in part, with respect to the United States. And obviously, no matter who was president, there was going to be a COVID outbreak at some point. The question is, what did the commander-in-chief, the head of state, head of government, the most powerful man in the world do to try to address the situation? And I tell people that if Trump had made different decisions, if he had taken the virus more seriously, if he would have not undercut his medical advisors, if he tried to rally, Republican governors and officials basically to take it more seriously, and then shit still hit the fan, I would not blame Trump, because then I could say he did everything in his power to address a crisis. But because he didn't do that, and because he fucked up so spectacularly, and I'm using COVID as an example, and I, again, would argue derelict in his duty and all the things, I do blame Trump in part for the pandemic. So taking it to January 6th, do you think it's reasonable at all for me to apply that logic here? That maybe you're right. Maybe if he was on the horn with everybody and said, guys, get somebody the fuck down there, it would have taken it from 3 hours to 2.5 for all we know. Or maybe it would have taken it to 0 because maybe they would have been like...
Yeah, I think your analysis, you're in the right area, but I think you're exactly wrong. I think that it's possible that if Donald Trump would have made the call, it might have taken even longer. If you want to blame this particular scenario on Donald Trump, I think you could do it, but you have to make the exact opposite argument, because it seems like the issue relating to the deployment of the National Guard in DC wasn't because Donald Trump was trying to keep everybody back and fuck everything up. It seems like the issue is Donald Trump's over-eagerness to rely on the military and the perception of him as being an authoritarian leader, and the worries that if the DC police were seen with the National Guard in the background, that I think the quote in here was that people, they were worried that the National Guard is going to be stealing election boxes, ballot boxes, right?
Sure.
So if you want to say that the Guard wasn't deployed here, it seems to be because Donald Trump leaned into the military way too much, and that's been affirmed 15 different times in here, that now people are creating a ton of different processes saying, like, if you want to deploy the National Guard, we need to know the exact scope of the mission. We need to know exactly what the situation is. You need to get authorization from Miller himself. Okay, we need to it seems like there were so many restrictions put on because Donald Trump. So if you wanted to blame Donald Trump, that would be the reason why. But then to say that Donald Trump making the call would have fixed this, it might have been the case that that if Trump made the call, Miller or somebody else would be like, hold the fuck on, because if Trump is making the call, it's because he wants the National Guard there to protect his fucking protesters. So hold on. So I reject that he could have cleared it up. I think if anything, he would have delayed it. And that seems to be reinforced by every single part that I read in here. And if you want to source this material and give me something different, then I would be curious here. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because I guess I got a different interpretation from what we read. I thought that the ambiguities and the complexities and nobody like taking an affirmative action was precisely because they didn't know Trump's intent. That the absence of him making taking charge and giving an affirmative an agenda or affirmative orders caused everybody around him to go, what the fuck should we do? Because we don't want to give bad optics. We don't want to misinterpret what his intent is. We want to do this. We want to do that. I guess I was
hold on, wait. Yeah, but the intent, what they're worried about is the authoritarian appearance of the National Guard in D.C. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I think that is one of the concerns. 100%.
That is the primary concern. That's why the mission scope...
For the optics, yes.
The mission scope was so narrow, the bureaucratic process became so high, and the goal of that was to make sure if we're deploying the National Guard, it better be for a good fucking reason, and that scope needs to be incredibly narrow for whatever the mission is, right?
But but again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but are you saying that if Trump... You think if Trump had gotten on the phone to Miller or to whomever, the Secretary of the Army, and said, get the Guard in there now... Do you think they would have disobeyed his commands, or what are you thinking?
Here's what I want to know, what I'm curious about, because earlier we read that like when Donald Trump was talking about how he wanted to send the National Guard into Georgia, that like Barr was literally saying no. Does anybody remember what page that was on?
Right, but the reason the reason that he said that, I remember what you're talking about, is because it's illegal for the president to do that unless the governor of Georgia makes the request.
Well, but hold on, wait. I want to find this. I want to find this.
Sure.
Fuck. What page was it? Somebody said 126? Like in the document or on the
126? Were we that far up?
No, we weren't, but somebody's saying that it's Control F rebuffed. I don't think rebuffed was a word, was it? Oh,
I'm getting one. We're on page.
No, I don't think this is what we're rebuffed, reading.
Please.
Search for the word resisted.
Definitely don't do a search for Barr because you'll get 8 million.
Yeah, I did that earlier, didn't.
Yeah. As has been, 725 on the document, and I don't know what the page that is in the file.
Yeah, I see it.
751.
Okay. Yeah. He came to the armory every day. So this is what I'm talking about. What I'm saying. It seems like one of the big issues was Donald Trump leaning too much into the military. During the 2020 summer protests in response to the murder of George Floyd, the approval process for Guard deployment ran smoothly, very, very proactively. Then Commanding General of the DC Guard, William Walker, said, Secretary of the Army Ryan McCarthy really wanted us out there. Secretary McCarthy, with all of his authorities, was physically beside Major General Walker throughout the summer. He was with me for all of it, Major General Walker said. He came to the armory every day. He brought his staff with him. As has been widely reported, a number of President Trump's senior advisors, including Attorney General Bill Barr, resisted President Trump's requests to deploy the Guard or other troops in various states and cities where violence had occurred or was underway. So it seems like Donald Trump is like overactive in using like military anything, and that seems to be the impression that everybody has. And so all of these bureaucratic structures were essentially created to like slow down any deployment of the National Guard to DC because they didn't want to give the appearance of it like deploying like a militaristic authoritarian thing relating to the election day. And Bowser herself said as much on the 5th. And when I'm reading through everything in here, that seems to be the case. Nobody's like, where's the president? Why isn't the president authorized? What's going on? It seems like what's happening is everybody's arguing. It's like, well, hold on. Well, what's going on? We're trying to give us, what's the situation? Like, give us a report. Like, do we really need this? Blah, 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 blah. And that's where the delay is coming because they want to be really sure. And that seems to be the big error. So that's why I'm saying if you want to blame Trump, you can, but the really roundabout offer you have to, or the roundabout argument you have to make is Trump's fault was his overuse of authoritarian or militaristic measures earlier that made it more complicated or optically troubling to deploy the National Guard, which led to the bureaucratic controls that were in place that caused these 3-hour plus delay in getting the National Guard to the Capitol.
So 2 points I want to make real quick. I'll concede to one thing, but I'm going to push back on the other. Let me push back first. Again, I think Barr was pushing back, and if you look at the footnotes, I think it's like footnote 11, which is on page 751, 771, or 777 in the document, 751 on the file. But
wait, 7 what? Trump, did you get those backwards?
751. I'm sorry, on the document. and in the PDF it's 777. So if for Trump to deploy the National Guard in states, that would require him to either get permission from the governors or invoke the Insurrection Act, which basically allows him like extraordinary.
Which phone note am I reading?
11. Okay. And so it's Barr explaining why he kind of resisted Trump's efforts. And so he talks about, how much Trump waved his finger around the semicircle saying we were losers, we were all fucking losers. He then raised, he talked about whether we should invoke the Insurrection Act. And, my position was that the Insurrection Act should only be invoked when you really need to invoke it as a last resort, when you don't really have any other assets that can deal with the civil unrest. So what he was saying is basically Trump would have to invoke that authority. He was kind of pushing back, no, sir, don't do that. It's really a mistake. But it's not. Trump would have had to take extra steps to try to assume the authority, like extraordinary steps, to deploy the National Guard in cities and states when the authority usually resides with the governor. I think in D.C., it's relatively straightforward. He had much more discretion to do it himself without invoking any sort of extraordinary authority. So I think it's apples and oranges, and that's why I push back on that.
Sure. And again, if your guys' argument was just that, like, maybe Donald Trump could have made a call to, like, expedite this, although based on everything I'm hearing on this shit right now, I don't know if that would have been the case, if it would have expedited, because
that's what I was going to concede to. I think you made an interesting point there that I'll concede to, that it does say something that nobody was trying to get. Like, nobody was saying, call the president, what the fuck, we don't know what to do.
Sure.
So here's my question. Mm-hmm. That's a fair point. How do you reconcile that with the fact that the people in there were not trying to get Trump's permission or attention or direct involvement, with the fact that other people in government are faulting him for not being involved? And I don't know if I'm articulating well.
I think it's what I said earlier. I think it's the conflation between him being ultimately responsible for the riot being there, and then them just saying, like, you needed to do something to stop this from happening, basically.
Hang on, but they did also say, not just for the riot being there, but for you not to remember that quote we read from Liz Cheney in the Salon article, where she says he didn't make a direct call to.
He didn't need to. I don't know if Cheney knows any idea how any of this shit operates. I don't know if she has any experience. It doesn't seem like she's making a substantive critique of what's going on. She's just mad, and it's like, why did you stop this? Why did you make the call or whatever? It's like, well, he didn't make the call. He didn't need to. And again, through all of this, like, nobody's waiting for the president to make an order. Like, it seems like what they're trying to figure out is, like, what the fuck do we actually need to send the National Guard? And I don't know if they even had a good situation report that showed that they needed the National Guard. I'm not even sure if that was the case, right? Because remember also, if we're watching this on TV, it just kind of looks like a bunch of people outside, like, I don't know how long in it actually, like, got so violent where people watching TV would have been like, I'm not sure. I just don't know the answer to that.
Gotcha.
The anti-police sentiment galvanized a lot of the protesters. Did the anti-police stuff start in the Republican Party before January 6th? I feel like January 6th was the first time that I saw Republicans starting to hate cops. I feel like I've never seen Republicans be anti-cop that much until January 6th. Was there mistrust before that? Some right-wingers already hated police like deep state glowies. I think that was a relatively rare position. I think the Conservative Party was generally pro-cop, pretty massively pro-cop at this point, especially coming off of, like, the BLM riots and stuff. Like, I don't remember ever seeing, like, this is when, keep in mind, it's like Blue Lives Matter and everything. Fuck, I feel like I have to use my own mind here. I don't know if I can trust you fucking retards. This is like in the height of, like, Blue Lives Matter and all this shit. And you guys people in chat is here saying, like, well, what about Waco? Like, no, I'm pretty sure the majority of conservatives at this point were, like, pretty massively pro-cop. Maybe not, like, people working in the CIA or doing, like, FBI investigations on Trump. But, like, in general, I think the conservative attitude towards police was pretty positive prior to this. Or so that's my feelings. If you're trying to make the general argument that on some moral level, Trump failed or even on some level of like duty as president to the United States, like failed at multiple points in all the lead up to and during the January 6th riots, I probably mostly agree with that. But Pisco's argument was that Donald Trump intentionally delayed the National Guard's deployment to the Capitol on January 6th during the riots.
Correct. That is, that's not my position.
That's fine, that part is delusional. Pisco believes it with no evidence whatsoever and will probably believe it until the end of time. But the former argument, would generally mostly agree with you. Although it's not going to come down to process questions, like should Donald Trump have called people to like order the National Guard down? It's probably going to come down to why didn't he call off his people earlier? Why did he give that speech? And the failures of him deploying the National Guard too fervently prior to this that caused all the bureaucratic red tape and nightmares in terms of getting it back to the Capitol. Those would be, I like roughly agree with that. But
I'm sure we all agree that Trump morally failed in terms of the influence that he had on the rioters themselves. But what I want to make abundantly clear is that he had both a moral and a constitutional imperative to use his law enforcement powers to stop the insurrection as it was happening.
I love you. Okay, if you say this one more time, we're never connecting on this. Okay, you keep saying this phrase. Okay, and we keep misunderstanding my issue with what's going on, or maybe you're not even arguing this. Okay, if I walk into a McDonald's restaurant, okay, and the restaurant is dirty, and I look at the supervisor and I say, you have a duty to make sure that this restaurant is clean. That does not mean that the supervisor needs to get a rag and go clean tables. That's not what that means. They will delegate that responsibility to front of house staff. When you keep saying over and over again, Donald Trump has a responsibility to ensure that that the Capitol remains safe by deploying the National Guard if necessary, I agree with you. But we're not arguing over that the responsibility to the office of the president. We're arguing over the process. And you and Pisco did this all night, or mainly Pisco, but this conflation of the duty of a person is the same thing as they personally have to do something. These are two totally different statements. I agree with the former. The latter is almost certainly not true.
So okay, to me this is not analogous because the dishwasher example would be analogous, and I think you mentioned this yesterday, to Trump like picking up a gun and going to defend the Capitol himself.
Correct.
I think the supervisor then has an obligation to turn to the manager or whoever, that like the owner turns to the supervisor. He has an obligation to turn to somebody and say, clean this shit up. And if it doesn't get cleaned up, then he goes to somebody else, or if need be, he does it himself.
Correct.
But I'm saying,
I agree.
Yeah. But Trump failed to do all that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I don't know if that responsibility for Trump to be taking care of this in the middle of such an unimaginably dynamic situation, I don't know if that responsibility would be levied on any other leader ever at that point in time.
That's and again, this is where
this is why I asked you for an example of like, can you show me a case where, because let's say, for instance, you were to say, well, actually, prior to this, when Obama was in office, there was a huge situation going on. Now, this is way too analogous. I wouldn't expect you to have an example this precise because it'd be unfair. But like, let's say there were protesters in D.C. and the National Guard is being overwhelmed and there was a bureaucratic muck-up and Obama's watching TV or getting reports and Obama was like, well, hold on. And he picks up the phone and he's like, whoever he needs to talk to, I need the National Guard deployed right the fuck now. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the bureaucratic bullshit is, but it needs to go. If you can show me like, this is kind of like, yeah, presidents will do this. It's DC, it's their ballpark. You know, and I'm like, okay, yeah, it seems like that norm is established. It seems like the president himself needs to make the call. He has to be the one to do it. But I've never seen that demonstrated. I don't think that's the case. But if it is, then I would be more likely to agree.
Well, again, so there's some screenshots and some links in here that you may or may not find persuasive. But what I'm saying is that we have record of Trump via executive order, via tweet, publicly issuing orders to the National Guard. So if there's a norm, because the president delegates the authority and responsibility day to day of the National Guard to the Secretary of Defense, who in turn directed it to the Secretary of the Army. My case is that Donald Trump does not give up the authority or responsibility. He shares it, and his is still supreme. Constitutionally, he has the highest level of authority and responsibility. So even if there's a norm which says, under most situations, the president's not going to be involved with this shit, the circumstances at the Capitol, which he were watching, an unprecedented attack on the Capitol, I think merited an extraordinary response, especially if he didn't see any evidence that the National Guard was being deployed. And we know that he's intruded on that norm in the past when he's publicly tweeted things like, I'm ordering the National Guard to withdraw from D.C. That didn't come from the Secretary of Defense. That came from Trump himself, his Twitter account. So if that norm
ordering exists, the National... Okay, can I just read through this and then see what examples of this are? Okay,
please.
Yeah. Okay. Donald Trump is responsible for law enforcement inaction during the insurrection. This is the conclusion of the House January 6th Select Committee comprised of educated government officials after 2 years' worth of thorough investigation and sworn testimony from experts. Wait, was this what we read yesterday?
I don't know if we read this particular part because I don't recall.
I mean, like, was it part of that 700-page document?
It was part of it, yes.
Okay, then I would disagree. I don't think that was in the conclusion at all. But I'll read parts.
We'll read the excerpt, yeah.
Sure. Although this doesn't seem to be the conclusion. This seems to be an earlier part, but I'm reading. President Trump had authority and responsibility to direct deployment of the National Guard in the District of Columbia, but never gave any order to deploy the National Guard on January 6th or any other day, nor did he instruct any federal law enforcement agency to assist, because the authority to deploy the National Guard has been delegated to the Department of Defense. The Secretary of Defense could and ultimately did deploy the Guard. Although evidence identifies a likely miscommunication between members of the civilian leadership in the Department of Defense impacting the timing of the deployment, the committee has found no evidence the Department of Defense intentionally delayed deployment of the National Guard. The Select Committee recognizes that some of the department had genuine concerns, counseling caution that President Trump might give an illegal order to use the military in support of his efforts to overturn the election. I feel like this whole paragraph is like hardcore reinforcing everything I just said.
I don't think so. Not with the word responsibility, because to me, I know you don't dispute the authority part, but to me, the quibble is over responsibility. It seems like you don't. Once he delegates that authority, you don't think he has the responsibility to deploy the National Guard.
We're talking about responsibility in different ways now. For instance, going back to the restaurant example, if you walk into the restaurant and you say, hey, why is the restaurant dirty? And the supervisor's like, fuck. That's the supervisor's responsibility, in that, like, he'll be the one that ultimately takes the fall for it. But it's still a delegated task. It's still not his, like, individual responsibility to go and do it. Ultimately, it's like his job to have that done, but it's still a delegated responsibility. And
could we change the word maybe to operational responsibility? Does he have any operational responsibility to do this?
Doesn't seem to be the case now. I've never seen evidence of that.
I think we got off the wrong foot, Stephen. I respect you. I like you a lot.
Yeah.
I think that there's just been a really big miscommunication between us yesterday.
Okay.
And I think that it doesn't have to be that way.
Okay.
Is that fair?
It can be
and I think
yeah.
that you heard me to allege a conspiracy. Is that what you heard me to allege?
Yes. I think I stated it several times. I'll say it one more time. What it felt like is you were saying that the delay of the deployment of the National Guard to D.C., that was intentionally somehow done by Trump. Whether he mucked it up or was fucking shit up or was abdicating an expected duty, there were people waiting for him to call. It was just Trump mucked this up somehow. He wanted that situation to unfold as it did without the National Guard being there.
Yeah, I don't think that you're going to do this, and I don't think that you should, but I think you trust your audience, and I took the time to go back and listen to the start of that exchange. I don't think anybody from the words I said could derive that I was alleging that I had enough evidence or sufficient evidence to allege that Trump conspired to tell anybody that, like, hey, don't listen to Mayor Bowser, don't deploy. And to be clear, I don't have that evidence, and I don't believe, if you go back and watch the start of that conversation, that either A, I said that there was a conspiracy or implied it.
Okay. I feel like I remember different. I feel like I restated that position, but it might be that either we were both debating or I was unclear or something. I mean, I'm not going to argue with what I think or thought your position was yesterday. If that's your position, then I would say the thing I'm saying to Josiah, that we're probably pretty close then on things that happened.
Here's what I did say, Stephen.
Okay.
What I said was that he is responsible and that the delay is his fault. Do you understand what I say when I say it's his fault?
No.
Okay. When I say it's his fault, I mean that he had a responsibility or a duty. However, I'm not even going to say it's imposed legally necessarily, though I think it is. I don't think it's like a justiciable legal duty, but it is a legal duty, in my opinion, given his oath, to have done something, and he didn't do it. And I understand and respect that there could be a lot of things that he technically has the authority to do where there would not be a responsibility and where there would not be a duty. The examples that you provide of, does he have to actually wield an AK-47 or whatever in Fallujah, or like where does he have to actually go to the different places? Of course not. And sometimes when you bring up the example of Merrick Garland, do we expect the president to interfere in prosecutions? No. When there is not a situation that's important enough, or where there's some other really good policy normative reason to separate the president from those actions, then it would make sense to say, hey, we're not going to put this on Trump, and we're not going to say he has an operational responsibility beyond just the buck stops now.
Okay, sure. Can I ask?
Doesn't end at the buck stops now.
Sure, yeah.
It goes beyond the buck stops now.
Yeah. Can I just ask, like, broadly speaking, like in speak as many words as you need to explain, what is your impression of why the National Guard was so delayed in being deployed to the Capitol? What do you think happened?
I think nobody ordered them to go and...
Yeah, but why?
Assist. So I don't think that there is good evidence in the record for a reasonable rationale.
I think there's really good evidence in the record.
On the Department of Defense side.
Okay.
For why the delay took as long as it did. Now, we can go back and say, well, we're worried about optics. How far does that argument get you?
Well, hold on. Wait, careful. You can't say we're not going back and saying it. People, I think, in the room at the time were concerned about it. And it was a concern prior to when they were trying to figure out how many people to deploy. And it was a concern of Bowser as well. This was like a widespread concern after George Floyd and previous deployment of National Guard in bad ways for Trump's photo op and whatever other bullshit in DC. So the optics thing...
I'll ask you, at the time a request is made by Congress, do you think that the DOD should be weighing the urgent request from Congress? Because there's a delay for the congressional request. Given the request, the urgent request from Congress at the time, do you think that they should be balancing optics versus the urgent request from Congress?
I'm going to say yes, and then you're going to laugh, but that's because retrospectively we can see how it turned out. But like, now that we know how it turned out, we can say, like, oh, well, they should have sent it immediately. But the issue, it seemed, what was happening in the control room was once Sund made that call for the request, it seemed like people were trying to figure out what the fuck is actually happening. Do we need to send the National Guard? How many people do we deploy? What type of mission are they equipped for? Because mission scope and the type of deployment was also a huge concern. Because we can say right now, for instance, that like, well, the answer is obviously yes. But imagine when that first call goes through, they deploy the National Guard immediately. The National Guard starts showing up and beating people up or, kicking people out or whatever. And now you've got Donald Trump's National Guard standing outside the Congress of this is the exact situation that they're trying to avoid. And it felt like in that control room, a lot of what they were... What? Go ahead.
I kind of see this as inconsistent.
Wait, what part? Yeah, okay, hold on, wait. I want to take notes super clearly because I think my whole story, and now it's even more reinforced by everything that I just read yesterday. So
I don't think
tell me it's inconsistent. Okay, go ahead.
I think it's really inconsistent because on the one hand, we say Trump was always willing to send in the National Guard. He told everybody to approve the request. As soon as the request was given, he had already authorized and delegated his people to do it right away. He was so cooperative in the lead up to January 6th that he was telling everybody that, hey, we'll give you whatever you need. We'll actually deploy it. And the story, the narrative that I was given, I think partially by you, and I don't know how strongly you felt it, was that no, Mayor Bowser put her foot down. The Nancy Pelosi put her foot down. These people put their foot down and said no. And so how could it be that there's this humongous willingness that's alleged among the Trump supporters that he was always willing to do? He was just waiting for the request. Okay. But then when the request is actually made, now there's that delay. Do you see the inconsistency?
Nope.
Okay.
Do you want me to explain?
Yeah.
Okay. Neither of these two things are. So the first part that you said, Trump was always willing to send in the National Guard. He told everyone to approve the request. He was so cooperative in the lead up, and Bowser and Pelosi said no. So I think we have enough facts that all of that is true. Okay. So one is we have the statements from Mayor Bowser about not needing more police. I think Miller had talked about how Trump had talked about how you might need 5,000 or 10,000 people there, and Miller thought that was insane, but that wasn't an official request that Trump put in. It was just a conversation they had. Correct. So if we assume these two statements are true, well, we know Bowser's statement probably is true. We know, and then we also know, I think just like narratively, that it actually does seem like something Donald Trump would do. Donald Trump loves the National Guard, and he loves his supporters, and he would love to send the National Guard to like be with his supporters, because I think Trump is a fucking fascist. Like, none of these things are inconsistent with any of Trump's prior behavior. None of that is surprising. Now, when you say when the request is made, why is there a delay? Because I think this is also narratively supported by the entire history of Trump's administration. Donald Trump is not only a fascist and not only in love with himself, he's also a little bit fucking retarded. And Donald Trump constantly has people around him that are trying to channel the things that he's saying into more reasonable things that are actually functional, because Donald Trump has no fucking idea how to actually run a government. He doesn't know what he's doing. This is why when he wanted to do the Muslim ban, for instance, he had to run to Giuliani, be like, hey, how the fuck do I actually do this? Am I allowed to do this or whatever? At all points in time. So when you say the request is made, why is there a delay? The reason why there's a delay is because even the Republicans know that Donald Trump is way too fucking hungry when it comes to deploying the National Guard. There were a lot of bad optics going on before, and I think one of the statements, I don't remember if it was by Miller or somebody else, even said that the idea that the National Guard would show up and like steal a ballot box is like at the forefront of everybody's minds. People are worried about this. So when that request is made, it's not made to Donald Trump. It goes through the ordinary channels. It went to the lieutenant general of the army or whatever, and then it went to Miller, and then there was that 3-hour delay between there, where it feels like what was happening in the Situation Room was everybody's trying to evaluate, well, how bad is it actually? What the fuck is going on? Who do we actually end up sending? And then finally Miller, without ever making a phone call to Trump, finally approves the request. But the lack of information,
I misunderstood you this whole time. Okay, so are you saying that it wasn't Trump who was worrying about optics? It was Miller and the DOD?
No, Donald Trump doesn't even know what optics means. Yeah, no, it was the DOD. It was Miller and everybody beneath him that were obsessing over the optics at the time.
Okay, so now we have a problem.
Okay.
You see the problem?
Not at all, but tell me.
What's Trump's excuse?
For
if
what?
He's not worried about optics. You just said Trump is not worried about optics. He never worries about optics. What is... He would have no reason to... You said he loves the National Guard. He loves deploying it. He's in love with the National Guard. What's his excuse for not deploying it?
Because he just wouldn't think to, probably, would be my guess.
Wait. He wouldn't think to deploy the National Guard. He said he loved it.
Yeah, and he talked about having them there prior, and he talked to his DOD, the fucking Miller's role. The Department of Defense had Miller about doing it, but then past that, it's not it's not in his direct purview. He's not going to be the one like making the call and sending the National Guard or anything. It's just not what he's doing.
I thought you said that he loved deploying the National Guard.
He does, and he talked about it prior to Jan 6, and Bowser shot it down. She's like, no, we don't need it. So they had all of that set up and done, and then Jan 6 rolls around. If you want to make the argument that Donald Trump should have gone above Miller or been above Miller and made calls below Miller or to Miller, I guess, and say, hey, we need the National Guard deployed there right now. One, I don't know if there was enough information on TV to show that they needed the National Guard there immediately. I don't know how many hours had passed before we're like, enough people are inside that they don't have the manpower to deal with it. I don't know if anybody knew that during the situation that was on the outside. Do you know if that's the case? Like, did Sun call Trump and say, hey, just so you know, there's not enough people in here to deal with the situation? I think that became apparent like hours in.
I think there's enough. Whether or not you can say that Trump had an actual awareness of specific requests made by specific people, and I don't sit here and say that I have a full command of the facts about his knowledge of the specific requests. I think that there's sufficient evidence in the record to know that people were calling him, both internal aides and external people, legislators, calling Trump personally, telling him shit was fucked up and he needed to do something.
Okay, real quick. Okay, and then I'm done talking to you today until you bring me this one thing. Okay, so you can go spend reading all you want. I want a single piece of evidence for that one thing you just said. You said people were calling Trump saying he needed to do something. Yeah.
So,
okay.
So the call from Kevin McCarthy, testimony from Cassidy.
No. Hold on. Don't do that. You're not gish galloping me. Okay.
Okay.
One at a time. I looked at the call from Kevin McCarthy. Unless there is more text from that does not seem to be the case. Seemed like McCarthy was calling Trump to cuss him out. I don't see a phone call from McCarthy saying, like, please send help. We need help immediately. Where is the help? I don't see that call. Now, there might be one. If there is, just show it to me. And then you mentioned a second name afterwards. If you want, we can go over any call there is.
So you think it's plausible that Donald Trump was not aware of the need for assistance?
Stephen, can you go to page 624 of that report? It goes into more detail about Kevin McCarthy.
Yeah. Sure. Also, hold on. If we're going to play the asking question game, Pisco, do you think that it's reasonable to assume that Donald Trump knew that the entire apparatus was waiting on him to sign off on deployment of the National Guard?
Well, I think that. Wait, your question is.
Let me ask again. Do you think that it's fair?
Wait,
yeah, go ahead.
I just want to make sure I understand it first.
Okay.
Do you think that he knew that everyone was waiting on him?
Yes.
Right? If nothing was communicated to him, as you're alleging, then how would he know that people were waiting for him? Is the answer to your question, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
No, but that is assuming that there's not an independent, freestanding responsibility on behalf of Trump to, in response to the invasion of our capital, act on his own accord, which you just said he loves to mobilize the National Guard.
You're conflating things. When I say he loves to mobilize the National Guard, his loving to mobilize the National Guard could take the form of talking to Miller and saying like, hey, if you see these things popping up, you need to go and deploy the National Guard.
Why didn't he talk to Miller?
It sounds like he did talk to Miller. Prior to January 6th, Miller testified that Trump said they could have whatever resources they needed. That's why it seems like on January 6th, when Miller finally authorizes the request, there was never a call made to the White House. Miller had everything he needed to deploy those troops, and he didn't.
Well, Miller didn't need that.
Can you acknowledge that I just completely satisfactorily answered both of those questions? Well, restate your question, because I need you to acknowledge that I'm answering. You said, why? What was your first question here? Why didn't Donald Trump authorize it? I said, he did
talk to Miller.
He did. Do you acknowledge that he talked to Miller in the lead up to this, saying that anything they need, they can have? Do you acknowledge that or no?
He is alleged to have said that based on Miller's statement and nothing else. I acknowledge that is evidence is in the record. For sure. Number one. So Miller, and then number two. Do you acknowledge that? Wait. I'm not referencing the statement made before January 6th. Why didn't he speak to Miller on January 6th?
Because it doesn't seem like he needed to. On January,
do you think he has a responsibility to get in touch with the people of the Defense Department?
On January 6th, is it true that the National Guard was deployed to the Capitol without anybody ever calling Trump?
We don't know whether people talk to Trump.
I'm sorry.
Directly.
Let me state this more favorably. Is it true?
Wait.
I'm not answering a question. You
don't have to be aggressive. Why can't we just tone it down?
Because you're playing the word games.
You're being super aggressive.
I know, because you're playing word games. You're not even trying to.
You asked me directly.
You keep answering this vague question of like, does Trump have the responsibility? And I already said why this question is not. You're missing the whole point of the conversation.
I'm not missing the point. You're missing the point. Respectfully.
Okay.
You thought that I was alleging a conspiracy, and my entire argument is not based on any necessary communication between Trump and his subordinates. It does not depend on the communications between Trump and the DOD. To the extent there were zero, right? It doesn't depend on Bowser's actions or non-actions.
Sure. My question is a simple one. Did Miller deploy the National Guard to D.C.?
He did.
Okay. So does that imply that Miller already had authorization to do it?
He had authorization.
He had delegated authority.
Without the conversation. What your question is implying that the conversation with Trump gave him authorization to do it.
Correct.
He had authorization independent of the conversation with Trump. So your
from
question
a Nixon era executive order.
Yeah,
hold on. Is there any evidence that Trump gave any sort of contraindication for Miller deploying the National Guard?
That's not my argument. I've never. You keep going back to this. Right?
This is all I'm trying to establish. Maybe we can agree on this, and you can make your argument independent of this. Do you agree that on the day of January 6th, Miller had everything at his disposal, meaning proper delegation and prior authorization from the President of the United States, that if he got that call, he could have deployed the National Guard instantly?
Yes.
You agree that he could have done that? Okay.
Yes.
Then the question is, why then, if Miller had all the authorization from the President and all the delegated responsibilities, why would we expect the President of the United States to make a phone call underneath him to do that ahead of him, when he's the one who's got the delegated responsibility and he's got all the authorization to do it?
So the president also has authorization to do this.
What a meaningless statement.
Wait. You're being rude as hell, bro.
Because you keep saying the most random things. We know that the president also has authorization. We're talking about who has the delegated responsibility on the day-to-day, who takes care of this.
So the president of the United States, in certain circumstances, right, in situations in which they're not foreseen, maybe, or where incredible things happen, responsibilities can shift. Wouldn't you agree? If we found out that Miller wasn't responsive at all, right, and just wasn't answering his cell phone and was just catatonic,
yes,
would you think that would you impose a responsibility on Trump to do something and to authorize?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, you're gonna laugh, but the reality is that the chain of command is the most essential when shit is chaotic. Maybe we just fundamentally disagree on this, but when shit is chaotic, this idea that you're having people many steps above making phone calls below, I would be shocked if anybody from the military wants to jump in and answer. I would be shocked if somebody from the military would say, "Oh yeah, that's the most important time to get people 5 ranks ahead, calling privates to give them orders." When shit is that is because also I just want to be clear, the example Pisco that you just gave that I agree with you, where Donald Trump should do it, would be when the next in command is incapacitated. Then the order would move up the chain of command. command, for sure. But would I expect during times of chaos somebody at the top of the chain to come down and communicate with somebody beneath multiple layers of leadership? Never, actually, never.
No, I mean, he answers directly to the president. It's not like there are multiple. This is him and the top heads of the Department of Defense with respect to this area. So it's not like multiple layers. He's not talking to privates. He's talking to major military figures. Okay?
Well, and speaking of major military figures, I'm curious, to your point, Stephen, are you not at all, do you put any weight behind the fact that Chairman Milley was, you don't?
No.
Okay,
meaningless statement.
Let's just get super duper clear. Do you think it would be inappropriate for Donald Trump to have taken the initiative and mobilized and authorized and overruled Miller's complacency?
I don't know if Miller was being complacent.
Whatever he was being, do you think that it would be inappropriate for Trump to assume direct control and authorize?
I don't think it would be inappropriate for Trump to contact Miller. I think it would be inappropriate for Trump to go beneath Miller. Yes.
Not. So it's inappropriate for the President of the United States ever to authorize the National Guard to act.
That's a totally different question.
Is that true? Is that a fair representation of your view or not?
I said it would be inappropriate for Donald Trump to go beneath Miller to make statements directly to the lieutenant of the army, the whatever leader of the army guy.
No, just to authorize it. To authorize
it was already authorized, so Trump can authorize it. Yes.
Wait, would it be inappropriate for Trump to authorize the action? That is, whoever has operational control of the DC National Guard. I forget which general it is or which.
Secretary of the Army, I think, under the Secretary of Defense.
The actual person in charge of the troops. There's someone on the ground. If Trump were to directly call and say, I'm the commander-in-chief, I'm ordering you to do this, do you think that would be inappropriate?
I think that would be unbelievably inappropriate, yes.
Okay. I disagree.
Now, hold on. Not only would I say that, I would say I'm factually correct. And if you disagree, we should bring in other people in any sort of managerial structure or in any sort of military structure. And I would be shocked if they disagreed with me. Aside from cases where people are literally incapacitated, yeah, the idea that somebody multiple chains above would contact people beneath, I would say that is almost always inappropriate. Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to bring in? Is there anybody else from anybody that's worked in chains of command or military operations that wants to jump in and try to come up? Because I'm shocked that you would disagree on me on this.
I'm totally disagreeing with you in the circumstances. I'm not as a regular matter, of course. Chain of command is extremely important. I'm not denying that. I'm not refuting that. What I am suggesting to you is there are certain moments of emergency where people are expected to do everything in their power to prevent certain outcomes, and that means doing things like ordering people underneath.
I understand what you're saying, but in emergency situations, if stuff like that started to happen, things will turn into chaos.
Well, the President of the United States has mobilized the National Guard before. You ruminated, brought that up to your attention.
Neither of you have given me this is the word game that I just talked about before. We're not talking about whether he has asked for the guard to be mobilized. We're talking about if he gave the direct execution command himself without passing it off to Miller or something first. I don't know if that's been the case.
I mean, that's
what we're talking about. We're not just talking about did he order the National Guard.
That actually really helped. Okay. Do you think that Donald Trump should have told Miller to mobilize the National Guard? Ordered Miller to order the person?
Yeah, but it seems like he already gave him that authorization, which is evidenced by the fact that Miller did it without ever calling Trump.
Maybe my question wasn't clear, sorry. Do you think he should have ordered Miller, not given him the control, but said, I'm giving you an order, mobilize the National Guard? No chain of command problems there. Do you think he should have done that?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think that Trump should have ordered Miller to mobilize the National Guard for January 6th?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
Because Donald Trump is not the guy with the eyes on the ground. He's not in a situation room getting updates or reports on what's going on. He doesn't have the operational the awareness that everybody beneath him does. Him making a phone call to start demanding things to happen, I don't think is an appropriate action for him to do. I think the failure seems to be Miller's here, or a combined bureaucratic failure, which is exactly what this 700-page report essentially said at the end. I didn't see anything in their conclusion blaming Trump. All of the blame seemed to be on all of the bureaucratic red tape nightmare shit that got set up because of the worries of what it would look like to deploy the National Guard to the Capitol with the election certification going on.
When is it okay for the president to make orders? Under what circumstances?
Probably almost never directly but beneath people beneath him.
No, to people directly beneath him, to the Secretary of Defense. When would it be appropriate in your mind for the Commander-in-Chief of the United States to issue orders to the military?
Probably, in terms of like military operations, probably almost never. That'd be my guess. Like, I'm sure there are going to be like...
Take out Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, that's not a...
That's not military?
I don't know. Hold on. Do you think that there's a difference between having a high-level decision like, should we get involved in Bosnia? Should we be assassinating Osama bin Laden? Do you think there's a difference between that versus Barack Obama or Donald Trump, like, making a phone call and being like, hey, Bravo 1, you guys are flying this route. I want you to actually drop like an hour ahead of schedule and kill him a little bit earlier. Do you understand the difference between those two things?
I don't think that that's the kind of granularity that I'm applying.
That is exactly what I'm talking about. Here's a question. Do you think that the Do you think the president issued a single on-the-ground command when it came to the assassination of Osama bin Laden?
He authorized the strike. I don't know about the
correction. You're correct. You're right.
He was given a plan. So listen, I don't know. When you say operational, do you mean the different plans given to him? Do you mean like to enter what areas, how many planes or helicopters?
Here's my This is my guess. Okay. When it came to the assassination of Osama bin Laden, Obama probably said, "Yeah, go for it, do it." It was a team underneath him that put together the plan. It was some military SEAL Team 6, Bravo Team, whatever, whoever the fuck did it. I don't know, the movie, whatever did it, right? These guys probably did the thing. And Obama was probably kind of kept up to date as things were ongoing. I would be shocked, and I could be totally wrong, I would be shocked if Obama himself issued a command to the military dictating any part of that operation. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I disagree with that.
Okay, so you think Barack Obama was controlling parts of that operation from a room? He was making phone calls and giving advice. Well, maybe you guys should land earlier. Maybe you guys should actually wait. The weather's bad. You think he was making those kinds of calls?
Let me explain it. I don't understand. With other people, when you have these conversations, you're so good faith. You give them so much space and room to talk and to like elaborate their opinions. I don't understand why in this situation you feel like I should not have that space.
Because you keep playing all these word games to get it away. Because I'm trying to keep you very narrow. Because you keep making really broad statements that have nothing to do with what we're talking about, and then we get like yanked to like a totally different conversation.
Okay, so when I say that the president absolutely did give orders to the military in the attack on Osama bin Laden,
yes, what
I'm saying to you is the decision for the military to essentially go invade the airspace of a sovereign country with America, with which America is not at war.
Yep.
That is Pakistan. That is a decision that can only fall to the president, and the president has a duty to stay informed. Mm-hmm. And it was only on the president's orders and no one else's that attack went through. Now, if you're saying that did he personally oversee the helicopters, did he personally pick out the teams? Of course not. He has to delegate things in terms of the operational aspect.
Yes,
of it.
I agree.
But I've never denied that. But we're talking about the big strokes.
No, we're not. January 6th is that a personal order. You're not looking for the broad strokes. The broad strokes, Trump already said, yeah, if you guys need the National Guard, do whatever you need, which is evidenced by the fact that Miller never needed to consult Trump to deploy the National Guard. You're looking for a specific command. You want Barack Obama to say, land the helicopter 30 minutes later. That's the type of command you're looking to issue. Would you agree that Obama issuing direct commands on that mission would have been wholly inappropriate, even though he's the commander-in-chief?
Depends on what you're talking about.
Do you think that as the mission is ongoing, do you think Barack Obama is like ordering the helicopter pilots or this?
They do it sometimes. There's a situation room and they're like, do you want to take the shot, Mr. President? That's happened before.
Sure. On a broad level where maybe where that's discussed beforehand.
Happened.
But like that's when he's roped in specifically, like you just said, in the situation room for where things are happening. That's not him just like making phone calls like, hey, like I saw this on TV, like, maybe you should do this or maybe you should do that. In general, this is all going to be delegated to other military teams. My guess is when the president's in the situation room, he's probably sitting there watching 99% of the time. That'd be my guess.
If you go back and you look at the what was going on in the Cuban Missile Crisis and the involvement of JFK and his team. There was high communication and back and forth between JFK and the military people, and he was doing things opposite to what the military people were telling him. He was not just deferring to everything that they were saying. He was taking a close look at what they were suggesting, and he did not agree to do airstrikes on all these targets in Cuba. And he was an active participant. He is the commander in chief. He has a responsibility above and beyond just being a receptacle of information. He has an affirmative duty to seek out information, to seek out opinions, to inform himself, to be an active member in issues of great national security. That seems like a fairly non-controversial principle. Don't you agree?
I agree. I agree with every single thing you just said. None of it mattered. None of it has anything to do with what we're talking about.
Donald, in January 6th, don't you agree January 6th is an issue of absolutely maximum national security concern?
I'm going to probably agree with the next 5 things you say. They have nothing to do with what we're talking about, but go ahead.
Didn't Trump have a duty to be in that situation room, to be involved, to be asking questions, to be wanting to inform himself of what's going on and what's the state of our military? Do they need help? What's going on? Put me on the home with these people. Sure. Like, what's the status? Didn't he have a duty to do that?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think so. Is that normal? Is the president normally involved in the Situation Room over matters of security relating to the certification of the election? Is that like a norm? Has that happened traditionally?
For issues of utmost national security, I think that
I'm sorry. I'm going to restate this over and over again until you answer the question.
I
Just
don't
say
know.
no. I want Pisco. Yeah. I just want Pisco to say no to this, okay? Because you asked a question like it's obvious. Has it ever been historically? Do presidents typically get into a Situation Room to monitor security on the Capitol for January 6th? Is that like or during the certification election?
There hasn't been a thing like this.
Oh, so there's no precedent. Okay, that's interesting. Okay,
but that's an absurd. And I'm seeing a lot from DGG too, which are like, all he has to do is show the exact factual analog, and then he owns that.
It could be any factual analog.
There is no. I mean, it just be beyond just like the actual.
Who is making most of the calls?
Wait. Let me finish this. Yeah. Beyond the precedent of the decision, is there what's the closest factual analog to January 6th in your mind that you can come up with?
I mean, if I think of like Bush during 9/11, I don't think Bush was making many specific calls. Like, here's a question. I don't remember. I don't know. Who made the call, for instance, to ground every single airplane on 9/11? Was that Bush or was that Rumsfeld? Or was that who? Or was it Cheney?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know if, and I could be wrong, and I'm open to anybody.
I just feel like that's not the same thing. That's not the same factual. That's not, that's different than an attack on the Capitol. That's not Capitol security. Do you understand what you're doing?
That was security of the entire country. Hold on. That was one of the most important roles ever delegated to the President of the United States, the protection of our country and the controlling of the FAA and the federal everything, right?
When I give factual analogs, you reject them. When I bring up responses and decisions in war, when I do in security, if I were to bring up Lincoln's role and close.
Hold on. What do you think I'm sorry. What do you think I've rejected?
Please. When I bring up factual analogs and say the president was highly involved there, you poo-poo them and you say that's not the same as Capitol security. I don't think it's the same thing. But
no,
when
it's
I'm
not that it's not
for a factual analog, you're like shutting down the airplanes on 9/11. Because it's an impossible thing. It's
not an impossible thing. When I say it's not a factual analog, I don't mean it's the same situation. I'm saying that I don't know if it's ever the case where the president is making like on the ground operational decisions. They're usually macro level things.
I believe this is a macro level thing.
You're wrong. You're wrong. No, it's not. This is an operational question. Deploying the National Guard to a specific area at a specific time is not, you're just wrong if you think that. We're at an impasse. We're never getting past that. There's an operational question. Actually, hold on. Wait. I just want to be clear so I can say this. Not only is it operational, I know that it's operational, and the record demonstrates that I'm correct there because Miller did not have to contact President Donald Trump to authorize the deployment of forces. So on the macro level, the question that you're asking was already solved. This was operational, period.
So now you're referencing his authority and the basis of understanding whether or not someone has a responsibility. Now you're referencing the authority and you're saying because someone else had the authority before, that's what you accused me of. Remember, you were like, we're not talking about the authority. We're not talking about authority.
Because you're conflating the authority with...
Let me finish my thought. When it's convenient for you to decide who has the responsibility, now you're referencing authority. And now you're saying, well, because someone under Trump had the authority, that defines the scope of his responsibility.
No.
Don't you think that's unfair and a double standard?
No, I don't think it's a double standard. You talked about who has the authority to authorize like the National Guard on the macro level. Donald Trump does, and he did. Then you're asking, well, who should have deployed it at that specific point in time? It's whoever it's responsibly delegated to, whoever the responsibility is delegated to, which was Miller.
So, but Miller's not at fault.
He might be at fault. I don't know if it's Miller or if it was the general bureaucratic stuff happening around that time period, or and then the 3 hours there, but that seems to be the issue. But I don't know if anybody was at fault. I don't know if anybody's at fault. It might have been the lack of preparation in response, or if you want to blame somebody, you could blame Donald Trump for rallying people up and then sending them to the Capitol. I think these are areas where blame could be laid, but...
Is it the case that the deployment of the National Guard in a specific place is never a big strokes thing that it's appropriate for a president to do?
It seemed this is in response to a dynamically evolving situation. I don't think that's the president's call. I don't think he's generally involved in those types of situations.
So I'm going to ask it one way.
Yeah.
Is it ever appropriate for the president directly to order the mobilization of the National Guard in response to a crisis?
Directly, I'm not aware of when that's ever happened. It doesn't seem to be the
not
case.
Whether it happened. Is it ever appropriate for the president of the United States to order the mobilization of the National Guard through a subordinate?
If it is the case that it's always been delegated to the DOD guy, then no, it's not appropriate for the president to do that.
But can you think of a single time in history where the president's order of mobilization of the National Guard that you've ever thought, has that ever been appropriate in terms of, can you think of a historical example where that's been done?
I don't know of any, no.
So
can you give me one? Hold on, wait. I just want to be clear. Well, you just asked me, no, wait, hold on. I want to be clear. You asked me a question like it was so obvious and then laughed and I said no. So now you need to give me an example of where it happened.
Yeah, I think the president's deployment of the National Guard in the decision to do it in natural disasters, in numerous natural disasters, when there have been
Pisco, you're talking and fact dumping, okay? I'm asking you for one example. One example. So, if it's so widespread and so common, just give me one example.
So in response, and someone can tell me if I'm wrong, in response to the LA riots, isn't it the case that George H.W. Bush mobilized federal assets against those riots? Is that the case?
Okay.
That is incorrect.
No, wait. Okay, also, wait, let's move on. Wait, don't spoil. Wait, hold on, no spoil. Pisco, what are you asking and what do you think my response is going to be?
I don't know I have no earthly idea what your response is going to be.
You have no idea based on the 5 times I've answered the same question. You have no idea. Yeah. Okay.
No, I don't have any.
My response is going to be do you think that George H.W. Bush himself made phone calls to people, or did he say, we're deploying the National Guard, and then he talked to his DOD person and said, let's get this done?
Okay, then the question will be better phrased as...
No, why? That's the heart of our disagreement.
Wait, Steven. Do you ever think there's been a case where the president has mobilized the National Guard?
Himself? I'm not aware of any.
You're not aware of any time in history the president has ordered the mobilization of the National Guard?
No, are you?
It must have been the case prior to.
Wait, why does Pisco get to? Why does he get to ask a question so exasperating, like it's so obvious? And then every single time, just to be clear, I think it was like 4 times today. Every time you ask a question, and when I don't have an answer, like, and then you never give me a single example. So you don't know either. So I'm asking you. I'll ask you again, even though I think you're still going to pivot out of it and not actually answer. I don't know why you keep doing this. I'm asking you because you just failed on the George H.W. Bush. You totally failed, by the way. I'm injecting that whole argument. So now I'm asking you. Can you give me a single example of happening?
Wait, you just said something. How did I fail on George H.W. Bush?
Because you tried to bring that up as an example of him executing operational authority on something, and I said, well, did he, or did he just tell his DOD head like Trump told Miller?
So that situation was me trying to give an example of a president mobilizing federal assets. I don't know if it was specifically the National Guard. It was me trying to put an example of that, and you said it wasn't actually the president doing it. It was likely one of his subordinates. That's what you said in response to that.
Yes. But that's what happened on January 6th. Trump authorized it, and then his subordinates did it, just like with George H.W. Bush.
God. No, what I'm saying is that the president took an active role and took a decision to mobilize. That he didn't just delegate it. He was the one who mobilized it.
Okay, show me where that happens, and we can just go and read it.
Okay, but is there a single? If I can bring you a single example of a president ordering the mobilization of the National Guard, what will that do for the argument?
At the very least, it'll show me there's some precedent for it. I just haven't heard of this. I'm just curious if it happens.
If it did, what would be of your, like, it wouldn't advance the argument at all, would it?
It would a little bit, because right now I'm not aware of this ever happening. Ever.
You're not aware of the president ever mobilizing the National Guard. That's what we're looking for, right?
I'm not aware of the president making a phone call to like a commanding officer in the National Guard and saying, move your troops here. That's what I'm not aware of. I've never heard of that happening before.
So what exactly would I need to show in terms of that? Like, if the National Guard was mobilized and there was a declaration from the president, would that be enough? Or would you be like, it's not enough evidence that he took sufficiently operational minutia role?
Okay, hold on. Just to be clear, so that we're not changing, because this happens a lot, okay? Initially, you told me that President Trump should have made a phone call and gone beneath Miller to authorize... Wait. Did you say that or no?
No, I think he should have, if Miller was unwilling to do... Like, let's say he called Miller, and Miller said, no, we're not doing that. I think he should have called the...
Secretary of the Army, the guy under...
Exactly, 100%.
Yes.
But absent that, he should have ordered Miller. And I was trying to obviate the need for the chain of command question that you were bringing up, which is we can get rid of that by just saying Trump should have ordered Miller. That's a very easy dodge of that whole problem.
Okay, but it seems like do you agree that Trump had already authorized Miller to provide the Capitol with whatever they needed?
He was already authorized before Trump did anything. He was authorized. Everyone agrees he's authorized.
Okay, then Miller's lack of response he didn't need Trump at that point. It was him making the call.
My entire argument is that Trump has a freestanding responsibility to defend the country and defend the Constitution.
Do you think Trump had enough information available to him to know
yes.
that how?
Yes, we had knowledge that the Capitol had been breached.
I'm sorry, hold on. I don't know. I don't understand. Okay, the question is not had the Capitol been breached. The question was, do we need to deploy the National Guard to the Capitol to maintain the situation? Do you think that Donald Trump knew that?
Yesterday I asked you.
He's not going to answer that question.
The Capitol was breached. Do you think that they should have mobilized National Guard? You said yes.
Did I say that? If I said that, I was an idiot.
That's my recollection, and we can go back and...
Okay, we can go back and look at it. I don't recall saying that. Because it seems like with the information in the Situation Room, nobody had a good answer to that.
So you're not sure if at the time that it made sense. You're saying it's still on the air whether it was a good idea to mobilize the National Guard given the information that was available at the time?
That seems to be the case. Also, to be clear, that's not my opinion. That's the opinion of everybody that was working the control room that night. So you're the only one here that had godlike information knowing exactly when the National Guard could have been deployed. Just to be clear, you're standing alone on an island with that opinion. But go ahead.
That is not the case. That is not true. We know that you said yourself yesterday that there were National Guard units in the immediate area, that we know from their testimony that the actual people, the National Guard people, were calling, asking why they weren't being deployed. And so...
Hold on, I'm sorry, how do you think that counters anything I just said?
In terms of the ability for these people to intervene, or at least get started on the process, why would we have a presumption that President thought it was impossible for them to go into the situation?
Nobody's asking if it was impossible. The National Guard that was there, part of the whole delineation of responsibilities, there was incredibly narrow mission scope. The National Guard that was deployed there was explicitly and specifically provided with instructions to only manage traffic outside of the Capitol. So my question to you is, do you think that Donald Trump had more situational awareness of what was happening in the Capitol than the people in the Situation Room that didn't know what call to make?
We don't know the total scope of Trump's awareness at the time.
Do you think, is it reasonable to assume it was higher than the people in the Situation Room?
I think it's reasonable to assume that the President of the United States was aware of what was going on in the Capitol.
Why did you take my very specific statement and then make it so vague as to be meaningless?
More or less than Miller? I mean, Trump isn't the one having the conversations and the phone calls with these individuals. Fair?
Yes. So he's not in the Situation Room. He's not involved on the ground analysis. I'm pretty sure it wasn't just sitting in his bedroom like stewing at the fucking TV the whole time. So
so let's even look at that situation, right? Let's look at that entire situation. That Donald Trump is staring at the news and not being involved and questioning and wondering about what's going on at the Capitol and not being taking a role and trying to be even if it was the case that he was not informed, isn't that by itself a dereliction of duty? The fact that he wouldn't be up to date.
Is it a dereliction of duty? No. If he was a really good dude, should he have been more involved? Maybe. I don't know how often Trump is involved on on the ground operational deployment.
You don't even think he has a duty if the Capitol's being attacked. You don't even think President Trump has a duty to stay informed about it.
Maybe it'd be nice to. That's a totally separate conversation.
I'm just asking, what kind of responsibility are you going to impose at all for Trump? You're saying he doesn't have a responsibility.
Trump already authorized.
Restate
everything.
I just want to finish this. You don't think he has a responsibility to actually make the decision, and what I'm hearing from you, what you're saying now is you think it's possible he might not even have a responsibility to stay informed.
But I don't know. I don't necessarily think of operationally. No.
You don't think he has a responsibility to stay informed about January 6th attack?
Okay, we're going to do this again, okay? This is going to be the 6th time you've gotten destroyed on this point. When you ask a question exasperatedly, and then I'm going to ask you, is there examples of presidents that run to situation rooms to keep up to date on situations that are similar to this?
Yes. Yes, 100% there is.
Okay.
9/11.
So 9/11. Okay, so you've abandoned this. You're totally wrong. Sorry. Multiple planes had already hit, and Bush was still reading the book in the room. I lived this history. I don't remember how old you are, but you're just wrong. So you totally forfeit that argument. Move to the next one. You're wrong. You're just wrong. You have no example. If you bring up 9/11, you've already completed because so many decisions were being made. Hold on. Do you acknowledge so many key national defense decisions were being made with no input from George Bush at all? Do you agree with that?
True. 100%.
So then you're already completely wrong on everything relating to 9/11.
I am not demanding that Trump have a knowledge of every single thing that's going on with respect to January 6th. That is not my standard for the president. I'm not demanding that of them. Let me make it clear. I'm not saying that George Bush knew everything about every agency that was happening during 9/11. But after the attacks, there were a lot of responses that the United States was coordinating in a whole of government response to what was going on. That involved strikes on certain countries and camps in Al-Qaeda. I think those happened like that day or the next day, right, Ruminate? I think that's true. It involved coordinating other branches of the federal government. And my recollection from reading various sources on 9/11 and what the Bush's response was that day. I know the vice president took a lot of control that day while he was in the. But even on Air Force One, Bush was talking to and staying informed about what was going on with the government. I think that's pretty much borne out in the facts. There's images of George Bush.
From what I recall, when they told him at the school, they quickly got him out of the school. I don't know if it was in 5 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever, but he was quickly in the air on Air Force One.
And they were on the phone.
I'm sorry. I'm just restating because I feel like I'm like being made crazy right now. When they were on the phone, okay, I'm just stating fact. If you disagree, I don't even care to discuss this with you. When Bush is on the phone, Bush is never having a call with an airplane pilot, a military person, or any of this shit.
God.
Bush is almost exclusively talking to high-level officials to see what the macro situation should be. And there might even be Trump already fulfilled those responsibilities when he said you can have whatever you need. He already did. It was delegated to Miller. Full stop. Period. Boom. Miller had everything he needed. He made the call. He was 3 hours late. That's it.
Just to be precise, right now we're talking about the duty to stay informed. And President Bush, in response to 9/11, he's getting briefings. He's staying informed. He's thinking about it. He's talking about it. Even when he's in Florida reading to kids, the goal is to get him out of that situation as fast as possible to brief the president, and for him to be involved. And he was an active participant in the response. And to say that there's any similarity between Bush's response in the immediate hours after 9/11 to what Donald Trump's response is in the immediate aftermath of January 6th is actually insulting to George Bush.
Okay.
I don't know. How can you compare those two things? And also, there are multiple situations. I pointed to the Cuban Missile Crisis. That was a situation.
Yeah, you've pointed to all of these. You keep bouncing these. You've been wrong on every single one. Yeah, you've been wrong. I'm going to ask you the same.
I'm not wrong about this.
Sure, okay.
JFK took, let's just take this one example.
Sure,
JFK,
okay. And then what? I'm just telling you, let's go. You're going to give me an example. I'm going to ask you a question. You're not going to answer. You're going to bounce to another thing. You're going to be wrong on this. So go ahead. We'll do this.
JFK, well, no, I'm not conceding on 9/11 at all. I'm not conceding on any of the examples I brought up at all. So on JFK, for JFK in the Cuban Missile Crisis, JFK had a duty to stay informed about that crisis. Agreed or not?
Of course.
Okay. So JFK did that. And JFK was having meetings with military people, with the Attorney General, his brother.
When we say he needed to be informed, why do you think he needed to be informed about the Cuban Missile Crisis?
The stakes of that crisis were extremely dire.
Wrong.
For not just
no. It was because there were decisions that needed to be made that couldn't be made without input from the President of the United States.
No, he could have delegated. Why couldn't he delegate it?
Because because these types of macro level.
Could he have delegated?
Theoretically, but the President of the United States probably. I'm explaining. If you let me finish my sentence, I can tell you. I'm literally trying to explain it. You keep trying to cut me off with the most retarded points I've ever heard in my life. How we deal with international nuclear affairs that are in these again dynamically changing situations. This is probably something that the United States of America needs to have direct input on. Like I want my president making these decisions, not just a delegated authority. We didn't need Donald Trump's. We didn't need Donald Trump's input on do we send the National Guard to the fucking Capitol to kick back a bunch of boomers. We didn't need Donald Trump making huge decisions that day. That was already delegated to Miller. That's why the decision was made without Donald Trump, and they went there and they did what they needed to do. All of that situation was resolved without Donald Trump. He didn't need to be involved in any of that at any point in that.
To be clear, January 6th was not important enough for Donald Trump to have a duty to be informed to the same extent as JFK in the Cuban Missile Crisis, or even in the
Did I say important? What did I say?
Okay, between
no. What did I say for JFK? What did I say for the Cuban Missile Crisis? I never used the word important. What was it? What did I say?
They were decisions that had to be made, and I wanted
by who?
JFK,
by who?
By the president.
Correct. Yes.
He could have delegated that duty.
No, I don't think that would have been of the role of the president. Because these are hybrid political war, like future of the fucking world decisions. And the president that I voted for probably needs to be directly involved in every single one of these decisions.
So there's some non-delegable duties of the president. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, where I think the president needs to be involved. Correct.
So certain non-delegable duties, I think, include marshaling a defense of the Capitol.
I agree. You've said this for the 5th time, and I'm going to shut it down again, and I'm going to ask you one more time, because you saying you agree that should be delegated. Yeah. Give me a single example of it happening, and then tell me how you're going to pivot away from it.
Example of what happened.
Oh my God. Where the president himself is personally ordering troops or making calls beneath his DOD had to do it. Just one example. Yeah, and here you go. Here's the pivot to something different. The pivot.
Wait. So I'm not saying
God. You're going to say the decisions to do it. I'm going to say that Donald Trump made the decision days earlier when he told Miller that he could do whatever he wanted to do. He did. That's why Miller was able to do it without calling the president.
Did Trump ever make the decision to authorize the National Guard?
Yes.
When?
When he talked to Miller before, and he said they can have whatever they need.
That is authorization for someone else to authorize. Okay,
gotcha. So are you telling me that Miller deployed troops to the Capitol without presidential authorization?
No, Miller did it under his own authority.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Miller doesn't have the authority. Where does that authority come from?
Okay, it's delegated authority.
Oh, and so when you delegate authority, what are you doing? It starts with an AUTH authorized. He was already authorized by the president to do it. Unless you're trying to make the argument, Miller deployed those troops without authorization.
I'm glad you're taking a unitary view of this. Then you're saying anything that Miller does is something that Trump does, right?
Anything that no, I'm saying that Miller had the authority delegated to him by the president. He already had authorization to deploy whatever he needed, which is evidenced by the fact that on the day of, he didn't have to call the president.
I don't know how to reach you. I think even just for the duty to stay informed of the president has a non-delegable duty to be talking to the heads of the Defense Department to get some updates on what the hell is going on January 6th. And if he doesn't know that they need assistance, he should know. Isn't that fair? That he should know whether or not they need assistance?
At this point, I'm pretty sure.
The military.
Yeah. Here, I'll just answer this and you can go. It doesn't seem to be the case that at any point. Actually, here, fuck. It's a whole. I don't think Trump intervening here would have helped anything. If anything, I think it would have delayed shit. Because the people in the Situation Rooms themselves seem to not have any idea what the fuck was going on. I don't know how Trump could have magically gotten more information, and I don't know if Trump inserting himself into this process would have made anything better for anybody. I don't know if that's the case, and you definitely can't prove that. So yeah.
So Trump maybe even shouldn't have ordered anything.
No,
You're not sure
and he didn't.
Should have mobilized.
No, I don't.
In hindsight, even with perfect knowledge.
Well, with perfect knowledge, I can say troops should have been stationed ahead of time because I know exactly what's going to happen.
Well, on January 6th, with perfect knowledge, January 6th onward, do you think that we have enough information to know that he should have ordered Miller to
you can't make a retrospective decision on if somebody should have done something prospectively.
I'm asking you, given the information, because you seem to bring it into doubt right now, whether or not it was even the right decision.
Oh, like given all perfect information at the time, right before it's happening? No, I think
perfect information given now. What we know now, should Trump have ordered Miller with the information we have now? Would have been the right decision to order Miller to authorize the National Guard usage as soon as it was requested?
I guess because we know how it was all going to turn out. But that's like a meaningless question.
Well, then what you just said about, well, I'm not even sure if it would have been better to Trump get involved. This refutes that, doesn't it? You're saying that it would have been better for Trump to get involved because you think he should have done it.
I don't even know if he would have been listened to. If Donald Trump would have called Miller, Donald Trump might have said, listen, we need to do everything we can to make sure the Capitol's safe. Miller said, okay, sure, we're looking into the situation. I don't know if Donald Trump would have called and said, I don't care what the situation is. I don't care what's going on. Make sure there are 10,000 troops marching in D.C. I don't know if that would have been, that might have been what he would have said. That's why I've asked you over and over and over again, has there ever been an example of a Donald Trump? I'm not, bro. Okay. Yeah, you don't have any. I know every time you argue this, I'm more and more correct because you can't give me a single sense. You haven't given me a single example of any president making an order like this ever. Again, and I'll ask you again. Can you give me a single example of any president ever making an order like this ever? One time.
Wait.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, and I don't want to be interrupted on this sentence. Is that okay?
Go for it.
I have given multiple examples and you have said that they're not applicable because you don't think that the president in those cases was the one taking the decision, and that you think, in fact, it was people under him. So when I brought up George H.W. Bush's response to the LA riots, you said, I don't think that the president himself was the one who did that. I think it was someone under him. When I brought up the attack on Osama bin Laden, you said, well, Obama was just going through with what the people were saying. It wasn't like he was the one, deciding everything. But I had said, well, the decision itself is something that's salient. And you said, well, that's not an example of what we're talking about here. I brought up the JFK example, and you say that's not applicable with the Cuban Missile Crisis because that involves interstate nuclear situations that are just very different than what we're talking about here. I can bring up other examples if you want. I could bring up the Civil War and Lincoln's decision in those cases to stay very informed and top of information about what's going on during those conflicts. I'm sure you're going to say it's very different.
I'm going to say that in almost all of those situations, probably in every single one of those situations, the president is probably never directly ordering do this or do that. He's being informed of and making decisions top level, politically, what ought we do, and then that's being delegated underneath him for what how the actual operation is going to be carried out. Probably even in regards to the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? Should we?
Here's one from the chat.
Yeah.
Here's one from the chat. Sorry.
Go ahead.
So someone in the chat says Brown v. Board. In response to Brown v. Board, there were states, I forget exactly which state, if it was Louisiana or Alabama, that there was a nullification crisis where they said, the Supreme Court's decision on whether or not the Equal Protection Clause requires us to integrate schools, we're not bound by that decision. And they were raising people to resist efforts by the federal government to enforce the Supreme Court's ruling in that case. Do you think it was appropriate in that situation for the president to order, I don't know if it was marshals or the National Guard or what federal force it was, to go down south and enforce the ruling of the Supreme Court?
If it was a ruling from the Supreme Court and part of the executive branch's role is enforcement of the law, then I would say probably, I think, hesitantly, I don't know what different law structures it is at the time, but I would hesitantly say probably it is the job of the president then to do that, yeah.
Okay, that's a situation in which the president ordered either the National Guard or some functional equivalent to enforce the laws of the United States. As the Supreme Court said, he took a decision to do it in response to a threat from the states.
What part of any of my argument do you think this responds to?
That the president take an active role, that he had a duty in that case. Do you think that he had a responsibility to do that in that situation?
Yes. The same way that Trump had a responsibility to make sure that the DOD had everything they needed to respond to January 6th. Yes. Which he did and they had. The mistake was Miller's or whatever was going on bureaucratically in the Situation Room. The mistake wasn't Trump's at that point.
Then what what evidence could I provide to you at this point then, right? So I've given you decisions now by the president.
I don't know, where there's where the president of the United States is making calls to do things directly. Also, I just checked this shit for the LA riots. Apparently Bush didn't even send the National Guard. It was only after a request from Governor Wilson for federal assistance. So Bush didn't even do this order on his own.
Wait. There was a request in this case as well, just to be clear. But even if there's not, right? There's people. You just read the other day an article by senator from Arkansas, name of Tom Cotton, right?
Okay.
Where he advocated that the president invoke the Insurrection Act to deal with the Black Lives Matter riots that were going on.
Yeah.
Why are you sighing?
Because you're getting back to where you're going to ask another question of should the president authorize this or do this? And then I'm going to repeat, we're not talking about the president making a decision ought we do this? It's him intervening in a direct situation where his intervention isn't required and he's already authorized everything that needs to be authorized.
So if President Trump had acted on January 6th very early, very quickly, and dispatched the National Guard and ordered Miller in that situation,
that would
have said that was wrong.
Yes.
Okay.
Unless Donald Trump was part of the situation room and he had eyes on the ground of everything was going, I would have said that was wrong. Just like I would say the exact same to where if there were BLM protesters at Congress and Trump was like, we need to deploy the National Guard, and Miller was like, okay, let me look, and Trump was like, no, fuck you, deploy them now. I would say, yeah, that's wrong. If Donald Trump's not like in a room with eyes on the ground, having an awareness of the situation, no, he shouldn't be making those
decisions. Does he have a duty to do that? Does he have a duty to have, the eyes and to be informed on these?
I think he has a duty to invest in those beneath him and delegate appropriately the authorization and whatever is needed to make sure that job gets done.
Did he fulfill his duty even, like, if what you're saying is true, that there was not even phone calls between those people, you think that he...
I think on January 6th, his presidential duty to make sure everybody had, I think was fulfilled. Easily, yes. Easily and obviously.
Without even a phone call to the Department of Defense?
I don't even know if there was a reason why he should have thought that had to happen.
Okay.
And to be clear, you haven't given me any. You were going to name phone calls. You cited the McCarthy one. I showed you it was wrong. You didn't even give me the second if you had it. I don't know if you had any others. It seems like you had you wanted to rattle off 7 names. Okay. Okay. Let's look up that one. Okay. Cassidy. Hutchinson?
Wait. But what does this get us, right? So if we find out that Donald Trump was informed that they were pleading with him to help, you're not going to move, right? You're not going to change.
I think that if people are calling Donald Trump saying, hey, the situation is dire here, we need help, please do something, and Donald Trump is like, fuck you, then I think a responsibility shifts a little bit more to him.
I delegated that to Christopher Miller.
That's a fair response. That's a fair response.
Right. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's informed or not. Why would we go through the time on figuring out if he's informed about whether or not there's a threat, they need help?
Because your level of information is going to dictate the level of responsibility you have over a particular situation.
No doubt, 100%. That is true. But what you're saying is that he could have just been like, hey, that's in their hands, I'm not going to get involved. And you would have been fine with that. You said that's a fair response. So it doesn't matter, right? You're never going to impose a duty on him, even if he was aware of the
I think at the very least, it would shade my opinion of him doing his duties if he's being informed that shit is fucked and he's not taking a more active role. I think at the very least, there's like a professional or there's a above and beyond duty. I mean, maybe that like, oh, listen, if shit's fucked and nobody's doing anything that they need to be doing, and you're being informed of that, then maybe he should make a phone call to Miller and say, what the fuck is going on?
Wait. So if McCarthy had told him, hey, by the way, we've requested to Miller that someone come and help us. If he had direct knowledge of that, would you say, how would that change your opinion, if at all?
Yeah, I'd be curious, why is Trump not communicating more with Miller? If Trump is being made aware that there's like a failure or a breakdown somewhere, and people are making him aware of that, and he's not like trying to figure it out, then I'd wonder, well, what's going on? Because now there's a responsibility that's supposed to be taken care of by the people who delegate responsibility, and it seems like they're failing in that responsibility. Then I'd wonder, yeah, what's going on?
This is the last thing I'll do. Okay. Let's do the most extreme example. The Capitol's now on fire.
Okay.
And it seems that everything seems to be getting worse. They don't have it under control, very obviously, based on what he hasn't talked to anybody, right? He has. It's not that he's like turned off his phone. He's just like not looking at it. Like no one's trying to call him or whatever. Like no one's really talking to him, and he's not really talking to anybody. He's just watching Fox News. Capitol's on fire. There's obvious like shots being fired and protesters dead, police dead on the street, and he's just watching it. Do you think then he has a responsibility to do something?
Maybe I would say that if you get to the point to where like a lot of Americans, or there's like gunfire starting to be exchanged, and now we have to make a call about like, should the National Guard be shooting at like Americans at these protests? I would say that at that point, somebody needs to be calling the president, because now we're having like our military fighting like a protester, right? And now this is like this.
That's saying, should someone tell the president? I'm saying, does the president ever, given his set of information, the information that he has, we know he's seen the TV, we know he's watching.
You keep saying we know he's seen the TV. I don't know if any of us watching TV know like the. Okay.
Hypothetical.
Yeah.
We're talking about the hypothetical where he's seen everything on fire. He's seen bodies on the ground. In that situation, does the president have a responsibility to A, either inform himself such that he can make a decision, or B, actually make a decision?
If what he's seeing on TV is bad enough, yeah, at some point, yeah, he should probably get more involved.
But he already delegated it to Miller, so Miller can deal with that.
If there are situations where the president of the United States' input should be given, then at some point, if that's happening, he needs to get involved.
When you say should, you mean legally, right? Hang on, wait. To clarify, when you say the president should get involved, you're not talking morally, you mean legally when it reaches
No, I mean like matters of like, not legally. I mean like if it's matters of like, Like, if there's like a band of Americans approaching the Capitol building, like 100 people armed with guns, and we need to know, like, is the National Guard going to start sniping and shooting and killing approaching Americans? That is an incredibly important decision that I would want the President of the United States to weigh in on. I wouldn't want that to be, even if all of the defense of the Capitol is delegated to Miller, I would want the President of the United States to ultimately assume direct operational, like, responsibility over, are we going to shoot and kill Americans that are involved in like, this attack? That would be something the President should be involved in. Yes.
I want to be clear. The only thing I've changed in the situation is how serious it looks from an outsider's perspective.
Okay.
That it looks more serious. In my situation, in your entire answer changed. If I add a fire and I add dead bodies, now this is serious enough that you would imply some responsibility.
I don't. If there's a fire and dead, I don't know. I mean, like, the President could make a call or whatever, but.
No, I'm not asking could. You see, it was very clear. I gave you the situation, and you said, yeah, in that situation, if you've seen that getting out of hand,
hold on. Let me reframe your question, okay? At any point in the example you've given, are we going to expect that the Miller doesn't know what to do at any of these points?
We're not talking about Miller. We're talking about Trump's
No,
responsibility.
I'm asking about Miller. I'm saying, let's say the White House is on fire. Does Miller be like, whoa, shit, I don't know what to do. The White House is on fire.
No, I think that most people would assume that the Department of Defense would know what to do.
Yes.
100%.
Okay. So if there's a dead body, should Miller know what to do?
Yeah, they should know what to do.
Okay.
Too.
So if you give me a situation where Miller doesn't know what to do because this is a thing that's above maybe his decision-making ability, that's when the President has to be involved operationally.
Well, there's a difference between doesn't and shouldn't, right? Because he should have known what to do. Shouldn't he have known what to do on the January 6th situation, but didn't?
Exactly.
I don't know. To be clear, Pisco says exactly. He's never even read the fucking commission. Pisco, can you show me a single part in here where the correct answer was obvious? You're not going to, and we're going to get a whole other pivot ramble. Okay, go ahead.
Wait a second.
This is so frustrating because you're about to pivot and ramble so much you're not going to answer that question. I know you're not.
Okay, you're asking me to point to a document. Which, are you referring to the Defense Department report?
Yeah, the 700-page thing, when they were going through what was actually happening, can you show me where the answer was obvious that everybody knew they should have deployed troops, but for some reason it wasn't happening?
He's talking about the January 6th Select Committee final report.
He's talking about okay, those are different things. There's a Department of Defense report that was released, essentially saying there was no like malfeasance here, and then there's the January 6th committee released by the Select Committee.
Sure.
Which are you referencing?
If you could show me the one that Josiah just said is the one I'm referencing. If there was a separate DOD report, you can link me that one. If that says something different, then I'll change my opinion.
My understanding from the January 6th committee is they did find that he was responsible and grossly negligent or incompetent, and that he put people's lives at risk.
Hold on.
That's what I found.
Was it because of his lack of operational control, or was it because of the speech that he gave and the surrounding context prior to that?
For not mobilizing the National Guard. That's
Are you
my
talking about
understanding.
Trump or Miller? Because I thought he was asking about Miller. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're asking about Miller?
Well, no, I mean, both kind of. Wait. What was the name of the document that we read? Josiah,
The House January 6th Select Committee report, final report. I sent it to you.
Let me
in the
look
DM.
for this PDF. Not this. Not this. Oh, it was like the. Oh, what's this? Okay, I'm loading this.
Sure.
I don't understand why it needs to be so heated.
Because like the level of obfuscation is like driving me crazy.
I think that you're creating this narrative that I'm obfuscating or not answering questions directly, but can you name a single question I haven't answered directly?
Like giving me examples. You keep bringing up other situations. Like, can you give me
trying to give
examples
and you're asking for them.
I'm asking for examples where the President of the United States is going under like the DOD or is making like on the fly operational decisions rather than like kind of more macro policy, like we should make it so that nuclear weapons aren't stationed in Cuba, or we need to like maintain the surveillance of these things.
Stephen, I don't know if you'll count this, but prior to the Nixon executive order, which delegated the authority to deploy the National Guard to the Secretary of Defense, I would assume, right, before that authority was delegated, that every time the National Guard was used, it was by the president because the power hadn't been deployed to that, right? I can't name you like a specific instance, but would you accept that prior to the EO, which delegated that authority from president to Secretary of Defense, it belonged to the president?
Well, sure. Definitionally, tautologically, yeah. If it hadn't been delegated, then the president himself would be making all of these operational decisions, right?
So then every invocation before that delegation would have fulfilled your example or your request for an example, wouldn't it?
No, because it hadn't been delegated yet. That's like me. That's like you saying, like, well, wouldn't you agree then that in 1780 it was illegal to own a slave, since later on slavery became illegal in the United States of America? No.
So you're only looking at post-delegation, whether the presidents have invoked National Guard authorities or similar type authorities or taken actions after there's also been a delegation?
If there is an executive order that changes who that like operational responsibility rests with, then yeah, I'm going to change how I feel about where the operational authority rests. Obviously, if that's the whole point of the EO, right?
Unless the Capitol's on fire.
Why would that change? Hold on. Does Miller not know what to do when the Capitol is on fire?
But that's why I asked you that hypothetical, and what you said was, I thought you said, maybe you can help me. I thought what you said was that the president would have a responsibility in that circumstance to do something. Was that not your answer?
No, I thought I said that unless there's a decision that needs to be made by the president, if the authority's been delegated, I don't know why the president would be involved.
So even if the Capitol's on fire and it's visibly apparent, he's watching Fox News, that there's nothing that the insurrectionists are winning. He's watching it in real time. He's listening to the commentary, and it's on fire. You would say the president doesn't have either a responsibility to stay informed or to actually make a decision.
If it looks like shit is super fucked up and something, then I would say at that point, yeah, he probably should make a phone call to the guy underneath him and find out what the fuck is going on.
He delegated it to Miller. Just let him handle it.
Well, if it looks like there's a massive failure or breakdown and he needs to make that phone call, then I mean, maybe sure. If it seems like shit is not, I think I already said this before. I consider as much that like, or I didn't even see it. It's obvious. If there's like seems to be a breakdown, if something's not happening, and he should make that phone call, then yeah, that should happen.
Steven, can I ask you then, as a follow up to that, would you consider the 3-hour delay where the National Guard wasn't deployed and Trump was watching it and he didn't see the National Guard, would you consider that a sufficient predicate for Trump, a reasonable person, to go, damn, where the fuck is the National Guard? I should probably follow up with that.
I would need to go and look at the footage. I don't know at what time. Like, so here's a question. How far into the Capitol riots did Ashley Babbitt get shot?
Don't know.
Oh, I don't know offhand. Let's see. Well, you're looking for the other thing. She was shot at 2:44 p.m. So I think it ended like at 4 something. So maybe was it halfway through?
So like about 1:44. When did it start? I think he placed a call at 2:10.
2:44. 2:44 was when she got shot. 2:44 p.m. And I think it ended around 4:30.
And the National Guard hadn't shown up yet. I think they show. When did the National Guard show up at around 4:30? Is that when it ended?
Yes, I think if we're from what we discussed yesterday, they showed up around 4 or 4:30. They showed up about the time it ended, and the request from Mayor Bowser was put in. Wasn't it around like 1:30?
Was Bowser the one that put in, or was it Sund? Was he the one that was putting in the request, the earliest one?
I thought somebody said it was Bowser. I thought it was Bowser yesterday.
Hold on, let me. Trump watch.
You do what you're doing. I'll try to answer those questions. I'll do a Control F search.
Yeah, while y'all are doing that, I can
go
give
for
a
it.
little background on how the military works.
Go for it. Knock yourself out.
Okay, cool. Whenever I was in the military for 5 years, working in the motor pool as a generator mechanic. If the colonel had come down to the motor pool and told me, you need to do this particular thing, I would have had at least the sergeant major, the non-commissioned version of the colonel, or the equivalent thereof, of the colonel, and my own sergeant telling me, I appreciate you coming down here, or telling the colonel, I appreciate you coming down here and wanting to get this done, sir, but you need to go through the proper chain of command. You cannot come down and tell my soldier to do something and then have him do it without coming through me or coming through the other people in between you and my soldier.
Would you agree then, though, that like the issue of chain of command is not an issue if we're examining the colonel vis-a-vis his immediate subordinate? If we're analyzing whether or not it's a good or bad idea for someone to do something or to make a certain order, if we're analyzing the officer and his immediate subordinate, there's no chain of command issue there, right?
Like he could talk to the colonel, could talk to his immediate subordinate. I think we all agree with that. Yes.
Right. So, but that would get rid of the chain of command issue, right? If we're analyzing just the orders or lack of orders between an officer and his immediate subordinate.
Yes, because that now you're following chain of command. Yes.
Right. So, like, if you would agree that there's no chain of command issue as between the orders of lack of orders between Trump and Christopher Miller.
Correct.
That's agreed?
Yep.
Okay. So that I would just propose that we focus on that, and we can obviate the rest of it in the break into chain of command. I agree, he should have at least tried to call Miller first. That should have been the first step. So we can get rid of the chain of command stuff and just focus on that.
And it's 1:34, Stephen. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser made a phone call to the Army Secretary. So it goes from the President to the Secretary of Defense to the Secretary of the Army.
Yeah, I see it. And then send request 15 minutes later. I see it. Gotcha.
Yeah.
In the J6 report, it also says that Mayor Bowser made requests to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows for National Guard assistance. So I don't know if that matters to anybody.
Sure.
He was Trump's primary contact throughout the day anyway.
Who was?
Meadows.
Oh.
Like, everyone was blowing Meadows up to try to get to Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's pretty much all I can add to this. So I'm gonna go and enjoy myself, and you guys keep arguing over the internet.
Oh, be careful. At 2:53, Donald Trump Jr. tweets to Meadows, he's got to condemn this shit. Oh, that's his son. Just kidding, Junior. Sorry, what were you saying?
Wait, I have a question for you, Stephen.
Mm-hmm.
At 3:36, White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany tweets, at President Trump's direction, the National Guard is on the way along with other federal protected services. Isn't that inappropriate for him to do that?
Why?
He's not supposed to be making directions and operational things.
I can't believe you just said that.
What do you mean?
I need you to reanalyze what you just said. Your IQ is like either completely degraded to like sub 68 levels, or I don't even know why you just said that.
Why don't you answer it instead of...
I'm not. I'm going to... reread what you just read and then restate the question. There's no way you just said something that stupid.
At President Donald Trump's direction, the National Guard is on the way.
Wait, where at? At 3:36 p.m.
They tweet... Kayleigh McEnany tweets, at President Trump's direction, the National Guard is on the way along with other federal protective services.
Okay. What is inappropriate about this? They're not ordering. She's not giving an order on Twitter. It's the press secretary.
She is communicating that Donald Trump, at his direction, the National Guard is on the way. Isn't that inappropriate for him to have done that if she's correctly relaying what occurred?
Why is that inappropriate?
You are the one who's saying it's inappropriate for a president to get involved in operational decisions when there's someone else who's delegated like Miller.
Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
There's just like we're
Isn't
at like
that your position?
We're at such a breakdown of English or communicate. I don't even know like where we would have to start to like even figure out like where we're at. I'm not even sure.
I'm lost. Wait, what about what I just said? It doesn't make any sense.
We're in different worlds right now. It's like we're having an argument over whether or not the president should call a plane and say, drop the bomb right now. And we're arguing over the president. And I say, no, that's not the president's job. That's going to be the operational commander. That's going to be all of these other people before him. That's not the president's job. And then later on, you're like, well, look at this. The press secretary just stated that George Bush ordered the bombing of this building in Mosul. Isn't that contradictory to your position, Stephen? Pretending that saying George Bush ordered something is satisfying your earlier argument of George Bush having operational control and making a direct choice. These two things are not even, I can't even believe that you're making the comparison. Anything that Miller does, the White House is going to report that under Donald Trump's direction, because Miller is working with authority from the president. But you're trying to use that to satisfy the argument. Look, Donald Trump should be directly involved. Donald Trump should be making calls. It's just, we're in different worlds. We're like in...
You just spent this entire, whatever long we've been here, we've been talking about whether it would have been appropriate for Donald Trump to direct the National Guard. Kayleigh McEnany represents that Donald Trump, we can agree or disagree whether or not that actually
You realize that the whole argument is over that word, directs. What do you mean when you say that? This is what I said earlier when I said you're playing word games. Donald Trump directs.
It's not a word game.
What do you mean when you say directs?
I didn't say it. McEnany said it. She said at President Trump's direction, the National Guard is on this way.
What does that mean, under his direction? Does that mean that he's making a phone call there and he ordered it? Or does that mean that he's authorized the DOD?
The order.
Okay, that's not how I read that.
You don't think that it's at his direction is a synonym for at his order?
No, just like how when Biden bombed that hospital in Afghanistan, I don't think Biden was the one making the phone call and saying, drop the bomb. But it's Biden's military, so he has...
I think if Biden didn't have operational control and didn't ever oversight or say or approve any attack, it would be incorrect to say that Biden's direction. But if Biden did approve a strike, it would be appropriate to say at his direction we attacked this place, in that he was involved and he was the one who gave the order, which you said it was inappropriate for Trump to have done.
Trump already did do that. Trump authorized it prior, which is why Miller didn't have to contact Trump to send the National Guard to DC. Biden's authorization of whatever hospital in Afghanistan got bombed probably wasn't Biden looking over all the intelligence, having a situational, being in a room and saying, like, okay, drop the bomb. It was probably his military. I don't even know if that individual strike was authorized. That literally might have just been them saying, like, hey, do we have authorization to, bomb things in this area if we see blah, blah, blah. And Biden's like, yeah, go for it. So under Biden's direction, it happens, but that's not him making an operational decision.
So you think what McEnany is saying when she said that Trump, at his direction, you think that what she is relaying is that Trump, the day before, had given authorization that Miller already had to do something in sending the National Guard. That's what she means by that?
Or that broadly speaking, yeah, Trump is, the National Guard operates under Trump, or I don't know. Do you think she's specifically stating, do you think that she's saying that Donald Trump individually...
ordered it? Yes, that's what I think she's saying. I think she is saying, by saying at Donald Trump's direction, the National Guard's being sent, is that Trump ordered this. I think that's what she's saying. I don't know how you read that tweet or hear that tweet and think that what she's actually doing is referencing the fact that, no, Trump gave Miller authorization the day before, even though he already had it and didn't need authorization the day before. And therefore, that's what, even when Miller did it, that's at Trump's direction. Anything that Miller does is at Trump's direction. So even when they were not sending the National Guard, that was at Trump's direction.
Okay, so then whenever a press secretary tweets out, like, Bush ordered killing of whoever, or, Bush bombs under Bush, this target bomb.
It's an order.
And you think that those were direct orders from President Bush?
Yes, if the communication department is saying Bush ordered an attack on I assume there was an order from the president. I don't understand why that's controversial.
Okay, I don't know. I don't.
Do you think that's controversial?
Yeah, I don't know if I read any of that this way, but maybe I could be wrong. I don't think so. I think you're completely wrong. I don't think that the president of the United States is generally involved. Well, you laugh, but you're laughing again. And just to be clear, you brought up example after example after example. You've never shown me that you're correct on this. Just to be clear, every single one, you've not on a single one. Cuban Missile Crisis, the LA riot, none of these have you shown me the president of the United States being in a situation room making direct commands, which is what you're saying Donald Trump should have been. To be clear, so you've been wrong on every single one of those. You can laugh at the end if you want, but you haven't shown me a single one of those. Okay.
The disagreement is not what the disagreement. I agree with you that in terms of minutia, don't try to paint my opinion as thinking like the president should be involved in all the day-to-day little tiny things. What we're trying to characterize is what counts as a broad strokes thing and what counts as a minutia. And my opinion is that the decision on whether or not to mobilize or authorize a National Guard, that is a broad strokes thing. You don't think it. You think it's more like
which thing is a broad strokes thing?
I think that our disagreement is based on whether or not you think the decision to mobilize or not mobilize is like a big stroke, broad stroke thing, or like a policy thing, more similar to the authorization to Osama or to the Cuban Missile Crisis. If you think that January 6th is like those things in their significance and importance and broad strokes, then I think you would agree with me. But if you think that the decision to mobilize the National Guard is more akin to like, the decision to fire on any given insurgent in a war, then maybe you think like you. I think the disagreement is about what this decision is characterized as. Is it a broad strokes decision, or is it a more minutia thing that we wouldn't expect the president to get involved in?
It seems like a broad strokes decision. Can you engage with the sentence? It seems like a broad stroke decision, and Trump already authorized whatever needed to be authorized. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I disagree with that.
Okay. How then if you did, so you saying Trump didn't authorize what needed to be done, correct?
That's correct. He did not authorize.
So then that means that Miller is Miller treasonous then, or how is it that Miller?
He has a blanket delegated authority since Nixon.
He has the authority. So Trump did not authorize the mobilization. He absolutely authorized the authorization of mobilization, but he didn't authorize the mobilization. Do you understand that?
So what part of Trump's responsibility wasn't being fulfilled here?
I think
he needed to get personally involved.
Authorized.
Okay.
The deployment of the National Guard.
Okay. Let's open up a notepad. Okay. Timeline of the January 6th United States Capitol riots. Okay.
Stephen, did you want that tweet, by the way, of Kayleigh McEnany? Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, but I haven't found it. Okay.
I mean, that's pretty significant. At the very least, that tweet acknowledges that the president is the one who was directing that action.
Not necessarily, not even.
Come on,
I don't
man.
wanna, no, you're so far past like any good faith analysis. Like,
are you?
If you're honestly looking at what the goal of that tweet was, obviously the goal of that tweet was to get people to calm the fuck down. That's why the second sentence of that.
That's why you don't believe it, and that didn't actually happen that way. But I'm just saying what that tweet communicates. The only reason why it would get people to calm down is because it communicates the president is the one who made the decision.
Sure, yeah, it is, but I don't know what part of this argument you think this is proving.
Well, you said that it would have been inappropriate for him to even make that decision.
Yeah, I agree.
So
But I don't think this tweet means that he made that decision. The tweet is being made to calm down Trump protests. That's why she's saying, we reiterate President Trump's call against violence and to remain peaceful. None of this tweet is contradicting anything I've argued. Unless you're saying that, like, are you saying that Donald Trump did make this direct decision?
I'm not saying that. I'm a little bit skeptical that he did make that decision. I think that she's trying to take credit for it because she knows that it's the right thing to do, that President Trump should have done it. And she acknowledges it's bad PR for him not to have made the decision and for it to have been Miller. And the reason why she's claiming ownership of that action is because that action is the right action that should have been taken.
To Pisco's point.
Yeah,
and I'll send you
Pisco's point, yeah.
To Pisco's point, and I'll send you, it's part of the House January 6th Select Committee report. It's on page 93 in the document, page 121 in the file. So
121, okay.
Yeah, the Chief of Staff, Mark Milley, says he told Mark Meadows told General Milley that we have to kill the narrative that the vice president is making all the decisions. We need to establish the narrative, that the president is still in charge and that things are steady or stable. So it seems to be part of what Meadows was trying to do, to convey to the public that Donald Trump is directly involved, even when the evidence suggests he was not.
Yeah? Why do you think that's the case?
I think two parts. I think people expect the president to be involved, and I think people would be reassured at the thought that he was.
Okay. I'm in another reality. We're actually like super broken from each other. We're mushrooming out.
Well, why do you think? Can I?
Yeah, I would say the answer is insanely obvious. The problem right now is you have Donald Trump sycophants that are descending on the Capitol. And if Vice President Pence is the one that's giving the orders and not Donald Trump, if anything, the rioters there might even see that as an incentive to go harder. Wait a second. Trump's not in control? You guys are doing exactly what he said you do. You guys are trying to coup Trump. You're trying to take over command from him, and now Pence is giving us orders? Fuck that. Now, I don't know if this statement was made before or after they were all chanting, hang Mike Pence, but with my understanding of the political situation and all that, my answer is obviously correct. That they want at all points in time for the protesters that are there, worried that the government is about to coup Trump, for them to think that Donald Trump is still in control. That is like so self-evidently obvious to me that I don't even know if I am psychologically prepared to defend that statement because how unbelievably obvious it is to me.
Do you think it's irreconcilable with what I suggested? Maybe it's a catch-all. Maybe they're trying to reassure yes Trump supporters for all the reasons you just provided, but also the rest of the American public that the President of the United States, the chief executive, is directly involved with managing the assault on the Capitol. I don't think they're mutually exclusive.
I think that they are mutually exclusive, and I would cite literally the entirety of the rest of this document, that the whole worry that they had was the optics that the President of the United States would be sending National Guards to Congress to steal the ballot box to coup the election. That was the primary concern going in here. The worry is not that is Donald Trump with the National Guard here and strong? We need to make sure everybody knows that he's strong here with the National Guard and he's got things under control. Because that was the whole thing they were trying to.
Wait. That worry is not from Trump. Remember,
of course that worry's not. I never said that worry's from Trump. We're not talking about Trump. We're talking about General Milley right now. These are General Milley's statements and Mark Meadows' statements.
Okay. I'm just saying, because if Trump is clearly not concerned with those optics, and so when he takes ownership of the decision to send in the DC National Guard, and just so you're aware, one of the big defenses to Trump in this entire situation isn't that Trump wasn't involved. It's that Trump agreed as soon as it was requested to send in the National Guard, and he was actually good about it, and he was timely, and he responded quickly. But you're taking the opposite approach. You're saying not that he got involved and he should have been involved. You're saying he shouldn't have gotten involved, and it's good that he wasn't involved, which is very different than the perspective I usually hear, which is that Trump was absolutely on top of it, and the minute that they asked for any relief, he sent it.
Okay, I'm not here to defend the politically unsavvy position that the President of the United States is personally ordering troops around, because that's fucking retarded. That sounds like a Twitter person would say. I don't know if that's ever been the case.
I think most people would absolutely understand and would agree and support the president taking his oath seriously and sending in troops to defend the Capitol.
That's great. You can say that as many times as you want and then laugh afterwards, but you still don't give me a single example of this ever happening. So,
example of the president sending troops to defend the Capitol
of
before?
The president taking direct control, superseding his defense guy beneath him, the Secretary of Defense, and saying, I'm going to order this myself, and not just telling him, hey, we need to get this done.
No, ordering the subordinate. Ordering the subordinate who has control, and ordering and saying, I'm ordering you at this moment to do X, or I'm giving approval for X. I'm the one who's doing
Careful, because when you say giving approval for, Donald Trump already did. That's why Miller didn't have to call Trump to get authorization or approval to deploy the National Guard. He already had all the approval he needed.
He had all the approval he needed from the executive order, not from Trump. I don't know if that matters to you or anybody else at all, but it's not that Trump gave him pre-clearance as far as we know. It's as by dint of his position as Secretary of Defense.
Correct.
He had that authority.
That's fine, and you can say that, but that seems to be contradicted by everything else, and it's even contradicted by the narrative that you guys both know is true. Both of you guys know that Donald Trump would have fucking loved to have his National Guard standing there as a show of force, because you know that's true, because supposedly, now I don't know, Pisco keeps saying Miller contested this testimony later. I haven't seen that anywhere, but Miller himself said that Trump was saying, I want the National Guard there with my people, protecting my protesters, and all of you know that Donald Trump loves deploying the fucking National Guard whenever he can. So it's not surprising at all to me that Donald Trump would have had a conversation with Miller saying hell yeah, get the National Guard there if you need it. That's obviously true.
Go to page.
Miller
go to
said,
page 7. Let's send him to the page.
Okay.
768 in the file. Yes. 768.
Okay.
Well, I have Miller on the record. Is this for a Miller statement?
Yes.
Okay.
That way he can read it.
Yeah.
What am I looking for?
Acting Secretary Miller. So it's that paragraph right there, the fourth one. Acting Secretary Miller.
And leading up to it, the paragraph before. Unprompted, President Trump then said, even above, on January 5th, as demonstrators rallied in support of the president, Acting Secretary Miller received a call from the commander-in-chief. The president asked him if he was watching the events on television. The secretary told him that he'd caught some of the coverage. Unprompted, President Trump then said, you're going to need 10,000 people the following day as in troops. An email sent by Chief of Staff Meadows on January 5th explicitly noted that the DC Guard would be on hand to protect pro-Trump people. The president and his staff appeared to be aware of the likelihood of violence on the day the election certification of his loss was slated to transpire. This communication from President Trump contemplated that the Guard could support and secure the safety of Trump supporters, not protect the Capitol. At that time, Secretary Miller apparently had no information on what President Trump planned for January 6th. Acting Secretary Miller thought the 10,000 number was astronomical. We expected 35,000 protesters, and even if there were more protesters than expected, we thought that local law enforcement could handle it. But again, this was no order from the president, just President Trump banter that you were all familiar with. So it seems to be the case that the day before, Trump wanted his National Guard there. He had no problem with it. Miller says as much. All of this reinforces every single thing I said earlier.
It does not.
It says no order from the president. I thought
there was no order or direction from the president. You said that Trump had authorized him to do something. Wait, do you deny that you had just said that Trump
I said that Miller had the authorization to do whatever he needed to do. President Trump obviously approved it.
Trump gave it to him.
He already had it.
Yeah, so then don't say Trump gave it to him like he did anything above and beyond what he already had, right? It wasn't.
I'm not saying he did above and beyond. He doesn't need anything above and beyond. Trump didn't. You know what Trump didn't do? Trump didn't give him an explicit order saying, "Hey, I don't care what you think. You need to send 10,000." He didn't do that. But it's pretty obvious through conversation that he was good with him doing whatever the fuck he wanted to do.
But he did not. There was no extra grant of authority.
There didn't need to be an extra grant of authority. He already had all the authority he needed.
Exactly. And so when you say that Trump did something, he had already done something. What did he already do?
He'd made it clear that these guys. He made it clear that they could do whatever they needed to protect the Capitol. That Miller had all the authorization, all the approval for Trump. That anything he wanted to do, he was basically clear to do with the National Guard.
Wait. That's not what that passage said. That passage said that he wanted to protect Trump people.
Yes.
He didn't make clear to protect the pro Capitol or protect the Capitol.
Correct.
That's what the Congress people are saying. That was never implied to protect the Capitol. And so even since you're
oh my God, bro, hold on. You're trying to fucking weasel your way through this argument. Sorry. I don't disagree with anything you just said. I like how you're taking my argument that's over the past 3 hours, and now you just try to give it to me as your own. My argument always was, obviously, I literally said earlier, we can go back and watch the clip. I said, obviously, Donald Trump wants the National Guard standing there, his military, his protesters, all of them there, and obviously Donald Trump wanted it. I literally said this verbatim, and now you're saying, oh, well, Destiny, of course he deployed the National Guard to protect his protesters. No shit.
No. The decision that we are examining, or the absence of a decision, isn't get the National Guard to do anything at all. It's the decision whether or not to mobilize the National Guard to protect the Capitol.
You can't make that decision on January 5th.
Okay, then that's perfect that you say that. It's perfect that you say that, because it's correct that I believe Trump incited what happened on January 6th.
Yep.
My position is that Trump probably, his best case scenario wasn't to have violence on January 6th. I've always said that his goal was to have Mike Pence probably just to reject it and for there to be no violence. The violence occurred because Pence rejected Trump's offers, or Trump's pressure, really, to not certify, and then afterwards incited the crowd. That's when the violence occurred. And so when you say Trump couldn't have predicted January 6th, I'm telling you that I don't think that violence was a necessary component of the day. It became necessary when Pence rejected the coup attempt that Trump was orchestrating. And at that moment, we're analyzing the decision whether or not in that moment and in that context, he mobilized or didn't mobilize the National Guard. And what occurred the prior day isn't some argument that Trump had already done his duty by delegating to Miller. Trump had a freestanding duty as our commander-in-chief, which you disagree with because you think this is getting too much in the weeds. It's too, it's too small, it's too tactical, it's not broad enough for the president to be involved in whether or not to mobilize. I disagree on that. I think that's an impasse. And I think the president and most people understand that we wanted the president in that instance to take operational control.
Just to be clear, you keep saying most people. Every single example in history disagrees with you, just to be clear. You can say most people, but that's you and the voices in your head.
Why is Kayleigh McEnany making that statement?
What do you mean?
Why are they making the statement that
he
the president
said
gave
because the macro is this is Donald Trump and his presidency and he's doing it and blah 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 blah. But in terms of like the operational data, I'm sorry, you're talking about like what is a random citizen here in terms of like, yeah, they think that like the president is like the random citizen is the president is responsible for inflation in the economy. So if that's your question, I'm sorry, yeah, maybe a random citizen thinks that Donald Trump is like in every situation room commanding the fucking troops. But for anybody that understands what's going on, this is obviously a delegated power. What?
Why are you pretending that I think that he should be involved in every decision?
Because you're saying he should have been involved in this one.
No, this one is not every decision.
Yeah, but you haven't given me a point where it's obvious that he should have been involved in this decision.
Do you think the unprecedented nature that changes things, the fact that it's not like a conventional military operation, but an unprecedented attack on the Capitol? Like, do you not think that inherently itself justifies more direct involvement from the president?
In this time span and everything, I don't think so. I don't even know if Donald Trump's direct involvement again would have even helped here.
Right, so you're not even sure. That's why I keep asking you, like, do you think Trump should have done something with perfect knowledge? And what you're saying is, I'm not even sure that he should have. Right now is what you're saying.
Okay, you know what? Here, let's do very, very, very simple. Okay, okay. Do you agree that Donald Trump should not have gone above/below Miller?
It's not typed. Oh, okay.
To make orders for National Guard deployment. Do we agree on this point?
He should have ordered Miller. Let's leave it there, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to assume that Miller would have responded to an order and he would have executed it.
Okay, so we agree. Okay, so number 2, okay?
Wait, we agree on what?
That Donald Trump shouldn't have contacted the, what's the position?
Not
Army guy?
Secretary of the Army.
Secretary of the Army.
No.
Okay.
No, he should have gone to Miller first, and then if Miller was like, if Miller gave a good reason, like Guy Optics, then we can assess it at that point, right? But given what we know now, I don't think there's a reason to think that he should have skipped Miller.
Okay, here's a second question. Do we have any reason at all to believe that Donald Trump contacting Miller would have expedited anything?
I think so, yes.
Okay,
because it would have.
So we disagree. So then,
assuming he wanted to stop it.
Okay, so then here's a question. Okay, was Miller waiting for a statement from Trump to send in troops?
When you say waiting for, what do you mean?
Was Miller like not sure what President Donald Trump wanted? Was there confusion between Miller and Trump at any point in this?
I don't know. If Miller was thinking about that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I do not know what Miller's perceptions were, whether he knew what Trump's intentions were or didn't know.
My argument is Miller made the decision to send troops without ever contacting the White House, meaning Trump's, that's one. And then the second part is the prior day, Trump had made it known to Miller that he could use 10,000 or more troops. These are 2 points of evidence that I would say strongly point to the idea that Miller doesn't need to consult with Trump to know what Trump would want done in this situation. He was able to do the decision without contacting Trump, and he'd already spoken to Trump the day before. Do you have any counter arguments, or do you concede this point to me?
So Miller had authorization to act on his own accord and to make the kind of trade-offs and to do the analysis himself. Absolutely. Agreed with that. But I want to refocus you, Stephen. That's not the question.
I don't care what the question is. We're going through. I'm writing all these down. And we're going through it. So whatever you're about to ask, I'm going to ignore and I'm going to re-ask. And we'll get to your question, but we need to go down this line.
We'll go down your line, Stephen.
Okay. So we agree, for instance, that Donald Trump shouldn't have gone above or below whatever Miller. He should have contacted Miller. Okay. Yeah. Now, you guys say that Donald Trump could have expedited the National Guard being deployed to the Capitol. I don't believe that's the case. You guys do. So now we're trying to figure out what we think here. So the first question is, was Miller waiting for a statement from Trump? Was he unclear about what Trump's intentions were? Now, my answer is no. I think he was very clear on what Trump wanted because he made the decision to send in troops without ever contacting Trump. And because the prior day, Trump had made it known to Miller that he could use 10,000 or more people.
I'm not sure I'm following. You're saying Miller knew what Trump wanted. What is it that Trump wanted?
Trump basically said you can send in whoever you want to do whatever you need to do.
So what Trump wanted to do was whatever Miller wanted to do. So Miller knew that Trump knew, or what Trump wanted was that Miller do whatever he wants.
In regards to protecting the Capitol, yes.
Right. So then when you say Miller knew what Trump wanted,
yes,
all you're saying is that Miller knew that Trump told him he could do whatever he wants.
Yeah, and he did it without ever consulting Trump. Yes.
Yes, Miller knew that Trump had told Miller that he could mobilize the National Guard according to what Miller said about those conversations.
Okay. Do we agree on this then?
Agree on what?
That Miller Miller knew Trump's intentions. He wasn't waiting for any response or any statement from Trump.
It depends on what you mean by his intentions. If you mean intentions in terms of what he was planning to do on January 6th, No.
No, I'm
In
not
terms of
talking
whether or
about
not-
that. I'm just saying
That's what I'm saying. When you-
this whole
be careful.
topic right now is just in regards to deploying the National Guard. That's the only thing we're talking about right now, not his speech or anything else. Yes.
The thing is, Stephen, when you say things like intention, and Miller knew Trump's intention, the audience hears that, and intention with respect to what?
Sorry, the statement that I've written down on my notepad is, was Miller waiting for a statement from Trump to send in troops? That's what I've written down.
When you say he was waiting for a statement by Trump to send in troops, is that the same as he knew Trump's intent with respect to troops? That intent could have changed on January 6th. Things were different in the day before and the day and then. And so,
is there any evidence that Miller felt like Trump's intentions changed?
With respect to what? With respect
to the deployment of the National Guard?
I don't know that.
So no. The answer is there any evidence of this? So then your answer is no. So there's no evidence of that. Wait. So if you have no reason for me to believe that, circumstantial otherwise, then...
Wait, so you know that Miller was clear about what Trump wanted vis-a-vis deployment of troops?
Correct.
So, and that evidence of that is that he had said something to the effect the day before that...
The evidence, yes, was the day before he did whatever he wanted, and he never contacted the White House a single time in making this decision.
There could be a lot of reasons for why he did not contact. One of them could be because he didn't want to hear from Trump and he was scared about what Trump would say.
Did Miller give testimony for hours and hours about this issue?
No.
Miller didn't give any testimony in regards to, holy shit, who's the guy that's...
Wait. With respect to his perception on what Trump wanted, I'm not aware of testimony with respect to like him saying that I know that Trump wants me to deploy or not deploy.
Did Miller ever give any testimony saying, I didn't want to call the White House because I was scared that Trump wouldn't authorize it?
No, I'm not aware of that statement.
Okay, then whatever you're giving me conjecture that's completely baseless right now.
You're the one who says that things were unclear, that people didn't know things. There was a lot of bureaucratic mess.
Stop playing games. When you say no, yeah, you are. You're saying you're the one that's saying things were unclear. I'm not talking about the situation unfolding on the ground in the Capitol building. I'm talking about clarity with regards to how Trump would want the National Guard to be utilized. That was a word game. I've never said that people are unclear about Trump's intentions. That's never been a statement I've ever said in this entire conversation.
I'm only putting a flag that intention is a broad word that could mean with respect to a lot of things. If you're saying that he was aware that Trump had given him authorization, or he already had authorization to use the National Guard, he was aware of that. That didn't change in the day before and the current day. There was nothing to disturb the fact that he had that authorization, and it was his reasonable belief that Trump was aware of that too.
Okay, so then the next question is, at any point in time, was Miller weighing anything related to Donald Trump's will in regards to his decision, in regards to Miller's decision to ultimately send in the National Guard?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so my two pieces of evidence are, I'm going to go again on Miller never contacted the White House, number one. And number two, in the Situation Room, it doesn't seem like anybody was wondering, what does the president want? I don't see any testimony from anybody in the Situation Room saying like, oh shit, what do we do for Donald Trump? What does Donald Trump do? I don't see that ever. So it seems to be the case that there was no Miller not being sure of like what Donald Trump wanted. That seems to be the case, okay? Do we agree with that? There doesn't seem to be any evidence of that.
I think, okay, so let's just be 1,000 trillion% clear.
Yep.
You're saying that you think it's not reasonable to think that they were thinking about what Trump wanted.
Correct.
And that they considered what Trump wanted with respect to the authorization of troops.
Correct. That doesn't seem to be the case.
I don't think that the record is fully developed on that point about the conversations that were had or not had, and whether or not they were considering Trump's intentions or desires.
Okay, well, here's my counter evidence. And if you don't have any counter evidence, then you auto concede this point. My counter evidence to that is that when people are talking about the optics of this situation, that is in exact counter to Donald Trump's stated desire. So for you to say that nobody was ever thinking about what Donald Trump wanted seems to be betrayed by the record, the testimony given under oath, that people were worried about the optics because of how much Trump aggressively wanted to deploy the National Guard in the past.
Wait, is your position that they were thinking about what Trump wanted, or they weren't thinking about what Trump wanted?
What point did you just say that I was responding to?
So you just said that my position that Trump, that they weren't thinking about what Trump wanted is belied by the fact that they were considering the optics of it, and that Trump wanted to have a National Guard presence there because it looked I don't know, for optics reasons.
Yes, they're not making a consideration on does Trump want us to deploy these or not want us to deploy these. They're making the decision based on how it would appear because of what Trump has wanted in the past for his deployment of the National Guard. Because he's leaned in so heavily in the past that if they deploy it now, the perception of the military coup or whatever would be bad. That's the issue at hand.
Okay, so what you're saying is Trump's previous requests of the National Guard are influencing it, but not his current desires?
They're not taking that into consideration on an operational basis, on whether or not Trump would want them or not want them to do it. I don't see any evidence of that.
Okay.
Okay, so number 5 is, it seems to be that the biggest hindrance of the National Guard deployment was bureaucratic red tape and lack of situational clarity. Do we agree or disagree with this?
I disagree with that.
Okay. My supporting arguments for this are the conclusion of this report. What page is the conclusion on?
Oh, fuck. 775 or something like that.
Okay. Conclusion for this. Former President Trump's eagerness to engage the U.S. military to play a visible role in addressing domestic unrest during the late spring and summer of 2020 does appear to have prompted senior military leadership to take precautions in preparing for the joint session against the possibility that the D.C. Guard might be ordered to deploy for an improper purpose. Those precautions seem to have been prudential as much as legal in nature. What that entailed in the unprecedented circumstances of the January 6th attack on the Capitol is, however, harder to accept, a 3-hour and 19-minute lag time in making a relatively small but riot-trained and highly capable military unit available to conduct one of its statutory support missions. While the delay seems unnecessary and unacceptable, it was the byproduct of military processes, institutional caution, and a revised deployment approval process. We have no evidence that the delay was intentional. Likewise, it appears that none of the individuals involved understood what President Trump planned for January 6th and how he would behave during that violence. Imperfect intergovernment and intramilitary communications as the January 6th rally morphed, with President Trump's active encouragement into a full-blown riot at the Capitol, also help explain the time it took to deploy Guard troops to the Capitol after their assistance there was requested and approved. Post-hoc evaluation of real-time communications during an unprecedented and evolving crisis and limited tactical intelligence, nevertheless, carries the risk of a precision that was unrealistic at the time. It is also clear from testimony provided to the Select Committee that DoD and DC National Guard leaders have differing perspectives that are not reconcilable regarding the timing of deployment authorization. Last paragraph. Where the DC Guard's deployment on January 6th is concerned, then, the lessons learned at this juncture include careful evaluation on the basis of limited information may take time, statutory constrained intergovernmental requests for assistance and multi-level approval processes are complex and may be time-consuming, any visible military presence in the domestic setting is circumscribed by law and triggers considerable, constitutionally driven sensitivities, and crisis communications are often imperfect, especially in unforeseen and rapidly evolving situations. If you want, we can go through earlier at any part of this report where the Situation Room has conversations, but it seems to me to be the case that this 700-plus page report says that the biggest hindrance was all of the bureaucratic red tape that was set up here and the situational clarity that existed at the time. Do you still disagree, or do you
throw mixed messages in there?
I would like to respond to that, because I disagree with you, Stephen.
Okay.
Just to be clear.
Okay.
Who are they analyzing there?
It seems like the analysis was, why was there a delay in the National Guard deployment? What caused this?
Whose conduct are they analyzing?
I believe it was everybody involved.
Are they, with respect to the delay, are they analyzing the Department of Defense's response and Miller and other people in charge there, or are they analyzing Trump's?
This was the final report Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. So my understanding would be that...
we just read, who are they analyzing?
I don't know. I think that's just on the conclusion section of the report.
We just read that entire section, and their conclusion that, it's post hoc, if we're with respect to the people that we're talking about here, and the discussions that were happening between people like Miller. They're analyzing, I'm just going to stop asking a question. They're analyzing the Department of Defense. When I stopped you at the start of your train of questions, and I said, listen, this isn't the relevant part, I believe you're a very smart individual, and I don't know how it's been the case now that we've argued about this for like 5-6 hours total, that you haven't gotten in your brain that I believe that there's a freestanding obligation on Trump, on Trump to stay informed and on Trump to make decisions. And I don't allege that there's an intentional conspiracy on behalf of the DOD. And or that the Department of Defense, I'm not even alleging necessarily the Department of Defense, that there's evidence that shows beyond a doubt that they were grossly negligent with respect to the Department of Defense. That's not my allegation. My allegation is with respect to Trump. Everything that you just talked about has to do with the internal deliberations of the Department of Defense and imperfect information involving situations with respect to the DOD. That's a very different analysis than one of Trump. Agreed?
Sure, it could be. My understanding is that the January 6th committee was analyzing all parties involved. Are you telling me that if Donald Trump would have been primarily responsible for the delay in deployment, this report wouldn't have had it?
He is responsible. He has a freestanding obligation.
I'm going to re-ask the same question. I don't know why you didn't just answer that question.
They do allege that he's grossly negligent.
Oh, okay. Where in this report do they allege that? Can you just give me a page number or something, or tell me where? Or I can control of Donald Trump. I don't know how many times it appears in here. Oh, 194 times.
Might be in the executive summary where they give their final conclusions with respect to Trump's incompetence or whatever.
If it does say that there, how would that change your opinion, if at all?
I'd be curious what the underlying rationale is. If there's if it's Donald Trump's fault that for some reason the troops didn't get deployed, I'd be curious. I haven't seen that anywhere yet.
And while we look for this, you think that he has regardless of his failure to make the decision, you don't think he has a responsibility to stay informed?
And for this particular manner, in terms of his role as commander-in-chief and the deployment of the National Guard in D.C., I don't think he had any more responsibilities than what he'd already done. I don't believe so. And I haven't seen anything.
And does he have a responsibility to communicate with his
I don't know where you get this talking thing from. Shameful, right? We didn't even get to the end of my argument path. If you would have granted me the last one, my question would have been that if Miller wasn't waiting for Donald Trump's statements, if he knew Donald Trump's thoughts, and if Miller wasn't considering, would Donald Trump approve of this or that, and if the biggest hindrance was bureaucratic red tape, I don't even know how Donald Trump would have made a call and changed anything. I don't know if anything would have even changed. And you don't have any evidence to even support that it would have.
So can I ask you, you don't think a direct order from the president would have changed, cleared up any sort of ambiguities or encouraged people to act faster?
No, because when you say clear up ambiguities, none of those ambiguities were in concern to Trump. The ambiguities had to do with the situation unfolding on the ground, which I have no reason to believe Donald Trump had more insight into than Miller himself or anybody else that was acting there at the time.
But wasn't some of the ambiguities in terms of when, where, and how to deploy the Guard? I thought.
Yes, but those ambiguities had nothing to do with Donald Trump. Those had to do with the situation unfolding on the ground, which Donald Trump had no privy information to.
But what I'm saying is if Trump had availed himself of his own executive authority, let's say he had gone to Miller and said, Miller, I'm telling you right now, deploy the Guard, which I know you say he shouldn't have to do because Miller has that delegated authority. But if Miller doesn't avail himself of it, and Trump still has it supreme, and so Trump takes it upon himself and says, Miller, I'm telling you right now to deploy the Guard.
Yeah. That probably would have done it, I imagine.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But that would have been grossly inappropriate for him to do.
But he did. But he alleges to have done it.
Where? You're going to cite the press secretary tweet?
No, I think he lied about it after the fact. I'll send you the link.
Wait. They multiple times said that he ordered the National Guard to do it.
Okay, well, if he did, he lied or he's looking for points. What do you want me to say to that?
Well, I don't know. What do you say to that? You think he lied or if he did it, that was the wrong thing to do, right?
He didn't do it, obviously. And if he had, I would have said it was grossly inappropriate not being informed of the situation at the time. Yeah.
Okay. And again,
wait a minute. Go back up to number two. So when you say, do we have any reason to believe that Donald Trump contacting Miller would have expedited? So now we agree, right? Because you put disagree.
Well, wait, hold on. Because contacting Miller, my understanding is what an ordinary order from the president would probably look like. It would be him contacting Miller, and the conversation would be like, hey, what's going on at the Capitol? Are we deploying the National Guard? We need to get troops there, right, Miller? And Miller's like, yes, it's being taken care of. That would be that conversation. It wouldn't be Donald Trump calling and saying hey, the Capitol right now? Miller's like, yeah. He's like, I want 10,000 troops there right now. Miller's like, we're taking care of it. And Donald Trump's like, no, not you're taking care of it. I need you to get the order right now, get them in cars and go to. That wouldn't be the order. It would be delegated.
I got you. So you agree that a direct order would have expedited it, but not necessarily any direct contact short of a direct
No,
order.
an ordinary to be expected direct call almost certainly wouldn't have. I doubt any president is ever making a call like that, unless they're in a situation room with like every.
No,
like,
not that he would have or should have made it, but if he had made it, if he'd contacted Miller and said, "Hey, what's going on with this? This looks fucked," but didn't give a direct order, you still don't think it would have expedited things?
Absolutely not, because at no point in this decision-making process was anybody saying we weren't sure what Trump would have wanted. We didn't know what Trump wanted at this point in time. We were waiting for to figure out what we think Trump would have approved. Like, that was never the case. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because Pence literally called the Situation Room and that didn't expedite shit. Like, nothing happened there.
But Pence isn't in the chain of command. Pence isn't in the chain of command.
Okay, Miller is.
I know, but you didn't you just say Pence?
Yeah, but I'm saying like Pence called to try to figure out like what was going on, and it's not like he got any more information. It's not like he got any more clarity on what was going on because Pence was removed from the situation, right?
Well, but two things, right? So Pence has no authority over the DC National Guard, none. He cannot issue a direct order to Miller even if he wanted to. Number one. Number two. Here's where I'm curious. Why do you think Pence reached out to Miller?
I would have to go and see the exact call, but probably because Pence was wondering what the fuck was going on as well, would be my guess.
So what does it say? Does it matter at all that Pence, who is not in the chain of command, is wondering what the fuck is going on and reaching out to the person who has the delegated authority to deal with it, but Donald Trump didn't do that?
I don't know why Pence, what motivated him to make the call. It could have been that Pence, I don't know this, but it could have been that Pence was getting calls from other people in Congress, like Donald Trump was, and that's why he called and checked. But like, it also could have been that Pence calling in and checked literally changed nothing. Whether that was Pence or Trump, the answer would have been the same. Like, hey, listen, like, we're figuring this shit out. Like, fuck off. Like, we don't know. We're figuring it out right now. You don't have the understanding of what's going on the ground. We're the ones in the room figuring it out. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills because like everything I'm saying is like so clearly and obviously stated in this report, and Josiah's like having a Pisco, you're in a whole other world. You're not engaging with any of the facts in this report whatsoever. You've got media narratives and tweets. Like, you're not engaging with a single fact.
Wait, hang on a second. This is unfortunate for you to do right now.
Okay, go ahead.
You're saying I'm not engaging with any of the facts in the report.
I haven't seen you engage with any of them. Correct.
So, for example, you're bringing up facts that there was internal deliberations about optics, and
yes.
What you just said is I haven't engaged with that.
Yeah.
My position has been not that those deliberations didn't happen, or that I'm saying they didn't happen, or that what you're saying that the report is lying about what the conclusions are. My position has nothing to do with those deliberations. It's all about the underlying responsibility of the President of the United States to at least stay informed during the attack of the Capitol and be an involved player in the response to what's going on in the nation's capital.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
So my argument has nothing to do with the causality or what you're talking about with your particular arguments. I have made that abundantly clear to you when you even start going down that train that I'm not interested in that part.
Okay, that's fine. In that case then, in any of the reports that have been released, at any part of these, are they ever making the argument that like the president needed to be involved here, or the president being involved here would have expedited or improved the situation? In any of the
so I will get you specific pin sites for some of these.
No, hold on. I don't want a media report. I don't want a Fox News article. I don't want a CNN op-ed. I want something in one of these committees, whether it was that DOD report, the J6 report, because I'm asking you to engage with the facts that were actually reported. At any point in these. Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
Wait a second. What did you think I just said?
While he's talking, let him go to page 603.
Okay. At 110. Or sorry, go ahead.
Wait a second. No, I'm not going to sit here and let you criticize me for proposing to do something that I didn't propose to do. Did I say I'm going to go to media reports?
What did you say? I heard you say report. I heard you say reports.
Insights.
I'm going to go to insight.
You know what a pin site is?
Oh, no, I didn't hear you say pin site. I don't know what a pin site is though. What's a pin site?
Okay. A pin site is like a citation to a particular page number in a report or in a document of some kind.
Okay.
But usually media reports aren't numbered. And so when you just went off on me like, I don't want this, I don't want that, what you're doing is you're intentionally creating an appearance that like I'm relying on unreliable sources, and you're the one relying on reliable sources.
Okay.
You understand how you just did that, right? You went off on me because you thought that I was proposing to go for media reports. First of all, I don't think that media reports are by themselves like not.
Okay, sure.
Good
I'm sorry. Yeah,
evidence
I'm sorry. Then that sentence makes sense to me because if you had pin sites or citations in here, I feel like you would just give them to me. But it sounds like you've already made your decision. You haven't even looked in these yet, and now you're going to go try to find supporting arguments for them. That's what it feels like.
Hang on a second. What are we? Our arguments, right, are about the duties of the president, and what you're asking me for right now is there any statement in these reports of people saying they wish the president was more involved?
The arguments aren't this broad macro duty of the president. The argument is
what you're doing. What you're doing is your standard for evidence is it could only be the case. It could only be that President Trump could have helped and been involved if there's some statement in this particular reports where someone was asking for his involvement. And if there is no statement in that report where someone is specifically asking for his involvement, then I can't say that Trump should have been involved.
Correct. If it doesn't seem to be the case that he was like expected to be involved in any part of this process, then we'd say like, yeah, okay, that it probably wasn't on him then.
So which brings me to the third paragraph, starting with the 187.
Sure, I can just read this whole part because it's called
Sure, go ahead.
187 minutes of dereliction, okay, which sounds like dereliction of duty, okay? So, all right, so at this part, what is the title of the section? Okay, this is on section, okay, chapter 7, okay. At 1:10 p.m. on January 6th, President Trump concluded his speech at the Ellipse. By that time, the attack on the U.S. Capitol had already begun, but it was about to get much worse. The president told thousands of people in attendance to march down Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol. He told them to fight like hell, because if they didn't, they were not going to have a country anymore. Not everyone who left the Ellipse did as the commander-in-chief ordered, but many of them did. The fighting intensified during the hours that followed. By 1:21 p.m., President Trump was informed that the Capitol was under attack. He could have interceded immediately, but the president chose not to do so. It was not until 4:17 p.m. that President Trump finally tweeted a video in which he told the rioters to go home. The 187 minutes between the end of President Trump's speech and when he finally told the mob to leave the U.S. Capitol was a dereliction of duty. In the U.S. military, a service member is deemed to be derelict in the performance of duties when that person willfully or negligently fails to perform that person's duties, or when that person performs them in a culpably inefficient manner. As commander-in-chief, President Trump had the power, more than any other American, to muster the U.S. government's resources and end the attack on the U.S. Capitol. He willfully remained idle even as others, including his own vice president, acted. President Trump could have called top officials at the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Defense, the FBI, the Capitol Police Department, or the D.C. Mayor's office to ensure that they quelled the violence. He made no such calls. Instead, President Trump reached out to Rudolph Giuliani and friendly members of Congress, seeking their assistance in delaying the joint session of Congress. The president tweeted at 2:24 p.m., at the height of the violence, that his own vice president lacked the courage to act, a statement that could only further enrage the mob. Meanwhile, Vice President Michael Pence assumed the duties of the president, requesting the assistance of top officials, even though he was not in the chain of command and had no constitutional power to issue orders. In testimony before the Select Committee, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Mark Milley explained that President Trump did nothing, zero, to marshal the government's resources during the assault on the U.S. Capitol. In contrast, Vice President Pence had 2 or 3 calls with General Milley and other military officials, even as the mob hunted him. During those calls, Vice President Pence was very animated and issued very explicit, very direct, unambiguous orders. The Vice President told Acting Secretary of Defense Chris Miller to get the military down there, get the National Guard down there, and to put down this situation. President Trump could have made those same demands. He chose not to do so, a damning fact that President Trump's own Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, quickly tried to cover up. We have to kill the narrative that the Vice President is making all the decisions, General Milley recalled Meadows as saying. We need to establish the narrative, that the president is still in charge and that things are ready or are steady or stable, Meadows said, which General Milley described as a red flag. In his testimony, General Milley also reflected on what it meant for the president not to be taking action in a time of crisis. You're the commander-in-chief, you've got an assault going on in the capital of the United States of America, there's nothing, no call, nothing, zero, and it's not my place to, pass judgment, or I'm the, but no attempt to call the Secretary of Defense, no attempt to call the Vice President of the United States of America, who's down on the scene. To my knowledge, it wasn't, I just noted it. President Trump's closest advisors, both inside and out of the White House, implored him to act sooner. Earlier in the week, 2 of the president's most trusted aides, Eric Hirschman and Hope Hicks, both wanted President Trump to emphasize that January 6th would be a peaceful protest. President Trump refused. I could read the rest, but this would have been a good section to have been familiar with if you wanted to make this argument. I don't know why we didn't have this section yesterday.
Look, man, it's a lot of fucking content, okay? God damn.
Wait a second.
Why are you yelling?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, hold on. So, Pisco, you haven't read any of this, so I already know that. That's like a foregone conclusion. Because yesterday, multiple times I said, you can show me something in here that talks about Trump or his dereliction or his failure to act or whatever, then we can go over that. You were not aware of any part of this report. You've only read media articles on it. To be clear, that's all you've read.
This entire conversation, I've been talking about how the president did nothing. He didn't stay informed. He didn't take actions. He didn't give orders.
Pisco, that's your opinion as a... Oh, my God.
That's uncontroverted fact. We know that. You never brought up anything to disturb. My point this entire time was his lack of action. And now when you read it in the report, the same lack of action by Trump, it's so convincing to you. And you pretend and you say, well, you should have just cited this paragraph that said essentially the same things. That Trump didn't act.
Yeah, so to be completely clear, you've acted in bad faith for this entire conversation. If you want, we can go back. If you want, we can go back to my entire conversation and say, what did I say 1,000,000 times? Show me a single expectation, show me a single thing, a single quote, any part of this, and I'd probably agree with you. I said that 1,000,000 times. The problem is, you don't know anything beyond what you've read on CNN or Washington Post about this issue. So you didn't have those arguments, and like I said before, you'd already had your conclusion, and you were just looking to find it in here to support you. And I found it for you. Congratulations, here you go. But I said that 1,000,000 times yesterday, but you didn't have any of it.
Do you agree that what you just read is the substance of my complaint?
I don't care about what you're complaining about. I care about what the committee finds. If you say, well, I think that the president should be involved in a pink tutu dance on the Capitol Avenue or whatever, then I'd say, I don't care what you think. But if you can show me that in a report, well, actually, it's a norm, it's an expectation of the president, and a committee states that the president should be in a pink tutu, then I go, oh, okay, then I understand that. Do you understand that your opinion personally on what the president should do doesn't concern me when I'm looking at the January 6th report that goes over it?
I support what you're doing in your efforts to get out the vote.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. You should read. You should read.
I do want to be clear. I do not take it personally.
Oh my God.
Everyone can talk as much shit as they want. And they can draw their own conclusions. You can say whatever you want. If you disagree with me in the chat, say you disagree with me. I don't care. I love these conversations. They're fun for me, and I'm having a great time. I hope people don't think I'm taking it seriously. I love you, buddy. I really do. I love everyone here. I think that my arguments amounted exactly to what you just read in terms of the dereliction of duty. That's what I've been arguing, I feel, for the last 2 days, or last, I guess, yesterday and today. But it's okay. It's okay that if you disagree and you think that I didn't bring any receipts at all, you can have that opinion. I didn't bring.
Well, wait. Hold on. To be clear, you didn't have any receipts from in here, correct?
Well, I was just.
No. Answer that. You didn't have. I didn't care about your description. You didn't have any receipts from this report, correct? Or the duty one, correct?
I didn't have any pin sites.
Correct. So you didn't have any. You had 0 citations. Do you remember me saying yesterday multiple times? If you can show me one thing, do you remember me saying multiple times? If you can show me one thing, I'll change my opinion.
No, you were talking about show me one time in history where the president has ever done a similar thing, not...
Well, obviously, because that was an absence of even going to cite anything in the report. The only reason we had to go... Hold on. The only reason we had to go to historical examples, Pisco, is because you had nothing from these reports. I'm like, okay, well, can you at least show me historically?
No. Wait, no. What we were arguing about were the principles inherent in this, and that whether or not what was just said by this committee should not have changed your opinion if it did. I'm not saying it did, and you can decide whether or not...
So you think that all of my opinions about the responsibility of the president should come from Pisco?
No. What I'm saying is based on the principles you laid out in our first conversation and start of this conversation, everything you just read should be respondable to by... Well, he delegated that authority. He didn't have to. And when has it ever happened?
And it could be the case that I could argue against this, and maybe I will, but at the very least, I've got a huge chunk now of the January 6th report that makes the argument that you're making, and will probably try to do it in its best ability possible. That was all literally from the very start of this conversation, that's all I was asking. We could have spent the past 2 days arguing over this section rather than whatever random, the Cuban Missile Crisis and Abraham Lincoln you're bringing up.
Well, Matt, for me, I don't really need a historical analog in these situations to know that the president has an oath to protect the country. It could be the case that there was never...
We're not arguing if he has an oath to protect the country.
You were the one who was focusing on the historical analogs, and I was trying to do
it's such a bad faith summary. We agree on this point. We agree that the president shouldn't pick up an assault rifle and go and fight. We agree on that, right?
Yes, we agree on that.
Right? We agree that the president is not commanding troops on the ground. We agree on that, right? He's not calling the army and So when you say it's obvious that the president should have made a direct order here, I don't think that's obvious. That's not, I've never seen that asserted. Okay. Now, this is a part in this document that is going to, I imagine, make the argument that the president did have a responsibility to make more calls.
You know what Neo Destiny would say, or Remember Tomorrow Zero, or
what would he say?
Dual Wield? what they would say is, fuck these reports that were made by a bunch of Democrats. I disagree. I don't think that there's any precedent for the president having to do that stuff. He already delegated to it, so he shouldn't have been involved at all. And so I don't know why any of your arguments that you just gave to me previously are not still applicable in these situations.
The arguments might be applicable, but what have I said throughout this whole conversation, Pisco? That's just your opinion. You have nobody supporting you, nothing there. And you know what you said, Pisco? Every time you said nothing because you didn't have anything. But now you know what you could say. Okay, well, Destiny. Well, if you disagree, that's fine. But guess what? You disagree with the select committee that literally went over the entire January 6th. I made an 800-page report on. You're standing in opposition to them, so you need. That's all you could have said. You could have said that. Like, okay, true.
You know what you just said, and it's so revealing. What you're saying is, if I cited to you that congressional Democrats agree with me, you'd be convinced by that.
That's not true. A congressional Democrat or a congressional Republican is different than the select committee that was analyzing this exact situation.
Yeah. But what you're saying, right? It begs the question. You're assuming that this committee is legitimate. You're assuming this committee, that their findings are good.
I'm assuming at least a little bit. Yeah, of course. Wait, are you not?
I believe that they're right because I think their arguments are sound.
So you're doing what I just said you're doing. You don't care what they say. So I don't know why you got mad earlier when I said you're just going to look for things in here that support your point of view, because that's what you just told me you were going to do. Yeah, you said, well, now that I've read that, now that I've shown you this that you weren't even aware of, now you're like, well, now I agree with them.
You're not understanding me. If the committee came to some preposterous conclusion, right? If the committee said something like, well, Trump should have been able to snap his fingers and or something like so preposterous, right? I've actually said, by the way, in the previous thing that he could have just tweeted and solved everything.
Which, by the way, is true. He could have.
By the way, I do think that he could have done a lot. But let's say that the committee literally physically thinks that he has the power to control all people. So what's that Rick and Morty character that can control the police? He can control all those people. Literally.
Sure. If the committee was like a banana stupid, I agree with you there. But do we think that was the case here? Were we going into this assuming that if they give a different opinion, it must be illegitimate?
No. I am with you that the fact that the committee comes to this conclusion, it gives it an air of respectability, right? I understand that, and I get why you're not just going to take me on good faith that these arguments are worthwhile. But I trust in your good faith, and I think that you're a very reasonable person, that you don't need to be told in terms of the underlying arguments that we're talking about, the philosophical arguments about presidents' duties and what they should be doing. I don't think
that we were never arguing about these. I don't know why you keep going back to this. No, that's not. And I've ripped you back a million times from this esoteric, nebulous, philosophical arguments. It was a question on what are the day-to-day expectations for the president's involvement operationally. When you came in here, I think the very first words you said today were, can we agree that there's a difference between authority and, I think you said operational authority or something, right? You at the beginning of this convo, and now you're saying, well, I thought you would have just understood what I meant philosophically speaking. We're not talking philosophically.
I always was talking about his duties with respect to ethically what he should have done and
operationally though. You're talking about operationally.
I legally. I think that there is a legal requirement. I don't think it's enforceable by the courts, but I think both legally he has a responsibility to protect this country. And so I was always referencing what the authority is and what the expectation is. And I have always maintained that I don't need a committee to tell me that the president has a responsibility to defend the Capitol. I don't need a committee.
We're not talking about where you're doing the nebulous philosophy again.
Why is it nebulous?
The president does have a duty. The question is whether or not he took the appropriate steps to fulfill it. My argument was, yes, he made everything available prior to this. Miller didn't need anything else from the president. Your argument is no, because random words and arguments. That was all you had.
No, not random, bro. It's the fact he didn't make any calls. He did not. You were saying he shouldn't have to make the calls. And now when they say he didn't make a call, you're convinced by it, by calls that you said that he shouldn't have had to do. And it actually may be inappropriate that he make the call.
What did I say beforehand, Pisco? You're being bad faith. Yeah, you are. Because I said a million times, I said to you earlier a million times, I was like, show me this happening. Show me this being a norm. Show me it anywhere. And now you're like, well, now that you've seen somebody show it to you, now your opinion changes? Yes, because I'm not a partisan hack. Yes, correct. So now that somebody's laid it out, now I can even, okay, well, the J6 committee says that he should have been making phone calls. He should have been doing the things that Pennsylvania, he should have been. If they say that in here, because do you admit that there is a world where they could have said, well, it's not the ordinary expectation of the president to make a call, or while the president did make a call, they could have just easily said that. And I would have, okay, well, this reinforces my belief before. But if they say something totally different, yes, my opinion will update based on new information. Whereas you literally admitted at the beginning of this that oh, well, I didn't even need the J6 or the J6. I didn't need that to reinforce my, because I already knew I was right.
I don't need to know it. I don't need them to say it. it because I know that he didn't do those things, right? Like,
but you didn't know if that was his obligation to.
Come on. In a crisis like this,
you can say, come on, but that's not an argument. Come on. Because you haven't given me a single other example of it being the case.
Except when I've given you examples, historical ones that you don't accept because they're different.
Where a president is making direct on-the-ground calls outside of like a situation or whatever? What was the analog? What was any analog to this?
We're living hard. I love you.
You said Cuban Missile Crisis, for Christ's sake. Like, what the fuck? That was your analog to this. And I don't even think, I doubt that there were direct commands being like, fly the U-2 right here.
What did this guy say? Why did you ban him?
I don't know, he said something retarded. Probably said something retarded.
I'm going up for the look.
He said, I'm just wrong here. And I'm not. I know I'm not wrong here.
Look at, you know what? Okay.
I'm not wrong in that. What I said earlier before, and I probably even said it today. Show me something saying that I'm incorrect here. Show me something supporting your position. Show me anything. That's why we were Googling. That's why I said, give me phone calls earlier. Like, show me phone calls. Show me anything. You didn't have a single thing because you already decided before we even read this what your opinion was.
I did say previously that the January 6th came to the conclusion that he was reckless and endangered people by not acting. And I did not have the pin site at that moment, but I did reference that was the conclusion.
Yes, but I know that you're referencing a media story. You're not referencing this report.
No, listen.
You read an article that said the J6 committee decided this, which, by the way, if you would have just...
100% clean? I've read the executive summary. I haven't read all the pages of the committee report. I've seen the testimony because I watched the committee hearings. I've read the executive summary. I have not read the entirety of the report. And guess what? I haven't read the entirety of the Department of Defense report either.
Okay,
but the thing is, I know that those things exist. I know what they generally conclude.
No, you hold on.
Reference both of them.
No, you don't know they exist because let me tell you. No, I can tell you very easily what you would have done if what you just said was true. Here's what you would have done. You would have said, hold on, Destiny, okay? I haven't read this whole 840 fucking page document. Neither of you, by the way, but I did read the executive summary. In that executive summary, they reference Trump's dereliction of duty and reckless. So I guarantee you that if we go through this document, let's start at the table of contents, there's probably a section in here that talks about it. You never said that a single time, ever. You start talking about Abraham Lincoln or the...
I'm more interested in the actual meat and potatoes underpinning intuitions that we're having and why it is that we have such...
No, you're not. You're not. The meat and potatoes is the report. You're interested in the macro philosophy argument of who has the duty. This is the meat and potatoes is what I just read.
Duty and how to kill... Never mind. Can everyone just be friends? I'm
always friends with you. I love you, buddy.
Friends, man.
Okay.
This is where Italians and Cubans, we're destined to fight forever, I'm sure, in some ghetto somewhere.
I have a problem. Like these kinds of conversations, I'll get heated, animated, and I know that I can come off a bit kind of way that like people don't want to agree with me all the time. I do think generally, and I understand your position, that you don't think that I came with any receipts. I understand that. I disagree with it. I think that what we just read was more or less and really just the substance of what I was saying. But we'll always disagree on that, Stephen. But
I agree that what we just read was the substance of what you were saying. I don't disagree. Okay. Do you even understand? Okay. Do you understand anything of what I'm saying?
Maybe not. Maybe I'm stupid. I could be just...
If somebody walks in and they say, take this medicine, it'll cure all your symptoms and it has no side effects. And then I say, hold on, I'm not trusting you. Let me read a fucking study or get a report from a doctor first. And they're like arguing over again, no, it's good. If I then go to a doctor and the doctor says, oh, this medicine's safe, take it. That person looking at me going like, I told you, you should have trusted me the whole time. That's what we've been arguing about this whole time. No, I don't trust your individual evaluation of this. I want the committee that went over it. Now that I found it, the fact that they agree with you means nothing. That's all I was looking for in the first place. I said it 1,000,000 times today and yesterday.
Okay. I don't agree with that characterization. I think that I wasn't just saying, hey, just trust me, bro. He had the duty. Trust me, bro. He did. Like, that wasn't my position. I think that it's a little bit unfair for you to think that, like, I was totally lacking substance in my arguments about why it was important for the president to have a role here. I think that I was giving arguments about the reasons why. Now, those reasons were unconnected to the committee's position other than their ultimate conclusion. I wasn't like literally going line by line to all those statements that we did. I didn't reference Milley at all in that statement, but I was saying that the presidents generally have a duty to protect the capital of the United States. And that's should be obvious, I think. It's almost self-evident.
You just did it again. That's okay, we're at the end. You just did the thing again, where you do like the philosophy argument. He has the duty. I already agree with that. The question was operational. I cannot believe we're looping so hard on you saying the exact same thing over and over again.
We shouldn't loop. Steven, what else are you? You probably never want to touch January 6th ever again.
Well, I'm not even at the main points. Like the whole point is like the lead up and the what fed into it and what caused it and everything before, which I think was black people and Democrats. Just kidding, but just for Pisco.
Oh my God,
Jesus.
What do you want for Christmas, Steve?
He just got it. This is what he wanted.
That was it. I just wanted another 4-hour debate with Pisco. What do we need to debate tomorrow? I think tomorrow we need to debate on whether or not a Capitol Police person could have shot a protester outside for stepping on a blade of grass. Okay, that the guy had already declared had lethal intent to defend. Yeah.
Do you think the police should have shot the people trying to get into the Capitol?
When you say,
let's not go down here. I'm just joking.
Well, I mean, I think that's an interesting question, but I don't even know. We'll have much disagreement here. That the moral or legal right here is going to be heavily balanced against like the political temperature,
Optic.
right?
It's the optics of shooting people as they're coming into the Capitol. Listen,
Well,
I'm glad more people didn't die.
yeah, sure, but I mean, like overall, like I was saying, like I think it's probably the case that probably any riot police force in the United States could have stopped any BLM protest. But in order to do that, they would have had to show up with like M4s and just mow down everybody. But obviously, that would never happen, right? Like, it would be a disaster. Same thing with the Capitol Police. Like, even shooting Ashley Babbitt was like a pretty big deal. At that point, it was probably like, Jesus Christ. But like, they probably could have used lethal force earlier, and I think they would have been morally and probably even legally justified in doing so. But holy fuck, the optics of, Trump supporters getting shot and killed. Like, could you imagine if like 100 Trump supporters died that day against federal? Like, that could have been like the start of like.
Weird. Like, I've talked to people more radical than me on this, where like, yeah, they should have done that.
Sure.
I'm like not so comfortable with that, but the reality of it and I'm so happy that it wasn't as many people died.
Yeah, that's why it's frustrating when fucking idiots like Tucker Carlson show the one cop leading the protesters through the building. The reason why the guy's walking them around is because they're trying to like de-escalate as much as possible. Yeah, I think they would have been absolutely in the legal and moral right to blow away every one of these crazy motherfuckers coming to the building. But obviously, the federal government like killing en masse Trump protesters is the perfect fucking inciting event to like a civil war, basically, right?
Oh, okay, real quick, and then I really do have to go. I'm sorry,
go for it.
I really have to go. God. You before had a position that it would have been justified to attack in BLM to burn down like police precincts and stuff. I hope that you come away from that, that you sort of step away from that.
Yeah, I think I don't agree with that fully anymore. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I don't think so.
All right. Hey, Ruminate. Thank you so much for keeping this on the rails.
Yeah, great job.
You all need to follow his YouTube. It's blowing up, and I think that he's doing a lot of good things.
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. It's always fun to spar with you.
Yeah. Well, have we ever disagreed on stuff?
No, I'm sorry. I mean, like you and I sparring together against Steven. It's got to be a 2-for-1 effort.
100%, yeah. And he got me onto the Section 3 pill. So if anyone wants to blame people for the Section 3 discussions and my position on
well, wait a minute. Before you go, okay, so the other case that's heading to the Supreme Court besides the disqualification thing is the question about Trump's immunity. Have you given your opinion on that? And Steven, do you know anything about that?
Absurd. Yeah. Think about what it would mean. Like, and really just think about it. Trump is arguing that anything on the periphery of the official duties of the president, that anything is even like arguably close to that, even a former president is immune for prosecution. That would basically mean that like Biden could start assassinating people for like right now, and he'd be absolutely immune to any kind of prosecution for that. It's an absurd thing. Like, if it's true, then Biden should
I feel like it's one of those things where I think like the immunity rule is totally fine, but it presupposes this norm that somebody like fucking Donald Trump would never be elected president. I don't know if we've ever had questions of like this type of rule being broken. So fucking
you take like the Insurrection Act. You take the Insurrection Act, for example, which we've referenced a couple of times. So the scary thing for me, not being a lawyer, is reading law reviews where they say that if a president invokes the Insurrection Act, it's like non-justiciable or whatever. Like the courts have very little ability to review it. And I was reading some like history on it, and they were like, well, the reason is because the Insurrection Act it basically begins with the founding of this country, and it was giving like broad emergency powers to people like George Washington or Thomas Jefferson or James Madison, people that they regarded as statesmen who would wield that power responsibly. And so when they wrote the goddamn amendment, they didn't actually like write in like any serious guardrails And it's just like it relies on good faith.
Sure.
To Stephen's point,
it would be like training like assassins and then like making them heads of state. And it's like, okay, well, the president of the United States is John Wick. We're going to go send him to like another country to assassinate everybody. He's got diplomatic immunity, so you can't do anything to him because he's head of state. Like, even though like by the letter of the law, I think we all agree like diplomatic immunity is probably a decent concept. Yeah, but if somebody abuses it so hard, it's like
killing, like let's say murdering citizens for no good reason, right? Like in America,
of course,
you have to question about like foreign, right?
Sure.
But, like in America, if the president literally just like orders the assassination of, let's say Biden were to order the assassination of Trump, he should be like chargeable for that, even at like
yeah, of course. But I'm like, we might be able to imagine some felonies that like, I don't know, can we? Wait, what is the argument that Trump is making? That he should be immune from all prosecution or immune from prosecution?
So presidents do enjoy absolute immunity for things within the scope of their powers, which is a lot, for civil matters, right? So like you can think about a lot of things that the president could do that could for damages, right? That could damage people. Like let's say you pass a regulation that like puts you out of business. Maybe you want to bring a suit against the president and say that harmed you or something that it was wrong to do. And the argument is that like if that were allowed, then people would be chilled to do like actual good actions. And so prosecutors are given absolute immunity for damages suits. Judges are given that, and presidents as well. And that's why when police officers are in that situation, it's qualified immunity. They have less immunity than absolute immunity.
Sure.
And so the question is, does that apply to the criminal context?
Gotcha. So should Donald Trump have full immunity from anything that he has like purview over, basically?
Yeah, so his argument
like,
is for January 6th is that he was operating as the president of the United States when he was trying to overturn the election, and he gave the speech on January 6th, all the lead up to it. He was saying, listen, I was president of the United States when I did this. This is part of my official duties. I should be above or should be not prosecutable even after I leave office.
And the argument would be policy-wise, like, if he's worrying about his own criminal liability, just like if he's worrying about his own civil liability, he's not going to perform the things that he should, and he'll be more worried about his like.
There's a better faith argument here. I don't know if it's similar to the one being made, that like the idea of prosecuting a former president for decisions made while president sets. I think we all agree that could set like a very scary precedent very quickly, right? Like, does Obama get charged with murder, first-degree murder of an American citizen? Right.
If he breaks the law. Like, let's say that there's a specific criminal statute that says you are not allowed to kill American citizens abroad. Now, there would have to be a test about whether that law were constitutional. Maybe it's not constitutional.
Well, hold on, wait. Are you allowed? If I plan with a friend to get an American killed abroad, that's not illegal in the U.S. It must be conspiracy to commit murder, even, right?
Right. So to intentionally kill, an American, right? But the argument was that this is a foreign combatant. In the case of the American citizen the drone strike that Obama ordered. Now, another innocent American was killed where they didn't know, I think, that he was there or whatever.
Sure.
But if there were, let's say there was just like a very on-point murderer of some American citizen that the president orders without even like any justification whatsoever, like, should that even be reviewable? Are we saying that there is like zero legal option to go after the president? And maybe
I think
the foreign situation's different, but how about for at least domestically? There has to be some limiter here where like, could the president be like, well, I had to kill him because he was going to do a crime and that's unreviewable and you can't even like assess me for murder or even open a prosecution because I'm absolutely immune.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you think what should the process be for any of that to be reviewable?
I think the criminal law is different than the civil context. And I think the president, while he is president, should not be like subject to indictments from any authority. Like, I don't necessarily think the president should be indictable by state prosecution.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, I understand, like, right? Obviously, like, Trump is way over the fucking line. I think we all agree with that. Yeah. But the question is always, like, if we okay this, like, retrospectively, like, are we about to start reviewing obnoxiously? Yeah. Like now how is that impeachment proceeding going by whoever the fuck? Like, is that going to be like a thing from now on? We're just always trying to impeach the president, or are we always reviewing every decision they take?
It's not going well. It's all bullshit. Yeah. But like, the Constitution kind of envisions that presidents could be subject to criminal proceedings after they're in office. The impeachment clause kind of says that the punishment for impeachment will be like removal from office and disqualification in the future. but that it doesn't preclude future criminal proceedings against the person. And so Trump is saying that, yeah, I am criminally potentially liable, but only for things that would have arisen from my impeachment. And so he's saying,
oh shit, isn't he claiming double jeopardy too? Like, isn't that another prong of, because he was acquitted? He was so Stephen, he was acquitted in, but obviously both of his impeachments, and so part of his claim is all this lawsuits for like January 6th should be dismissed against him because he was acquitted in the impeachment process, and therefore like double jeopardy applies. You can't hold me guilty for something for which I was already acquitted.
I mean, like, the impeachment process is not a criminal or civil trial. So that's ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
That's like saying you can't double jeopardy me for like possession of marijuana because my mom and dad already evaluated that I didn't have it. Like,
right.
Yeah, and there's even that for state and federal, that if they're different sovereigns, or
yeah, I think you can get charged multiple times, right? The state and federal can try a murder case theoretically against you. Yeah.
And there's no double jeopardy thing there. Anyway, much love to both of you. Hey, I know we get heated, but I don't take it personally. I hope that you don't either.
I do. Next time I see you, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Okay, you're my motivation to get back to the gym. Okay, I'm gonna be okay. All right, shredded. I'm gonna beat you up. Have fun. See you later. Love you, buddy.
Peace out. Love you.
Stephen, before I head out, remind me again, this January 6th prep, that's not for the Shapiro thing. That's for your
Alex Jones and Glenn Greenwald. They just want to have a huge discussion on like all the stuff around and including January 6th.
So they don't even have like a thesis that you know you have to address? Because obviously I'm sure Jones thinks it's like a fucking farce, but I don't even know where Greenwald is at this point. Like, he's apparently gone off the deep end, but what's his position on January 6th?
Let's see. Hey, Stephen. Would like you to participate in a debate on the anniversary of January 6th to discuss all the aspects of that day. Trump's culpability, Michael Byrd / Ashley Babbitt, the prison sentences, protests versus insurrection, etc. So it sounds like there's going to be a really broad discussion on January 6th. So I'll probably do all of this research. I'll put together a thesis that probably is already in my mind. The thesis will be something like all of the events leading up to it were instigated in a unethical manner by Trump, the media, and the Republicans. At the day of, Trump like directly instigated it, failed in his responsibilities to stop it, and that on afterwards, I'll probably go through all the prosecutions and look at the 3 different sentences, and then go over those cases and say these people were involved at this point in time, and blah blah blah. I'll have some general thesis there that it was all foreseeable and avoidable, and that Trump is morally culpable, as well as the Republican Party that supported him and the media that carried his message.
That sounds perfectly reasonable, but I mean, the fact that it's not like a tailored or narrow debate, like, is that going to make it more challenging for you, or?
After the Israel Palestine stuff, I think that like, as long as I have like a huge command of all the facts, I think I feel comfortable running through this. I think I'll be okay. That's my feeling, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'll get destroyed. So.
I doubt it, but all right, man. Hey, listen, it was good chatting with you. I hope you have a good Christmas Eve and a good tomorrow.
Yeah, I love Christmas. You. I might, in a few hours, if we have this more fleshed out, if you think there are any parts of this I'm missing, we can take a chat on it or whatever. Okay?
Absolutely, buddy. Okay. Talk to you later.
Love you.
Bye. Bye, everybody.
Pisco is gaslighting the fuck out of me. Holy shit. Jesus.